All right, so tell me more about what you're going to do now that you're the new moderator of the chat.
Well, since I'm a moderator, my first rule of business is going to be to ban you.
See, that is the one thing you can't and shouldn't do.
And then I'm going to absorb your channel.
No,
So
no,
I'm the new RD Georgie.
that doesn't make any
And then,
sense.
yeah, we'll keep the picture for branding. So it'll still be your picture,
Wait,
but
so
I'm going to take control of it.
I'm like the Colonel Sanders of the situation where you keep my
Exactly.
likeness.
Exactly. And then slowly over time, I'm going to totally change the tone of the whole channel.
What are you going to move it toward?
Uh, it's going to be more like diagnosis murder, like fan fiction.
Oh, okay. I'll call that variety streaming.
But not the first season with Scott Baio.
Yeah, Anne points out I should have realized this was going to happen when you made an entire doppelganger of me. There was going to
That's
be.
true. It was like a scarecrow, Ryan.
It was. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to our weekly hangout. I think
Mystery time.
this should probably be our last swing at the case of the silver earring.
I was terrified for a second. You're like, well, this will be the last time we play.
The last time
because
we
I
do
gave
this.
Ashley moderator privileges and she's already taking control.
Every episode feels like it could be the last. Like,
It's true.
we're always on a razor's edge about how this is going to go.
Every episode also could be our first because we don't really learn much between episodes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we've grown per se.
That's true. Oh, I should tell people we're live on Twitter just because everybody cares. Hold on, let me retweet a tweet.
Oh, because he's very important. First rule of moderating: Ryan can't tweet.
Now that's not in your purview.
Yes, I need to see a contract.
Ash, you're like a marketing professional.
Too late. You already made me a moderator
What?
before I signed it. So
So now you have a contract with yourself.
today's snacks are oddly healthy.
Oh, tell me more.
I have blueberries and wheat thins.
Blueberries and wheat thins. I'm not sure I would imagine those
I
go
just
together.
didn't have any. I didn't have any good snacks. Well, I'm not gonna eat them at the same time. I didn't have
Well,
any good
alright.
snacks in my cupboard.
Okay, I guess. I guess I'll allow it.
It's not great.
I had too many tortilla chips earlier, so I don't have anything to eat. But I do have some Cooley and strawberry lemonade mixed together.
But you didn't put mellow yellow in it this time?
No, I was trying to be classier. Although now I really want a Cooley Mountain Dew, which is my favorite drink of all time.
I love how confidently you say that title every time as if it's really
That's what they
it's
call
really
it.
gonna take off.
And then I also have my little Diet Pepsi. Oh man, Anne's going to be streaming on the Jackbox channel next week with us, so I'm very excited about that.
Oh, I can't wait. What time?
Thursday. This is the kind of thing that you would know if you watched the stream when I was on it, but that's okay.
Thursday at 4:30. I was plugging you to say it. God damn it. As a moderator, you're not allowed to speak anymore.
I've been.
It's an Ashley only stream.
Oh man, I've been shadow banned on my own channel. Yes, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central. But yeah, so that'll be fun. Only the second stream I've ever done, so you can expect a high level of professionalism. Yes. Hey, what's up, Stod? Okay, Stod dropped a crazy bomb on Twitter. Did you see this?
Oh no, I thought we were excited about other Stod things.
Well, we're excited also about this Saturday, which is the next episode of Stod's stream, which everybody should probably already know about and watch. But Stod's going to try to get a C grade or better on every Devils in the Details episode in hard mode. And I am so excited.
That's insane.
Yes. Oh, it's this Sunday? I'm sorry. This Sunday. Yes. So I really want to see how this turns out because I've only played hard mode a couple of times and it turns out it's very hard. We didn't test it a lot before we released it, if I'm really honest.
I don't even think I've never gotten anywhere even close to that.
Yeah. It basically just raises all the points that you have to get. That's awesome, Stod. I'm glad you guys are having fun with it.
That's incredible. I'm so excited to see that
Yeah, me too.
unfold.
Me too. And then if you're able to do that, Stod, you got to go to, God, what's the next one? Demonic, I think, is above hard. And then the last one is just called Impossible, and I'm pretty sure it is.
It's literally impossible.
Yeah. You bought 3 mugs? The Devils in the Details mugs are on sale now. The world's bestest devil mugs.
I'm a moderator now. No plugging allowed.
Fair enough. We won't plug Jackbox on this stream.
Except for Stod and Anne. Those
Okay.
people are allowed to plug. No one else.
Well, Lemon could be able to plug something.
Oh, yeah. No, basically, you're just not allowed to plug.
Okay, I sort of figured that's where it was going. And you can't plug anything.
I didn't say that.
Oh, sorry, you made your own bet on this one.
Oh, no.
All right, well, let's jump back into some Sherlock Holmes, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's load our game.
I was telling Ryan that it feels like 300 weeks since I've played this.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happens every time.
I feel like we spent a lot of time, this is another thing that people can maybe, think about if you have ideas, but we spent a lot of time after last stream coming up with what we would do next, which we haven't really settled on. Obviously, there's another Holmes game to play, which I'm sure we'll do eventually. But we could go straight to that, or we've talked about playing some other games, so we spent a lot of brain space on other games. Maybe that's why?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I was introduced to a whole new world of gaming. What's it called when real people do cutscenes?
FMV games, full motion video. A big thing in the mid 90s, to late 90s. Yeah. So maybe we'll do one of those. Let me know about audio or volume here. Let's turn this game up maybe a little.
So if you've just joined us, Ryan has requested that the chat tell him all the new games we should play and how the audio is doing. I'm glad I'm the moderator. I gotta clean this ship up.
You know what? Maybe if you would put on a pair of headphones now and again, I wouldn't have to. Oh, this is the last episode. All right. So here we are at Aston's Theatre, which is the theater company that the former Fairfax Theater Group now plays out of.
Right. Yes.
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 Good.
Yes. We all are aware.
Oh, wait a minute. The silver earring exclamation point is now in our inventory.
We have the silver earring?
I guess Watson found it at the pawn shop, right?
Oh, right.
Look at that ugly earring. Let's get another close up. It's this right here.
I hate every part of it.
It's not good. Okay, and this is the earring that this actor pictured here wore. It looks like she's only wearing one of them, to be honest with you. But
well, she lost one.
Well, I guess.
I don't think that's how it worked. I don't think she lost one and they still took the picture.
I mean, we only have one. I don't know. Okay.
How long did it take a picture in Turn of the Century? Did she lose it while she was
Fell
posing,
off
maybe?
And she was like, stay still.
I guess this isn't quite Turn of the Century. It's like 1880s or something.
I think it's close to, yeah. I mean, that's the turn of some century. Okay, yeah, so...
Hey, how long does a century take to turn?
About 100 years?
That doesn't feel right.
Well, I guess...
That doesn't feel right.
If a century's 100 years, then it takes like 10 years to turn. Because the last decade is the turn of the century.
Does it take 10 years and then another 10 years on the other side of the decade?
I guess it's like 20 years.
So if you imagine in a book, is it like 10 years, we get to the top 10 years, and then the page is flipped?
The spine is the actual century mark.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, I'm not going to look that up. I'm just going to think that's the truth.
I'm calling the police. Okay, so this woman...
All right, Ryan, go ahead and recap. Should I put a timer on?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm really looking forward to this, actually, because I am so lost. So I somehow got in first, and now I'm making you do the recap, which is unusual.
I need 5 minutes.
I'm feeling that moderator power.
This was a mistake.
I got a sword, Ryan.
I need 5 whole minutes, and I'll start from the beginning of the game.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3.
All right.
Because that's how exciting timers work.
That's fair.
Ryan, this is impossible mode. Devil's in the details. That's a plug only I can do. Ready, set, go.
Okay.
3 minutes.
Sherlock Holmes gets an email from Lord Cavendish that says, "Hey, buddy, we
No,
have all these
already
great
wrong.
times. But anyway, I need you to go over to Bromsby's house because there's this opera singer who's going to be at a party he's throwing for his daughter, and I think we should invite the opera singer to a more important party. And of course, as a great detective, I want you to vet an opera singer, as you always do." Holmes is like, "I'm going to go there. I'll be condescending for a while. It'll be fine." Except Bromsby goes up and he's like, my daughter is probably... and he's shot immediately. Everybody turns to the left. Who's standing there? But Lavinia Bromsby, his daughter. And she's like, "What? No gun for me." And everyone's like, "She clearly did it." But Holmes is like, "It's usually not the first person, so it's probably not her." So we go around and talk to everybody. "This door has sauce on it. That's weird." Everyone's like, "Somebody ran in and out. There's a big hole in the kitchen. Nobody knows why." But I tell you one thing. This Grimble's a little bit suspicious. Why? Because
2 minutes.
The nephew of Bromsby, who is a bit of a ne'er-do-well, but is honestly a good guy at heart probably, thinks that Grimble...
Okay, big swing. Really backing the nephew.
I don't need notes. Thinks that Grimble was potentially embezzling from Bromsby. And at first Bromsby's like, "That's absolutely insane. Get out of here, nephew." And then he does a little paperwork and he's like, "No, he is probably embezzling from me." Where's this money going? Where's all this money going? Well, weirdly, it's going to India, the same place that Bromsby committed some crazy war crimes where he threw people in a canyon. The only person who really knew about it was Captain Lowry, who tried to blow the whistle, but then he was shunted to the back and he didn't even get buried the way he wanted to be buried. So
I can't believe you remembered his name.
Grimble is going to go to jail, or Lavinia is, except Grimble, everyone's like, I can see where Grimble probably killed him. You know why? Because in the will it says Grimble gets all the money and not the daughter, except Grimble says, "I don't care about the money, I'm leaving town." And now Lestrade is like, "Why would he leave town?" And now I don't know who did it, but I don't think it was the daughter, but who knows? I don't know. Maybe she'll get married and then she'll get all that money. Enter Captain Harrington, her lover, who wants to marry her more than anything. But does he have a secret? Maybe so, because he was in India at the same time that Grimble and the nephew were. So he's probably got some kind of angle on getting the money, and he's a gold digger in reverse. Meanwhile, and when she was in Switzerland, Lavinia met an actor, Veronica Davenport.
Oh, God.
Davenport's like, "You're going to be the best actor ever." I say this to everybody, but here's a picture. "Great, thank you." And the picture, she's wearing a silver earring. Why is this important? We don't know yet, except we do know that Bromsby was having a fight with an actor group because he stole their theater away from them and they never got over it, as sent by the fact that a weird guy with knives attacked us outside of that theater, and we know he used to work there. Now we're outside the Ashton Theater to see what's going on with this film group today. Somebody died in live, somebody died from potatoes, somebody was shot, and somebody else was killed in a fourth way. Gotta go!
15 seconds to spare! I knew 0 of the names that you mentioned. Wow.
Oh, now let's look at the weather in your neck of the woods.
Wow.
I think I dislocated my tongue.
Let's see if you can do it in 1 minute.
Okay.
Well, that covers it. I don't know why anyone's confused.
No. Okay. So last time we went to the Abbey. We found Wyatt Collins, the nephew, was hiding out there.
Right.
He sent a big drunken letter to himself about how he deserves all the money because, remember, his mom gave Bromsby the original loans.
You're out of time, Ryan. What is this second recap?
No, I'm just saying.
You don't get a do-over recap.
This is just like the most recent thing is that. And then now we're going to go.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about how we had to coach our way through the woods.
All that woods navigation. This information has displaced an entire month of Ryan's life from his brain.
It's true.
Let's see what's playing on the old show board here. That's what you call it, right? A show board?
Yeah, sure.
After its triumphant tour on 3 continents, Fairfax Theatre Company is pleased to present the exclusive world premiere of Vagrancy and Profligacy by S. Prescott with Carolyn Small and Rayleigh Wilcox, somebody on the team's nephews. Staged by the author, company director Dwight Richards. Dwight Richards was the one who sent that angry letter to Bromsby. He's like, "How dare you take
that was like, you can't take my theater."
Right.
I'm going to tell you, staged by the author makes me suspicious about the quality of
Yeah. Does staged mean directed?
Yeah, like blocked.
Blocked. Okay. All right, Watson. Let's get in here. Be wary of the large man.
Here we are.
I am genuinely impressed that I don't know who the killer is going to be. Like, we're going into the final chapter. Wait a second, Ryan. There's a janitor in an old theater, and if he tells us that this place burned down 40 years ago, It's going to be the best game I've ever played.
Is it unusual that he's wearing modern clothing? He's just wearing some jeans?
It is. He got that from H&M.
Hey, buddy, we're all doing a period thing. Can you change? These are the textures they had left.
What's happening with the doors on the theater, too? What's that? That's quite a look.
No, it's might get that sweet mouse hand. All right.
I gotta say, the theater looked more impressive from the outside. Now it's just like a bunch of benches.
Well, now you can see why they wanted to keep the Fairfax Theater.
Yeah.
This is clearly...
It's the world premiere, except it's been produced all over the world already.
It's not the world until it gets to Europe.
You're right.
We are
Very
not
Western
open to the
Oh!
public yet, gentlemen. Oh, bless my soul.
Hook was on
I
a
can
roll.
hardly believe my eyes. It is the young Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
Watson, allow
I'm
me
so
to
excited we
present
finally got, like, a
Timothy
Sherlock
Kirby, who
recognition.
in his day was one of the last great hopes of the popular stage. He also took great pains to advance my comprehension of the many subtleties of the
Sherlock's
theatrical
old
arts.
acting
So
teacher?
he can
Yeah.
still prattle away.
Are you still using
Don't
that character
listen
where
to
you're the
him.
brother of a drum?
This is the most talented student I've ever met, upon my word, as an actor.
Hi, Squirrel.
But
Me too, Squirrel.
those days
What's up?
are past. So, am I speaking to the former actor or the world-renowned detective today?
I'm just so happy.
This whole outfit is like genuinely like he just walked off of a stage today.
Yeah.
Well, not today. Hashtag exactly a year since the theater shut down. This is very apropos.
Yeah. Maybe that's something, a comment about theater, how it's never really changed, you know?
Yeah.
I do love that his tiny, tiny scarf.
Yeah, it's really like I love the whole look and the tiny circle glasses.
Yeah. All right.
Tell
I
me,
love that Sherlock
what you
went to an
know
acting
about
coach.
the
Like, where's that?
Fairfax
I want a whole
theatre
series of that.
2
Same.
months ago,
Like Barry,
they
but it's
returned
Sherlock?
From an international tour. Richards, their director, had managed to secure the necessary funds to buy back Aston's. It seems he had finally resolved his troubles.
And yet... This guy is going to tell me that Brad and Janet are on their way to a mansion.
Yeah, definitely.
He was
If only
in
he
some
talked
kind of
slower.
trouble.
Oh, bah.
Bah.
It's always the same with those tours abroad. Your star actress marries an emir. Another time, the entire troupe has their luggage stolen. Anything is
No
possible.
business like show
Whatever
there.
occurs is usually nothing
I'm a
good.
bit of a
But who
roustabout.
would have imagined such a tragedy?
I have to go.
Scrooge, you forge these chains in life.
Well, see you. I'm off to do the monster mash.
What tragedy?
Their last tour started about 3 years ago.
Sorry, I
At
talked
that
over all the
time,
important
the
stuff.
troupe was housed at the Fairfax Theatre. But a series of failures
Look at
forced the
Watson.
owners to
Watson
sell
writing
it
down
at a
his notes.
substantial loss. The owners were 3 individuals. Dwight Richards,
Davenport.
their current director, Miss Davenport, their
the actor.
star actress, and the mistress of Richards.
Mistress.
And lastly, a young actor, costumier, makeup man called Jeffries. They decided, after the
Jeffries,
sale,
a makeup
to
man,
launch an international
which I assume
tour
means he does a bunch
in
of
order
characters?
to raise funds.
Their success was assured?
Yes.
Oh,
the
yes.
fame of English
But
theatre
I
is
died
worldwide.
40 years after.
During their travels, Jeffries and Miss Davenport developed a close relationship, which was much
Okay.
to the regret of the hot-headed Richards. He is
This is like the
a
30th
gypsy by
backstory
birth.
we've heard.
No one can be more possessive and quick-tempered than a gypsy.
That's right. Watson, he's from another time. I'm sorry.
It's fine. He's dressed like now, but it's not now.
Located not far from the Amazon. One evening, after their performance, someone noticed that Miss Davenport
Amazon.
and Jeffries had gone missing. The local authorities were notified, and the alarm was raised.
Miss Dav. Okay.
You'll tell me
Okay.
later.
Okay. So, apparently, the theater, the Fairfax Theater, was co-owned.
Okay, now let me set a timer for 1 minute. No.
Did what I literally just learned in 30 seconds. I need about 3 minutes to explain.
Yeah.
So, the Fairfax Theater was owned by 3 people.
Yes.
Dwight Richards, who we know from the letter, he was upset about the Fairfax Theater being taken over by Bromsby.
And current company manager of this theater.
Current director company, yes. Miss Davenport, the very same actor from the photo that Lavinia was so treasuring.
I wish we had a picture of her we could show to everything.
Door, what do you think? And a third person named Jeffries, who I believe we're hearing about for the first time, but he was something of a
think so, too.
makeup man. And we do have a character floating around in this story that has multiple identities.
Yes.
The French waiter / antique curio dealer.
Yes,
Okay.
not a potato salesman like I originally thought.
How? Okay, if the potato salesman starts putting bags of potatoes on top of you, when do you stop and say, this is not traditional salesmanship technique?
But don't you? Maybe he's selling them by the weight, and he didn't have a scale.
He's like, how do you think this is?
Yeah,
Does it feel like you laying on you yet? That's your body weight.
maybe it was like buy one get one free.
He just kept doing it.
And the guy sat down. And he was like, just keep piling them on till they're free.
I love. That's right. Okay, so
I love that we're getting a exciting character actor in the mix.
Yeah.
But I am a little disappointed that it's not going to be the actress we've heard so much about that was pretending to be all these people. Like, why give us a third person?
yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe the game didn't think it would be believable that she'd play a man, but that's just outdated thinking.
Rude game.
Now,
There's about 5 Shakespeare plays about it.
oof.
Yeah.
Merchant of Venice?
Ryan.
Is Merchant of Venice one?
No. Wait. Yes.
Okay,
It
great.
is.
Good.
She pretends to be a man
I
in the
thought
final
so.
scene when she's a lawyer.
I thought so. Okay.
I think she pretends to be a man. I
Okay.
think Portia pretends to be a man. If you guys want to fact check that, I think the final scene when she's a lawyer, Portia's a man.
I don't care. Now, where are you going? Oh, okay. The last thing he said was Davenport and Richards were together. And then
Yeah.
Davenport and Jeffries hooked up.
I'm so sorry. Hold on just a second. Scott, I'm a moderator now, so all my assignments are mandatory.
You better come back.
I have a sword icon, so just saying.
12th Night, that's
Yes.
the one I was thinking of.
Definitely 12th Night. Also, Two Gentlemen of Verona.
Yes. Stod, bring back a single-spaced, double-lined, undertyped, 14-page font.
Undertyped. Figure out what that means and then get back to me.
Don't overtype it. I don't have all day. Okay.
I think this actor's undertyping it, if I'm honest.
He's a little bit undertypecast. Anyway, and then Jeffries and Davenport have gone missing.
Davenport's the actress. Okay, great, yeah.
I think that's what I learned from that.
Got it.
Okay.
And Richards?
Richards was implicated in some manner, it seems
Some manner.
to me. However, there was no proof of his involvement, and no bodies were ever found.
What a strange case.
If you need more details, you should ask the actors.
No thanks.
As you may observe, they are rarely able to hold their tongues.
Okay.
I will see you later, Kirby.
Yes, it was good seeing you
Ladies
again.
and gentlemen, Bruno Kirby.
This is a good Columbo episode.
It is. What I don't get.
Dad, that one does count. Extra credit.
Now, which one was that? Was that 12th Night?
It was 12th Night, and it's Amanda Bynes.
Amanda Bynes.
Not the one where she's like, maybe Snow White? That's
I
weird.
can't enter like
Right,
that.
but she lives with actual little
I
people.
can't enter like that.
I don't know.
Not actual little
Oh, they're
people.
not actually?
No, just like 12 dorky losers.
I
The
can't
movie's
enter
words,
like
not
that.
mine.
Okay, fair enough. It's sort of House Bunny, but not good.
Exactly opposite husband.
Hello, young man. What are you looking at?
Oh, are we? Oh.
I'm sorry.
What are you looking
startled
at? Watson, calm it down.
Yeah.
Are you from the press? Of course you are. You must be here to interview her. Ah, the
I can't
play
tell if this is just what he's-
wonderful, and Miss Caroline will surely shine. If only my father could have seen this day.
He was like so oddly moving, I couldn't tell if it was a game glitch or if that was just his gestures.
He's a Jim Henson imagination creation for the purposes of the play.
He might
Your
be a ventriloquist dummy, and Watson is throwing
I
his
am
voice.
Bruce
Have
Aston,
some ham,
and my father was
Hugo.
Clyde Aston, the former owner of the theatre. It may have fallen
Oh.
into some disrepair, but during its time it was well loved by so many. A host
It
of
feels
young
like the
actors
disrepair is just there's a
debuted
pile
on
of
that
chairs which we're
venerated
talking
stage.
over to
Why,
speak to you.
Just
it was
move
at
the
this
chairs.
very spot where Mr. Richards first met Miss Davenport.
Lights out. Spotlight. Well, this theater will do just fine. Oh, you must be Miss Davenport.
Ryan, I wish that you were stage directing this game.
I would
Whatever they
have
called
Watson awkwardly hovering around every scene now.
Thank you, Stod.
Thank you. That doesn't... You need 5 more paragraphs, but okay.
Have you ever heard of the Fairfax Theatre?
It is the theatre which was demolished. It seems to me that it had been owned by Mr. Richards, together with Miss Davenport and a friend of theirs. They left on an extended tour, but I think it went badly for them. After his return, Mr. Richards bought the theatre back from the bank.
I'm really trying to keep
and I
up.
do
It's
hope his
really
good fortune will
sporadic.
continue.
He looks like
Well,
he's on
we
the,
can
you know,
With the talented Miss Carroll,
carousel of
I think
progress.
anything
He's just
is
sort of doing a
possible.
couple...
It's exactly what it
The
is.
building still
Simple.
solid and comfortable. Though the bank took over the theatre, they left the keys.
Yeah, Stod,
From
the hall
time to
pass
time,
is
I would
just
do what I could to tidy up a bit or
a
settle
rag you have to
broken
find on
window.
the floor, and then once you find it, you can use the restroom.
Are you a part of the troupe?
Yes. When
Just
Mr.
a
Richards
day
noticed how I worked
away.
to keep the place up, he hired me. I helped Mr. Kirby a little, and also Mr. Trumpet backstage.
Mr. Trumpet. Can I just say
Is he-
one thing about my new favorite character in the video game? Mr. Trumpet.
He works backstage. I hope he's our makeup man.
He works backstage. Mr. I'm going to say Hornelius Trumpet.
If it's not, I'm gonna be so upset. Would you accept Herschel
Yeah,
as a backup?
it's not as good, but all right.
What about Archibald?
I'm really looking for a horn pun.
What about Bugle? What if his first name's Bugle?
All right, great. Well, you keep working on it. Now, he's talking this kid a lot about this actress who's starring in the play Caroline, I forget which. And I don't know if we're supposed to know her already, or maybe we're going to meet her in a second. I wonder if that's Davenport.
I think we're gonna meet her in a second.
All right.
Oh, okay, maybe.
I guess she's supposed to... Oh, that's
Bye,
Veronica
man.
Davenport.
Goodbye, sir.
He keeps saying he won't go in here.
I can't enter like
He's...
that.
He's...
I can.
Look at me.
I can't enter
Me?
like that.
I'm but a pedestrian. This is the theater.
This is the business of show. Okay.
Squirrel, I think I want all of your chats now to end in a surprise emoji.
Yes.
Stod, you're gonna have to hold it. What can I tell you? The rules are rules.
Excuse me. May I ask you some questions?
Naturally, I'm listening to you.
This guy's like, he's just fresh from his Moulin Rouge audition that he did not get the part.
What is happening? Everyone looks like they're from the craziest time periods. This guy's
You are
like sort
rehearsing at
of
the moment, aren't you?
70s.
Yes, we are in rehearsal for the play we are to perform at the month end.
Lady Chatterley's lover.
Reporters. As you know, we just came back from an extended
It's nice that they went out of their way
We were
to animate a gay stereotype, you know?
Yeah.
Really the nuance.
Yeah, I agree.
Tell us about this international tour.
We performed in France, in Switzerland, and even for an
Switzerland.
Arab prince. We were met with acclaim at every stop. If tragedy had not occurred, we were to appear next in New York. But fate had other plans for us.
Hey, the guy we got to play the actor, does he need any direction, or can we just kind of let him go do his thing? Well, I have a lot to do. Can we just put him in a booth? Is that okay?
He's also playing the janitor, and he's decided that one speaks slowly and one is gay. And that's the only thing he's decided.
That's his 2 modes. But he's so good.
Like, neither of those feel like character traits. Like, no,
What
Nope.
sort of tragedy?
there's 2 of them, and that's all we
Surely
asked
you
for.
must have heard about it.
You remember the whole Sherlock debacle from the last game.
Company who assumed the right to reveal every distasteful and
What in a real world? What is this second actress doing? She's just sort of standing there, fanning herself, like, don't engage. Do not engage with him.
She has had enough.
You know he wants.
Respects the privileges of the press and the
Squirrel.
right to know.
Your sensitivity honors you.
Please, continue your story.
Watson, don't even.
Events took place in a most sordid place in Brazil named Guacamole
Sordid.
or Babiamo or something like that. I still can't stop asking myself what we were doing there in the first place. But to be
Well,
brief,
it's a world tour.
talented costumier, Mr. Jeffries, had been having a tete-a-tete with the
Took a real
beautiful
swing
Miss
on
Davenport.
costume, eh?
Unfortunately, she was still very much the mistress of our director, Mr. Richards. I tell you, the tension was unbearable.
Ash, can I just talk to
Really?
you?
In the
Can I,
view of a
Ash?
professional,
Can you,
they were
I know
the
you can hear
worst
me.
hours
You're
of
standing
my
5
life.
feet away. Ash?
Miss
Hey.
Davenport was spending the whole day closeted in her room. Mr.
Closeted,
Jeffries
eh? Well.
trembled so uncontrollably that he was unable to do our makeup. Mr. Richards stepped in, and I must say, he was a pitiful substitute. May you never be so ill-fortuned as to have your face in his
He was trying to be
large,
nice
hairy
and substitute
hands.
as this makeup person. They just made fun
He
of
did
him.
his best. Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah.
And then?
Our first performance in that town was naturally well received. That very night, a tragedy took place. Mr. Jeffries and Miss Davenport went missing not long after the performance ended.
I can't believe this is our 5th chapter and we're getting, like,
Then we heard that Mr. Richards
a whole
was
nother
arrested
game's
on
worth of
suspicion
information.
The pacing is very weird.
regarding
Like,
Miss
it seems like all this
Davenport and
acting
Mr.
stuff is going to be
Jeffries.
vital, and
We
we
were outraged
learned almost nothing about it
and
until
most
now.
Indignant. Some entertained thoughts that we would never leave that godforsaken place.
How is the matter resolved?
Fortunately for Mr. Richards,
That's
and
exactly
all of
what it
us,
is.
The prison warden
This guy
and the
wishes
local
he was
chief of
Niles
police
Crane.
was an
Oh my God.
Englishman. Lacking direct evidence or even a corpse, the accusations against Mr. Richards could not stand. He was set free on the spot. I think that had it not been for the intervention of that young expatriate, we might have been stranded in that Amazonian swamp for all
our young
eternity.
So the local cops were like, these guys are missing, and they suspected Richards of killing them. And
Yeah.
but luckily there was a British guy, a white guy was there, and he was like,
Thank God. Because they're in Brazil, right?
they're in the Amazon somewhere.
Oh.
I don't really know.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think that's Brazil, but I don't really know where it is, to be honest with you. It goes. The Amazon River goes through several places, right?
Sure, yeah.
But anyway, and they were like, well, luckily this guy was like, he couldn't have done anything. Look at his skin color. And so they let them all go.
Yeah, right.
But we don't really know. Now, have they been missing ever since? It seems sort of like it, which means that Lavinia met Miss Davenport before all this.
Yeah, or it wasn't really Miss Davenport. Maybe that's the reveal, is then somebody stepped into her shoes and started pretending to be this actress.
Yeah, although she doesn't seem to be here now. But,
That's true.
Well, thank you for your assistance.
all right, Anne, thank you.
But maybe that's why we need a
Don't
picture of her.
hesitate to seek my help.
That's extra credit for you, Anne.
Watson does not believe
10
this
points
guy's
to
going to be
Gryffindor.
helpful.
Yes?
10 points to Gryffindor.
Well, thank you for your assistance.
That's all right. Don't hesitate to seek my help.
You can tell it. You can tell a character's sort of funny when Holmes is like, "Well, thanks anyway."
Thanks.
Woo!
I hope Watson took good notes.
Don't listen to that man.
Watson!
He gets positively weak in the knees over redheads. A policeman is just a policeman.
She hasn't even moved
That's
1
it.
feet from him, and she's
If
talking bad
Richards
about
isn't
him.
in jail, it's only because he had nothing to do there.
We were talking about the tragedy which occurred during your previous tour, and
You aren't the press, are you? No. In
No,
my
you-
No,
opinion,
you
you
heard
seem
us
more
have a
like
whole
policemen.
conversation with that guy.
Well,
I was in
listen
character then.
closely, inspectors. Miss Davenport was nothing more than an aging woman who adored seeing all the men at her feet.
What? Don't you mean...
What?
She toyed with both Richards and Jeffries like two little puppets. Dwight Richards is quick-tempered, but he wouldn't harm a hair on her head. And if you are eager to be so helpful, please find my red-haired wig.
Find your own wig.
But she's
We must
missing a wig,
continue our
so someone is
investigation.
pretending to be redhead.
Oh, that's true. We did find that red hair. Oh.
Hello, miss. I'm sorry
Hello.
for disturbing you.
Oh, what are all
You
of
are
these?
welcome.
We're never talking to someone the way I think we are.
No.
Are you rehearsing the new play?
Yes, we are hard at work.
What do you think I'm
Excuse me,
doing?
Did I just hear Mr. Kirby calling you Holmes? Is it really possible that you were the great detective,
Jeff Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes,
No.
and you were Dr. Watson?
Goodbye.
I'm investigating the
What's
facts
the
of the
second
terrible
choice?
events that occurred during the
Uh,
company's
earring?
last tour.
Oh, I see. You were interested in that case.
Hey, Eddie.
Still a complete mystery, even for those who were there.
Veronica.
Tell us about Miss Davenport.
She was fabulous and positively mesmerised men. She confessed to me that she had been indiscreet with our costumier, Jeffries. She had left Richards
costumier,
before, but she was coming
Jeffries.
back to him. She said he understood her completely without her even saying a word.
Until that last time.
Until that last time. Last time on
So-
Sherlock Holmes.
They are still missing, I guess.
I think so, yes. Dwight Richards is not, but Jeffries and Davenport never came back from the Amazon.
Right.
Forgive an admiring expert, but your earring is absolutely magnificent.
Oh, that was a gift
Oh.
from Veronica. She got it along with 2 other matching earrings and a small jewel case.
You bought 3
She gave me
earrings?
This one, another to Doris, and kept the most beautiful for herself. Veronica insisted on cleansing it herself.
That's not how
with
matching
a
works.
Special cleanser. It was
Cleanser.
remarkable and kept the earring all sparkling like stars. When I saw her last, Veronica was wearing her earring. She never parted with it.
Are we led to believe that you're only supposed to wear one of these earrings at a time?
I don't know.
Because we keep saying singular earring. The photo only shows one earring. She seems to be only wearing this one earring.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. Anne says
We're gonna
a
look
pair
it
and a
up.
matching nipple piercing.
Oh, that's it.
You can, even that I want 4.
Where can we find Doris?
She must be in her
Who's
dressing
Doris?
room.
Oh, the one who gets the other earring. So Veronica comes back with these earrings. She's like, I got these great earrings. I'm gonna wear one. Are you there, Ash?
Yeah, I've searched.
Oh,
If in the
okay.
1800s people only wore one earring.
You went so silent and like focused that I thought for sure you were fixing a tech problem and not Wikipedia how earring work.
No, because then I just sort of got just earrings. It was like
Right.
all I heard was earrings.
It seems like either they're referring to an earring as a set of earrings, or she came back with 3 earrings. She's like, this is great. My friend's in the play. I'm going to wear one. You, I think this is Carolyn, are going to wear one, and then our good friend Doris will have one. And I have a special cleaner that makes it sparkle like diamonds.
It's like best friends bracelets, except not at all, because the whole point is best friends bracelets that they all match and go together.
Yeah, but what you're forgetting is trout earrings are even more special.
Oh. I also
Miss.
just don't like the idea that
You're welcome,
They
Mr.
just-
Holmes.
sat there like rubbing lotion into
else
their
can I
weird
tell
shrimp
you?
earrings.
Goodbye, miss.
I don't know. I don't like
You're
all of
welcome.
it.
Rubbing
Mr.
lotion into their shrimp. Excuse me.
Do you think that they built that wall of chairs so that he wouldn't accost that woman?
Yeah, dude. Oh! Oh,
Is
Taurus.
she dead?
No, she's just drunk, it looks like.
Ryan, there's so many hats you could put on. Which one will you choose first?
Watson, I'm gonna go through the hats. Oh, I don't like our chances here.
Is she the costumier?
No, I think she was a fellow actor. This is Doris, probably.
There is a
Why
head on the wall,
most
but
of our
it's
actors
like
are peace and quiet.
not
They
an
walk
animal.
through here as if it were
Yeah.
a common thoroughfare. Nothing strange about that. They still haven't bothered to change the locks. Anyone can enter it.
Ma'am,
with
are you
and
a spitting
abuse
image
me.
puppet?
Me, who in the 50s.
She's like the
oh,
Tales
rather
from the
good,
Crypt.
actually. Did you see me with the best? Me, and they just treat me and oh.
You know, good job All the script said was Gerber Gerber. Good improvisation, actor.
Are you rehearsing?
Everyone has his own technique. Cheers.
You know what? She might be my new favorite
Yeah,
character.
this is your
Would you
character.
mind showing it to us?
It can't be sold.
I do want to see everyone in
The
matching
actors
hats, for all
have
for the
no
record.
heart. I would prefer
Ash,
dying of thirst.
my favorite
than
part
parting
about your
with it.
performance here is how you
My
fall
friend.
asleep between every line.
My best friend Veronica.
No effort to sort of
I
make that
love
make sense.
like my
Just
own daughter.
dead stop in the middle of the
She
sentence.
gave it to me. My little Veronica. She.
Oh, is that a wine glass she's supposed to be holding?
Yeah.
I didn't see that before.
She's soused.
Do you know what has happened to your friend?
It's a reskinned
Yes.
Resident Evil creature.
She
It
left
is.
with that
Yeah.
Jeffries. Oh, I know what they said.
I know.
That Richard
Oh, I
murdered
know
them
what
both.
they did.
Why not? Everything. She
Remember the
was
little
more
woman in the Crow one who just kept falling asleep?
And that Jeffries was a mere servant. He made them actors. Yes.
Yes!
Actors. Yes.
Say actors again. Well, that was useful.
Oh, we'd better leave you to your work. I mean,
Ouch! I need to concentrate.
You hicks? Okay. What about this picture?
She has a pretty good hat on. I would take that hat. If we're picking hats. She's asleep, no one would know.
I
Rummage
don't
through
know
her
where he
drawers.
is.
I cannot take her earring.
Oh, that wasn't
What
what
did
I
she
was.
say?
I don't know where your wig is.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm in the hallway.
Let us see whether we can find other evidence. Let us see whether we
okay.
can find other evidence.
Okay. Evidence of what?
You know, evidence.
So we've got a missing red wig.
Missing
We've got
my
two
wig.
people on the lam,
Yeah.
but they disappeared in Brazil. So I'm going to
Who
say
is
there's
it?
not a lot of evidence
Mr.
here.
Richards, my name is Sherlock
Oh.
Holmes.
But remember, we have an earring.
You have to.
You may put
I
away
can't
the
hear you
knife.
on the other side of the
Rest
door.
assured,
Can
I am
you speak
indeed
up a little?
Sherlock Holmes. Thank
Oh.
you for
Oh,
receiving
this
us,
guy.
Mr. Richards. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I will answer your questions, Mr. Holmes, only because I have heard about you.
Answer your questions, Mr. Holmes.
Only because I've heard about you.
But remember, we have that earring, which is presumably Veronica's, because Doris and Carolyn seem to have their earrings. So we have her earring somehow, and we found it at the house.
Oh, I see. So you're saying she's not in. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But she's not
made
really
it back
in Brazil.
somehow. Or we
Yeah.
didn't find it at the house. We found it in the pawn shop. The bartender had it somehow.
Oh, right. What if the bartender was the other actor?
I could see it. Or the makeup man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Would
that's
you
what I mean.
tell me about Sir Bromsby?
I will not lie to you, I hated Brumsby. He is the cause of all my troubles, I swear.
Is this Richards?
I have often dreamed of killing
Yes.
Brumsby with my own two hands, but I didn't
I can't
kill
tell if he
him.
has an accent or if they just ran out of voice options. So he was like, I'll go nasal.
The sad thing is he doesn't know either. This guy's like, weird choice. Okay.
Do you know an Asian named Wang Jie?
What would he be doing there? Well, in the
Where?
days of the Fairfax Theatre, I once
That's a yes.
employed a Chinese fellow who went by that name.
So, yes.
However, I was forced to dismiss him because he was a great deal of
However.
trouble.
Now,
and I've
don't
never
jump
seen
to
him since that time.
conclusions. All right.
You retain several keys from the Fairfax
getting something
Theatre,
spicy.
don't you?
Well, I don't understand the purpose of your questions, but yes,
Is this
there
guy
were
Perot
indeed
in
two
training?
keys for the Fairfax
He
Theatre
thinks he
main
is.
door.
He's like baby
when
Perot.
the bank took possession,
Hello,
we gave
Perot.
only
Jim
one
Henson's
of them
Perot
to
babies.
Brumsby's assistant.
Yeah.
When asked, we
Perot
lied
babies,
and said there was
making your
only
mysteries
one
come
key.
true.
But why?
Well, we kept the other one out of spite. We had thoughts of returning in the night
Fire
and
nails.
wreaking havoc, but we had no opportunity as we left for abroad after the transfer to go on our tour.
We left for
I suppose
abroad.
the key may have been lost somewhere along our travels.
Everyone's just falling
About the disappearance of Miss
I
Davenport.
don't know what
I
your
don't know why
wig
you want to
is.
talk about it. Does some vile curiosity cause you to torment me in this way?
Oh, just answer the
Everyone should be
questions.
at rehearsal right now.
He's dressed for a party.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
It is nothing, Mr. Holmes.
I should reveal one of my hints.
Oh. So, Richards was like, yeah, we had an extra copy of Keys to the Theater, the old Fairfax Theater, because we were going to go in there after perhaps we bought it and screw it up just to be dicks. We never got around to it, though. So who knows what happened. And
But
stab
a
him up.
body was found there.
That's true.
I should reveal
Set
one
him on
of my
fire with your
hints.
matches.
Duh!
I should reveal one of my hints.
Let me trim your mustache.
Measure
I
him.
should reveal
Measure
one of my
him.
hints.
Don't take offense. I just
I should
need
reveal one of my hints.
Let
We're just gonna do
me
inseam.
Look at your...
Across
Should
the
reveal
shoulders.
one of my hints.
I'm the new consumier.
Oh, this can't be possible. How did you come by this? Dear God, if only someone like yourself had been present that evening.
Yeah. God.
All right, tell me about the tragedy.
Please tell us what's happened.
That night, after the performance, I left to stroll alone along the riverbank. The next morning,
thinking about
I had barely
Anne's
returned
suggestion of
when I was
Columbo in
seized
oversized
by two
coat for the
local
Muppet Babies
policemen
remix.
and led to a prison cell
One
for
thing I don't
interrogation.
understand.
Why?
He's
When
got
I
like a
got
bubblegum
there,
cigar.
An
do you
Englishman,
get
the local
shoes
chief
like
of
that?
police, told me that a deserted boat had been discovered along the opposite bank of the river. Inside the boat,
Without
they found a star covered with blood.
star.
It belonged to Veronica, who had vanished, along with my other partner, Jeffries.
And then what happened?
No one could prove
No one's
my
gonna ask what a
innocence,
star
but they
is.
also found no proof of my complicity in these events, nor had they found any bodies.
So the police found a boat they had rented, I think, with blood in it and a star, whatever that means,
Whatever that
but
is.
no bodies.
Tell us a little more about your partners.
I had met
Well,
Jeffries
many
while on
people
tour.
over the
He was just a young tramp drunkard.
I don't
Whatever
kiss
my
and tell.
feelings were then, I
This
feel
everyone
no
when you
pity
act
for
with
him
someone,
now.
you are acting with
He
everyone they've
betrayed
ever
me.
acted with.
But it wasn't the same
I
with
think
Veronica.
Kevin, for little
I fear
girls.
the
For
pain
little
caused by
girls.
these events will forever haunt me.
I don't even know if he's French, but he's wearing that outfit, so he had that coming.
I almost spilled my drink. I was not expecting Thank Heaven for Little Girls to be a part of it. Hold on, tell me again.
Tell us a little more about your partners.
I had met Jeffries while on tour. He was just a young tramp drunkard.
All right.
Whatever my feelings were then, I feel no pity for him now. He betrayed me.
Okay.
But it wasn't the same with Veronica. I fear the pain caused by these events will forever haunt me.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
It is nothing, Mr. Holmes.
I will use that pain on the stage.
Maybe, Watson.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Is he?
Okay. Can we go over here? No. Whoa.
It's nice that they just chose not to build a whole office for him. Like, he'll just come out in the hall. Did you break the game?
I don't know. Am I? Oh, yeah. All right. Well, hadn't saved.
Mystery babies.
All right, we'll go through that.
Mine's still...
We'll go through that quickly. When the world looks kind of weird and you wish that you weren't there.
We solved
A
it.
dog saw me.
What was the name of the play these people are supposedly rehearsing?
I'm glad you asked. Why, it was...
Is it We
Oh,
All Did It?
you
It's
can't-
Us?
You can't see it.
We're
can you?
suspicious?
It was
No, not yet.
Vagrancy and Profligacy by S. Prescott.
That name needs a punch up. Have they tried Trials and Tribulations?
You would think. But unfortunately, we had already copywritten it.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's get all the game over to Ashley again because she's going to be a baby at whine about it.
I want to see the game before anyone else. I'm a moderator now.
I regret it so much. Okay.
I can see it. Oh, I see. This is where our last save was.
Yes. Okay. Back to business. So
this is great because I didn't actually pay attention to anything that just happened.
Okay.
So Carolyn Smelly and Riley
Here we are.
Wilcox. What does profligacy mean?
I don't know. It crashed again.
Uh-oh.
This is an odd turn of events.
That's
Profligacy?
because the game knows we're getting close. And nobody's ever gotten this far before, so they're still like making it as
They're
we
making
go.
it as they go.
They had to stall.
Profligacy, the character or condition of being profligate. A profligate or a very vicious course of life, abandoned conduct, shameless dissipation. It's only sort of gets at it.
Reckless extravagance?
Sure, I'll take it. Or when the game is kind of weird and you wish that you weren't there.
Profligate behavior is a lot of fun, but you'll regret it later.
Thanks, Mom.
All right. That is according to www.vocabulary.com. I guess they used the word in a sentence.
.profligate.net. Okay, let's see if we can make it through this time here.
Ba-bum.
Squirrel, we crashed the game. We're going to have to get a little catch-up work
This
here.
might be interesting.
Okay, remember that? Great. Let's go inside.
What kind of toast did you get, Squirrel?
Aston's Theatre. Here we are.
Yeah.
We are not open to the public,
Watson.
so he can
This is
still
my old
prattle on.
friend.
Tell me.
I'll see if I can remember what they said.
Do you have
Oh, I'm an
Losing
old
some
man, and I taught Sherlock Holmes how to be a super spy.
Wait.
I will see.
We went on tour
Wait.
with the
I
company.
will see.
We went on tour with the Grateful Dead.
I don't remember anything else he said. There are 3 people you should remember. One is an actress. You have a picture of her. The other is a person that she was dating named Jeffries, I think. And he just plays lots of characters. Watch out. And then also there's the company manager who you're going to meet later who looks like a baby Perot.
Yes.
2 of those people went missing. So, better get on the case, enjoy the show. And then the little dorky guy said, I love
Excuse me.
her so much. I'm a big fan of the theater. And
Please.
she is so beautiful.
Well.
And also, there was another
And
actress who was also beautiful. I think
Well.
that's what I was talking about. I didn't pay attention to most of this because I was really
Don't
confused why he was hiding behind a barricade of chairs.
We must.
I might be a little puppet creature.
Yep.
And then we
what
talked
did
to
she
this
say?
guy.
Oh,
Then we talked to the guy who I'm not going to do an impression of because that's offensive.
That's wrong.
And and he said, that Jeffries and the actress who we have a picture of, Jeffries had a temper,
Yeah.
and the actress was a diva. And then we went to the other girl, and she's like, I have a fan, and I'm missing a wig, and it's red. And then we went to this woman, and she's like, I'm asleep, but I have a hat. And she was
so
like...
consider that. I'm asleep, but I do have a hat.
And she told us they were in the Amazon, and they disappeared, and no one believed them. Oh, also later, a different character that's not me said that there was someone who got them out of jail. It wasn't me, but I'm just now remembering it. Me. And then we got in this hallway, and we met Baby Perot.
Yeah.
And Perot was like,
Mr. Richards.
Mon Dieu. Oh, I am Jeffries, who these other people talked about.
No, this is Richards.
And, I am Richards, who these other people talked about. Jeffries and the actress are missing. I didn't care for Jeffries, the actress. I was very fond of. I had many lovers.
Yes, many lovers.
How did you come by
They
this
found a
deal?
boat. with blood.
Please.
They accused me of things. How dare you? I never did any of
Tell us a little more.
it. There was a star.
Thank you.
Go back to rehearsal. Was that everything?
Yeah, that's everything. I liked how you sprinkled in a lot of information there that we also made up during it. So hopefully that just becomes part of the whole thing now.
That's canon.
And we're caught up.
I genuinely
Leave me
don't
alone,
remember
I have
if there was any more vital information. I feel like I missed something.
Okay, well, no, I think we're good.
Thank you, Squirrel.
Let's see what's down here.
Did you tell Watson not to follow you?
Yeah, get out of here.
Chaos.
Oh,
I guess it's chaotic in here.
that's rude. I mean, just like one
Oh, I'm
stack
Watson
of
now.
books fell over. Ooh,
Watson, you
picking
picked
up
this shit
things.
up. I don't feel like it.
Yeah.
Through the flying dragons of the Virgin Islands.
I have never seen a
the
wardrobe
land
that
of
big in my
gargantuan
life.
man-eating
That is-
Look at that one door. It's like a garage.
It's
Black
it's
Desert.
decadent. Do you think this slides?
This
I
author
hope.
seems to be particularly inept.
Oh, he does not appreciate their taste in literature.
It's the author slash
Through the
director,
flying-
right?
the la-
Through the flying dragons! He's John Cleese.
That is how you get a card in
What the
Narnia.
bloody dragons!
These items are poorly made. Observe the antique armor as mere painted relief.
Well, it's a costume for the stage, Watson. It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
literal.
These items are poorly made. Observe the
But
antique
remem-
armor as mere painted
This is how
relief.
you get an entire card in Narnia.
These items are
But Ryan, I don't
These
think you're paying attention
Hmm?
to the clue that there's a piece of armor costume and also there's a piece of armor just where the shot was fired in the murder scene.
I guess it doesn't look the same, but I guess I'll go for it.
Ryan.
All right.
these items.
Yes, good point. You're right. We have costumed. Yes, I follow you. And I love it. Virgin Islands?
Through the flying dragons
The
of the
bloody
la-
dragons! All right, so we
You
picked...
love playing as Watson.
I do.
A set of costumes. There are 30 listed.
Do you think that not having a jacket on really frees you in the game?
Yeah, I feel looser. Do you?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the Cooley House I'm still drinking from Stop, but I feel loose.
It's weird he picked up all that stuff. Like, he's running out of pockets. He's only got a vest on.
That's true. It's unclear whether he's just handing it to Holmes, though, because Holmes has all this stuff.
One of them should have a backpack.
Okay, this is from Mycroft, right? We read that. Okay, Guacayamo. Didn't we hear about Guacayamo a while
And
back?
also to you.
Stupid.
My favorite jokes are the ones you're mad at me about.
Yeah. It's upsetting because I like it, and I'm upset about that.
You hate it so much you loop back around to liking it.
We definitely saw Guacamayo earlier, because remember I was like, is that a real place? And we asked Alexa, and she was like, it's in... Alexa, where's Guacayamo?
Brazil. That's a guess based on context clues. I don't actually know where that city is.
Alexa, where's Guacayamo?
If only there was a fun game we could play that has this same structure where you're asking a
Alexa,
computer device.
I'm infringing on Stodd's copyright, now she won't answer. Where's Guacayamo?
You're just gonna have to tune in on Sunday.
Hey, Rhoda?
Now, that's rude.
What? Hey, Google. Where's Guacayamo?
Oh.
I found a few Mexican restaurants.
All right. That's insulting to everyone.
All right, that didn't count. You didn't get it in enough words.
Ah. All right, I will put the question mark in there. Where's Guacayamo?
Well, it's. I mean, it can't be because you're not pronouncing it right.
Oh, God. It's Guacayamo. Ryan's neighbors really else. Where's Guacayamo? Okay, this is the road. This road is the only sure way to reach Guacayamo. The town of Parrots. Great. Indeed, the branch of the Amazon where this town is situated is impassable due to the rapids. Many explorers have capsized there and were likely
Sorry,
eaten by
do we think on the other page is a map? Because that's a hard thing to just write. Like, this road is the only way to get there.
It's also weird that it starts with an ellipses, like,
dot,
if
dot.
I had the whole book, it wouldn't... Well, yeah, I know how a book works. You turn to the next page.
Maybe it's like a train of thought book. It's like, you know what I was just thinking? And you turn the page, like a turn of the century. It takes you 10 years. And then you're like, this is the only road that leads to guacamole.
There's a lot of roads away from it, but none towards it. Did I trigger Rhoda Stud? That's amazing.
That's so funny.
Okay. Anyway, capsized boats, piranhas ate everybody. Even native Indians from the nearby jungle refused to try these rapids. Instead, they employ their stirdy boats for sedimentary fishing.
Were there already piranhas in this game? Oh no, that was because that was in Money Plane.
Yes. Ashley and I watched Money Plane, and it wasn't as bad as we wanted it to be. Or it wasn't as good or bad as we wanted it to be, but...
Yeah, but there was a scene with the piranhas. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Instead, they just go fishing like normal people. Primitive spears, harpoons. Sure. They conduct elaborate ceremonies to invoke the powers of their gods before fishing or hunting and have much success with it. Now, I don't know whether these gods exist. I like this editorializing. But the savages are incontestable archers. You should look after yourself so as not to offend them if you wish to negotiate with them.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood the context of what incontestable was.
Yeah, don't contest them. Certain tribal members are more sociable than the rest. They are agreeable to offer tobacco, some weapon, or incredible handmade objects in trade. These magnificent crafted items are often adorned with splendid green parrot feathers in honor of the conquistadors who named this town. I don't know if it's like that, but you can also acquire leather goods made from the silky skin of the arboreal monkeys, which are hunted in this region. All right. This leather is comparable to the touch of the finest silk and is unique in all the world. Unfortunately, as in many other cases, there are those unscrupulous people who manage to give the taste of alcohol to these native populations.
Uh-oh.
This poses a substantial threat to these small tribes and their future.
Yeah, that's the threat.
That's the main threat here.
Everything else we've been talking about is really kosher, but...
There's also... I can't believe somebody would purposely go to a place, introduce alcohol to a place that didn't have it, and then try to, like, make some money off of that. I am
insane.
appalled. Unfortunately, this poses a substantial threat to these small tribes in their future. There's also the steady arrival of gold prospectors and adventurers who have chopped down their forests and made the Indians more aggressive. All right. Some of my guides have clearly suggested this primitive but picturesque culture will one day end in a bloody bath. I'm Jeffries. This has been Cable 5 News.
It feels like a Travel Channel ad that got really weird.
Yeah. All right, Jeffries.
So what did we learn from that? There's a
I count only
town
29.
in Brazil where
the artillery
people are
officer
colonizing.
uniform is missing.
Yeah, there's a town in Brazil where the naked ladies dance, and if you go there,
do they or do they not wear underpants?
I hear that they don't.
Through the flying dragons of the Virgin Islands, the land of love in the...
Oh, he's reading titles. I didn't quite get that. He's just interested in some romance novels.
I like that those are romance novels too. Money Car Tokyo Drift. Okay, was that all we needed to do there?
Can you look at those pictures and see if they look like the girl? Oh no, you got stuck
I couldn't touch the pictures, I tried.
Watson is always where I don't expect him to be.
I know. So you were right, by the way, because the last thing I collected Watson was like, there's a missing uniform here.
Oh.
So the theater becomes more and more involved. Oh.
We are in the backstage area.
Watson is so impressed. We are in the backstage area.
He's never been in such a backstage-like area.
This is where the magic happens.
I'm not sure what this weird quilt wall is.
It's the backstage area.
Oh, sure. Is that the same guy just cleaning up another spot?
I hope so.
Stop spilling things. Oh, he might be peeing. Just give him a second.
What if we stood there and watched him until he turned around? Ah! I'll be over here. Wait, get in frame, everyone.
Yeah, guys.
May I ask you a few questions?
It all depends on what you're asking.
Fair enough.
No, this is genuine. I don't think overalls were invented yet.
Really?
Because the jean material... Oh, no, maybe not.
Hey, Google. What? Hey, Google? Hey, Google? Hey, Google.
Your Google
When
is...
were overalls invented?
Okay, great.
1750s.
Oh,
According
I'm
to
so
Kansas
wrong.
Historical Society, overalls first appeared in the British Army.
All right.
What are you
I
doing?
thought Levi made
My
those
job,
little
my lord. I'm
button
making this
things
jumble
later.
look a bit neater.
Maybe they perfected it.
I don't know. I've been wrong before, Ryan.
Could
I
you
don't
tell
think
me
so.
what happened in Brazil?
Yes, my lord, I was there when it happened. But Mr.
Yeah.
Richards takes it very personally if we chat about those times.
Oh, it's like-
and
I
won't
get it
risk
now.
my
This is like
position
the
without some
Backstage
consideration,
and then, like,
if you get
that's
my
behind the
meaning.
curtain. Like the back wall.
Would 5 guinea pigs change your mind?
Here's 5 guineas. How's that?
Oh, my lord, you're too kind. I don't really
Oh.
know much of what happened. You see, I was alone at a tavern that night, and I was, as one could say, very fond of the local alcohol. When I returned to our
Okay.
lodgings, I learned that
I
the
wouldn't say that,
actress
but carry
and the
on.
costumier had
Would never
taken
say
to
that.
their heels.
And what did you do then?
I made my way to the inn with all haste to learn what they'd taken in their sudden departure. You must understand my position. I was solely responsible for the security of the luggage and troop properties. Can you then imagine my surprise when I saw that nothing was missing?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. They hadn't even taken their personal items. I can understand that of a man like Jeffries, but it was most unusual for a lady such as Miss Veronica. So the idea came to me that
Oh, I see.
perhaps they hadn't truly left, you see.
So they didn't run away because they didn't take anything.
Right.
And what of Dwight Richards?
I learned that Mr. Richards had been seized by the local authorities. It seemed he was under suspicion for the murder of the missing lovers. This was too incredible. And then there's another odd thing that weighs on my mind.
I saw him do
When
it.
we finally returned
Yeah.
to England, Mr. Richards asked me to do him a small personal service.
Asked me to bury 2
What
bodies.
was strange was that he insisted I keep the matter confidential and not breathe a word of it to anyone.
What kind of service?
Well, there's a small
Well, I'm
room
happy
with an
to
iron
tell
door
you,
located above the backstage. It was used to store the stage lights and fireworks. He asked me to help him move all of Miss Veronica's personal belongings to the room.
I think people are
Every little
underestimating
thing,
overalls,
without
man. Like,
exception.
all they ask him to
A
do is
large
store
trunk,
things.
her dresses,
he looks
all
like
of
a
it.
smart, capable guy.
Yeah. This guy could be running front of house. He could
Yeah.
be running box office.
Yeah.
Where is this room?
The end of the passage, but there is one difficulty. You see, Mr.
piranhas.
Richards has the
Yeah.
only key to
You
the
have
room's
to get
iron
past this
door,
tiny
because
castle
only
I've
he has
erected
a complete
behind
set of
me.
keys to this
It's
building.
got a moat and a drawbridge. You might meet a troll.
Runs behind it, puts a troll hat on. Roar.
Mr.
Goodbye,
Jeffries
my
asked me to store this
respects,
just
my
2
lord.
weeks ago. Said, don't tell no one.
Seeing as
What's
you're
he doing?
Sherlock Holmes.
Just back to lounging.
So what was the last thing he said? Mr. Richards has the only key. Okay.
To what?
To this door where Miss Veronica's belongings are being hidden.
Oh, got it. It's nice that they kept all her stuff.
I guess so. Can I? Hello? Oh,
Closed,
closed.
Closed.
closed, closed,
Thanks for knifing it, though.
closed.
Fire.
Door,
Closed.
would you like this earring?
You're the biggest door I've ever seen.
Closed.
There's probably a lot of asbestos in this place, so please don't set it on fire.
Okay. So we need keys to this door to go check out Veronica's stuff, it seems like.
Okay.
Let's see if we can suss out where we can get that. Jog.
The only other places we've seen are the wig lady's room, right?
Yeah.
In the hallway.
And the stage area. Do you know anything about this wig lady?
Is it on her person?
Your wig is?
These actors?
Can't live
These
with him.
actors.
Can't live without him.
What about that drawer that's open?
Oh. What's this thing?
Closed.
Let's try over here again. Let's see if we can just ask him for it.
Leave me alone, I have to work.
Leave me alone, I have to work. I'm French, you know.
Leave me alone, I have to work. Leave me alone, I have
What's
to work.
the door? Oh, that's the wig lady.
This is Wig Lady here, yeah. And there was this room down here. Can I go past here? Let's see. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, Holmes?
Can you look at the window?
No.
Is it back out where the actors were? Oh, you just walked to the wall.
This room is where we found the costumes and stuff. I assume it's...
Oh, right, there's that library room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Don't think we missed anything in here. Maybe we did.
Oh, I forgot you're Watson.
It's weird that I'm Watson in this view.
Hmm.
Through
In one of the
flying
pockets?
The love.
Hmm.
We haven't hit like a puzzle yet.
No. Let's save this. Can I leave? Oh, can I go to Baker Street?
I need more information.
Okay.
And what do you have in your pocket? The knife and the
Earring, the
earring
matches,
in the picture. Okay. There was a time when Sherlock said like, "Oh, I need to give them one of my clues." Did we do that already? Oh, you showed her the
Showed
earring.
him the earring. Richards, because first he wasn't going to talk about Veronica at all.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh well, this did happen." It's weird that I'm Watson in there.
I mean, you know, you're just playing a part.
I guess you're right.
It feels like a game that she's asleep and we have to like steal something from her, but it's a weird we only get like that one view.
Maybe you're right, because he does say I can't take the earring. Like,
I don't know where.
I cannot take her earring.
I cannot take her earring.
Can you give her our earring? Like a swapsy?
These actors.
I can.
Knife!
These
actors.
Set her on fire.
I can.
Measure her.
These
I cannot.
No? No luck there. Let's look in here and make sure we didn't miss anything. Can't go out here on stage.
Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. So it really is just limited then. So it's the hall, the library, or the sleeping lady.
Well,
I assume we got all...
I can go back around the other way to get to, like, the front of house area. So we can go back.
Okay.
I just can't get, like, on the stage.
Oh, got it. Well, not while they're rehearsing, Ryan.
No,
That's rude.
no, you're right.
Would you like anything else, my lord?
No, that's it.
Keys.
Goodbye,
My
He's really giving you a full, like... He does, like, a real saucy twirl
Like
and
what you
pose.
see, my lord? Okay. Let's go back to the front and talk to other people again. Maybe we have more information
Okay.
now. We can get some more information from them.
Oh, did you need to know where the keys were?
Yeah,
Oh, we do get this view. What's happening in this view? Put on some hats.
nothing much.
Is that a bust of Shakespeare, but it's like over the head like a deer?
It looks like a
What's
weird
happening
octopus
there?
person. I don't know. Little boy, do you have keys?
She's...
Oh, complete set of keys.
Do you have a complete set of keys to
Oh,
the
wow. I
theatre?
didn't expect that to work.
yes.
Oh,
Take them. But
What is
you
his
will
job
see
here?
to their safe return.
He used to hang out when it was the
Goodbye,
Fairfax
young
Theater.
man.
I think his
Goodbye,
dad.
sir.
I think this is like the guy who owns
Oh,
the
his
theater.
dad,
His dad is
yeah.
Mr. Ashton. He did actually say earlier. He's like, I used to come by and check on the theater with my set of keys. So we probably should have remembered that. Okay, well that works.
I don't remember that from the brilliant recap I did. So.
You're right. It probably didn't fit in. Okay. Some of the puzzles are a little weak in this game. Can we be honest?
Yeah, well...
The story is great. The puzzles are mediocre.
Yeah, I agree.
Watson, stay there and inform me if Richards arrives.
Richards is the new large man.
All right, Holmes.
Oh, I was going to say that Watson just didn't show up for that day of filming. He's just like, Watson, stay there. I know you're here, but just stay over there off camera.
Cut to like an obvious woman in a bad Watson mustache in the way in the distance.
Okay. Well, good thing you made it into this weird storage closet. There's so many hats. I just can't believe this game won't let you put on one hat.
What did I just pick up? Nothing added to my thing.
Maybe it's a letter or something?
Dressing. There a costumes register with 30 are listed. What? It means one is missing in the cloakroom. A uniform of artillery officer. Wow, that was badly translated. Right.
The plot thickens.
Right, but that wasn't new information. I don't know what I just picked up here. Okay.
A gift from the gods.
What am I picking up?
I need something.
I can't quite see what you're looking at
Nice
there.
pattern made of encrusted nacre. What does it mean?
Okay.
This lock has never been forced.
This is the first time for anything. I'll force it right now. What about this knife? Let's see. Is this a puzzle? Is a puzzle? Oh, what about the earring? I bet opens it.
I see. To open the safe, I must have the 2 other earrings.
So we need Doris and Carolyn's earring to open this box. So
we have to convince them.
Veronica had a box. Something special is inside the box. She's like,
Yes.
I'm going to put the key. This explains why these earrings are so ugly.
Yes.
Like,
They aren't earrings. They're keys that she's told everyone are earrings. Like a sort of Emperor's New Clothes reverse situation.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you're cool and beautiful. Sure, I'll wear it on my ear.
Sure,
just one.
Just like you say. You sure there isn't another earring? Okay.
I really hope that they opened it and they're like, oh, and she's like, an earring. And they're like, yes, yes. It's almost too beautiful.
Ash, your heart's not going to be able to take this, but now watch.
That is of no use to
Oh,
me.
he puts it right back. He can't be bothered.
Nothing of any
Goddamn
interest
tease,
here.
Sherlock Holmes.
You're a goddamn tease. Okay, so we need the other earrings. All right.
Get her inside her super special secret box.
Right.
Okay, now it's getting interesting.
Now things are building. It's only a gilded shrimp hanging over an ornate box.
I stayed right here like you suggested, Sherlock.
That's fine, Watson.
Oh, here.
These actors.
I cannot.
Have some keys.
Okay,
no luck there.
Yeah, did she tell us before what she wanted?
No.
Can you talk to her again?
No, I try. It does the same
Oh.
thing. Let's see if Carolyn
She
will
wants
give me.
she
I
wants
should show her
alcohol.
one of my hints.
I should show her one of my hints.
I should show her one of my hints. I should show her one of my hints. I should show her one of my hints. I should show her one of my hints.
That's everything in your.
I should show her one of my hints.
Did you pick up something and put it in the
I
vial?
should show
Maybe.
her one of my hints. I should show her one of my hints. I should show her one of my hints.
That's weird.
I
Do you
picked
have a
up,
letter?
I picked up a lot of things in that room that didn't add to my inventory. Maybe I was just moving them so that I could see the box.
Oh, that was the noise.
I also maybe left the earring back there, so maybe I should go get that and show it to her.
Oh, I can't believe the game let you just leave it in the box.
I thought he picked it back up. Let's see.
If you go back and it's gone, that's a pretty good twist, but that's not gonna happen. It was under the hat the whole time.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, I did steal your earring, didn't I?
Watson, stay there.
Watson!
Watson, stay there and inform me if Richards arrives.
Richards is like,
All
what?
right, Holmes.
He doesn't stay there. Like, immediately he doesn't stay there. I see. What a weird place. I didn't even, like, see that's where the earring would go. Oh, it is a weird shrimp.
Yeah, and look, the
diamondy one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's this one on the options.
There's the one in our saved games.
Yeah, and there it is. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, they're just extraordinarily awful looking.
They're bad looking. All right. This Renfest earring will be the key to everything.
I wish you could get in that trunk and hide.
And just wait for someone to come in.
Wait till midnight and then steal everyone's earring.
Well, they may not be here at midnight, Ash.
That's the point. They might leave their jewels behind.
Isn't that just the point?
I cannot.
Can't take her earring. Look at her.
Is this going to be one of those, like, the horse, the chicken, and the hay all have to get across the river?
Yes, the earring needs a friend.
Oh my stars.
And you're going to have to...
Your earring? I shall give it back to you in a few moments.
Certainly. Maybe you would like to
Oh, that
borrow
was easy.
Doris's earring as well. I don't believe she would give it to you, but to me, certainly. If you wait here, I will get it for you.
Oh, what a useless puzzle. All right, 3 earrings, baby.
Wow, that was easy.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to be like, you can have my earring, but only if you get me a book from the library.
Doris's earring can only be unlocked with this riddle. What is blue in the night but red in the day? 3 legs at sunset.
The answer is nothing.
Nothing. Nothing is like that. I forgot the answer was nothing today.
Slower.
Watson!
Walk slower. They're rehearsing. Be quiet. Don't yell anything loudly across there because it's the middle of something.
What?
They're professionals.
All right.
All right.
Right. Okay, here it comes. It's all been leading up to this. This is the secret of the silver earring.
Okay.
It is elementary.
Okay.
Richards and Miss Davenport standing in front of the old Fairfax Theatre. But who is this third man?
Okay.
Descriptions of exotic landscapes. Nothing of interest.
I hate it.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, well, gentlemen,
Well.
you arrive at precisely the right moment.
Is your good mood a sign that you have found something of interest?
Absolutely, Holmes. It seems to me I caught the right end this time.
What? Really?
Really?
We learned about it only by chance. It appears that at 1 o'clock this morning, Grimble arranged for his solicitors to send his demands to the court for the appropriation of Bromsby Enterprises. My men will spare nothing in their search for the elusive Grimble.
Lestrade, pray, continue.
Then I followed your advice and we advanced further into our investigation of Mr. Richards. Did you know that his true name is Gaetano Riccardino? As this, Mr. Riccardino, at age 19, he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for armed robbery of a fair store. And who would you think the complainant was in this case? In truth, a certain Melvin Bromsby. This new evidence of his criminal past makes him another principal suspect in these murders.
Very interesting.
The elusive Grimble
Any
does
other
sound like a
findings?
doctor's.
It would seem that Grimble and Richards are old associates. They were both intimately involved in the sale and transfer of the Fairfax Theatre. These two make quite a pair, don't you agree?
Well, Lestrade, I'll keep my thoughts on these matters secret for the moment.
You got it totally wrong.
You're not playing according to Hoyle. Really, Holmes, you must at least tell me your opinions on Richards.
Mr. Richards is an intelligent person. He is a man of great personal resources. If I had the power of Scotland Yard at my disposal, I would take all steps necessary to ensure that Mr. Richards is secure within a prison cell. And the sooner the better for all concerned. When the case involves murder, it is not wise to underestimate any possibilities.
You are a good man, Holmes. I swear upon my
Good
name
friend.
that within the space of an hour our friend Mr. Richards will be warming a cold cell at Dartmoor.
Very well, my
Richards
friend.
was Baby Perot,
By the
right?
way, I would like to see you tomorrow at Sherringford Hall to discuss in greater detail some of the more puzzling elements.
You
of
want to
this
go on a
case.
date? Just ask
Can
me,
I
Holmes.
expect you?
I would not miss it for the world. This is most fortuitous, as Miss Bromsby also invited me to the hall. I was told they had good news to share, and it seems to me an engagement announcement must be at hand.
So, we shall see
They
you
finally
tomorrow.
furnished
Let
that
us return to
awkward
Baker
giant
Street.
foyer.
Just awkward
Well,
giant
is
chairs.
Lestrade
What did they
right?
do here?
This case does seem resolved.
There is but one piece missing that I need to complete this puzzle. No, it's not
Science?
very important
It's
from
not
the
very
criminal
important.
point of view, but from the economic aspects of this case, it is essential. Regarding the question of whether Lestrade is correct, I will give you 2 items that should provide the answer that you seek. The first is a table representing the shoe sizes of the main characters in this case.
Nice to have that
Examine
originally.
it carefully, Watson.
All right. Hello,
A parcel for you, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
He's wearing all the extra clothes from all the other players in the game.
Ah, this would be Mycroft. Here is the final piece, which completes our puzzle, Watson.
Would this be the second element?
I ordered the hint
What
guide
second
for the
element?
secret of the
You have
silver
just
earring.
said that in order to determine if Lestrade is correct, I would need to consider 2 items. You told me about the shoe sizes, and I ask if this news article is the second clue.
Oh, no
Oh,
account.
no.
The second clue is a question. A very simple question. The
The
answer
second
will
clue
take the
is a
grass
song.
under the feet of several English citizens.
Give me
Or
a
if they
bouncy
cannot even
C,
guess
Watson.
the answer to this question, they are for the gallows. The question is as follows. Watson, do you think that Horace Fowler slept with a cushion? It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements,
Coming back to your
Watson.
theory, Ash.
However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings.
Summarize it with a
The
good
question should be
friend.
answered yes or no, and justify...
Wow, we really sped through this one.
Yeah. Okay, size foot. Let's read. Handwritten message. Let's read.
We must have
Oops.
made an... The question should be answered yes...
Okay. Writing of the message found in the earring safe box. I gotta say, the person they paid to translate into English gave up towards the end.
Yeah.
Corresponds to the writing of the visiting card of Louis-Philippe de la Massorede, which I found in the ladies' restroom in the evening of the murder. So the
Right,
message
this is-
in the shoebox, which was what? Okay, here's the photo of the Fairfax Theater, which I think was supposed to be Richards, Davenport, and then who's this third man? Now I think we think it's Grimble because Grimble was involved,
Yeah.
I guess. Raymond Waters. Remember Waters and Grimble had a business. I think it was Grimble's brother or father.
Yeah, he all I remember is that he had a shipyard or something.
Right,
Because it was dumb that his name was Waters.
right. You are frozen for me. Are you moving?
I'm moving.
Oh,
I'm going to do this dance
tell
so you
this
can
is
tell.
going to be an impressive amount of moving. Oh, I see. You're moving here. Well, let's hold on. No, you're doing great. Okay, hold on. Wait, we're gonna refresh. Yeah, no, I love it. Okay, right. Oh god, just a few seconds without her. It's gonna be so great. Oh, she can still hear me. Hold on. Aux input. Now we're gonna want to do aux input 3 on this one, I believe. And go.
And nothing can go wrong.
Great. Everything's great. You're doing great.
Did it work?
Yeah, you're fine now. Okay. Okay, right. Waters. Early in the morning, the lifeless body squirrel, you better, of Mr. Raymond Waters, a well-known engineer, was found on a lane to the Market District. At an early point in the investigation, it was found that a brawl was the cause of his demise. The date of his funeral service has not yet been announced, so don't bother. All the men have shoe size approximately 7, except the following. Sir Bromsby and Johansson, 10. Johansson was the passport, but we never learned who that was, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 10. Coach Lamb? Coker Lamb? I don't remember who Lamb is. Oh, no, right. Lamb was one of the security guards at the house staff at Bromsby's estate. Right? You still with me?
No. Oh, yes. I know who you're talking about. Yeah?
Yeah, you frozen again, though, weirdly.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to restart the little thing I'm using to see you. You're good. Keep doing what you're doing. Not that. renamed all these outputs for a reason, but they didn't stick, did they? Go.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Good. We're back.
I got more to say. Inside, outside, mysteries.
Wait, how are you frozen again?
Really?
That's really weird. Okay, this is unusual. Okay, let's do something different. Stick with me.
Happy about all of my dances being systematically cut out of this stream.
Okay, I think you're good. We'll leave it like that for a while. All right, well, let's see. Hopefully that works.
Should I just shimmy the whole time so that you can always tell when I'm frozen?
I assumed you were doing that anyway. Oh no!
Frozen again?
Yeah.
Maybe I need to leave and come back.
Yeah, okay. You leave and come back.
Okay.
This is just an excuse to get her to leave, to be absolutely honest with you.
Hey, I'm still on, and I heard...
Oh boy. All right, sorry everybody. Give us a sec. What is... I have lost track of how Grimble is involved in these things. Grimble and Waters going to theater. All right, hold on. Well, that didn't seem to work. Copy link. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah?
Okay, I think you're good so far. Okay, you're typing out a long bug report to me.
Uh-huh.
Okay, hopefully that'll work. Okay. Okay, so the Lamb. Lamb was one of the house staff at Bromsby's Manor who was like, I'll block the door so no one can leave, right?
What is that ticking? Are we in it? Uh-oh, are we in an escape room?
Yes.
Ryan, you need a rag. Find it on the floor. Quick, make a torch. There's a scorpion.
A bucket of scorpions. Seeds of the devil. Okay. Lamb and Lieutenant Harrington both have size 9. You got it?
Got it.
Patterson and Fowlett both have 6. Miss Bromsby, Lavinia, and Miss Lambert have size 4.
Okay.
Oh, you know
wait,
what?
so
I've lost you again.
who are the two? Oh, me?
Okay, hold on. Let's try something else. Shades of the devil. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're not gonna do those things. Let's try this. Okay, let's try that again for a while. It changed some settings.
Okay. Do you guys want to hear the story about how I dropped a blueberry on my carpet and then I almost rolled over it with my rolly chair?
Yes. Oh, that would have been...
just narrowly escaped.
That would have been a mess.
It's true.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you just tell all of it?
That's it.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot the big ending, which is that I ate it anyway. I just picked it up and ate it.
You scraped the squashed blueberry off the floor.
It wasn't squashed. I almost rolled over it.
I like the story. Okay. So we have a bunch of shoe sizes. Now, let's recall back, for our own edification, what shoe sizes were important.
10, 7, and 6.
Right. And where were those important? The first one we saw was size 7 that was leaving, that was like tracked through the hall?
Yes. And then it was size 10 on the barrel that led to the window of Fowlett's house.
Right. Okay, here we go.
And it was
In the smoking room, wet, ashy footprints, size 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the garden outside the service door, footprint, size 7.
Mm-hmm.
So those were all at Bromsby's house. And like you said, size 10 on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Fowlett was size 6, which we saw we got from his shoes in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And so size 7. So all the men have size 7. They're not going to let us off that easy.
Mm-hmm.
Except for these people. So we know potentially that Bromsby, Johansson, Lamb, Harrington, Colonel Patterson, the lawyer, Miss Bromsby and Miss Lambert are not involved in the case. Well, except actually, Bromsby and Johansson have a 10, so those could be involved. Bromsby's obviously dead, so Johansson or whoever that was could be our size 10.
Yeah, in fact, it feels like we're narrowing that down. So
Right.
Johansson definitely snuck into Fowlett's house.
Now, the size 7 has to be someone who's not on this list. Grimble is not on this list.
Mm-hmm.
No, Noah. Wyatt Collins is not on this list.
Uh-huh.
Probably some more people that I'm forgetting.
Okay, but we know that Scarlett Johansson is a size 10.
Desperate message. Yes. And the only thing we know about Johansson is we found the passport in the quicklime, right?
Yeah. So either they're dead or that's just their passport.
Right. They were probably an accomplice that was killed, theoretically.
Yeah.
Okay. Desperate memory.
And would you wear shoes that are too big or too small?
That's a good question. I feel like too small would be more painful, but you maybe get away with it more because your full foot would be imprinted in there.
Yeah, I feel like no one would think that you would wear a size too small.
Yeah.
But you might be accused of wearing a size too big.
Anne says too big because you can wear a bunch of socks. Yeah, but then if they're going to look...
I agree.
Grisham from CSI would be like, look, there's no weight on the front of this foot, you know?
I'm not 100% sure that's how shoe prints work, but yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, too small shoes are the worst. Okay, desperate message. I can't believe that you... This is from the box. I can't believe that you would take it all back. Everything cannot be finished between us. Let us meet tonight, I beg you.
Okay.
This could probably be a message from, presumably, either Richards or Jeffries to Miss Davenport, right? And this is like arranging the meet when they were last seen.
Okay, yeah. But it's assuming that that note says that they kind of broke up, right?
Yes. It seems like from what Carolyn or somebody was saying that she had sort of been on and off again with both of them.
Yeah. Okay. I'm struggling to see how this theater backstory that we got really late in the game is tying into, like, I thought I was on firm footing with this, like, will, inheritance, money laundering, abyss story.
Right. The abyss. Okay. Here are the connections we know about that I recall.
Oh. Okay.
Grimble and Grimble was involved in the Fairfax Theater somehow.
Yes.
And then that sale came over and Bromsby bought it. So Grimble could be seen to be sort of a double crosser to the theater in that regard.
Yeah.
We also know that in his youth.
Wait, do you know Grimble was involved in that, or are you just going off that picture?
No, because Lestrade said it. In fact, wait, here for once we actually have Lestrade written down. It would seem that Grimble and Richards are old associates. They were both intimately involved in the sale and transfer of the Fairfax Theater.
Okay.
So we know that much.
Okay.
We also know from Lestrade...
But Grimble could have just been negotiating on...
Bromsby's behalf.
Yeah.
That's true, although by saying old associates, it makes me think something else was going on. And we have this photo that looks like Grimble by the theater, so that's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah.
With that. But you're right. But Lestrade also says, in his youth, Richards of the theater was known as Ricardino, and he was sentenced to 2 years after robbing Bromsby at a fair.
Yeah.
which I want to say that we knew about at some point. Wasn't there some old case that Bromsby... Oh, that's right. We were like, has Bromsby been involved in anything criminal? And Mycroft came back with like, no, but he reported some robbery at a fair once.
Yes, I'm also getting this confused with the fact that the nephew was like kind of involved in a robbery murder,
The nephew
but wasn't.
is also involved, but I don't think that's the same thing, but we can look.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, but I'm sort of...
I thought of that too. Where's the, Oh. Mr. Kirby was involved in this. Kirby was...
Bruno Kirby?
Yes, Kirby was the theater guy who swept up.
Yeah.
Who Holmes knows. Kirby is one of the people involved in that murder robbery that Collins went up for. Okay, the court returned a verdict of guilty for Mr. Miller. I don't know if we remember Mr. Miller from anywhere. And Mr. Kirby, who, unless they just have the same name, is the guy who was sweeping up the theater.
And he was found guilty.
Accessories in the accidental death of Louis Gastigliotti during a brawl at a place named the Inn of the Golden Apple in Dexon. Mr. Kirby and Miller have been sentenced. The court returned a verdict of guilty for Miller, Simpson, Kirby, and Collins, Wyatt Collins, for the charges of robbery. So the nephew knows the theater guy, I guess, if we go by this, and unless the two people are named Kirby.
Yeah, they were in prison together.
Right. Well, they also committed a crime together. They didn't just meet in prison.
Yes.
Okay, anything else we didn't cover? Should we jump into the quiz?
Yeah, let's jump into the quiz because it might tell us which direction we're not going.
Are there several sets of keys from the Aston Theater? I don't
Well,
think
we know
so.
that young child had a set.
All right. He had a complete set of keys.
To the Aston Theater. We had a bunch of keys there for a while, but that was to the other place.
Yes.
Certainly the guy that sweeps up and the owner, the manager, would have keys, right?
You retain
the baby
several...
Perot.
Oh, this is from the Fairfax Theater, though. Yeah, presumably he would. This guy, okay. But this is from the Aston Theater. Are there several sets of keys?
What about Overall's guy? Did he say anything about keys?
Real quick, hold on. Mr. Richards has the only key to the room's iron door, because only he has a complete set of keys to the building. So no. This is Adam, this Poole from the thing.
But we just heard that the other guy had a complete set of keys.
Yeah, I don't know.
So the answer is no, there are two sets of keys.
Except this wants a dialogue, and the dialogue says there's only one set.
Oh, okay. You have to hit... Wait, what's the question?
Are there several sets of keys from the Aston Theater?
Okay, I guess no.
I mean, right?
Except the other guy gave you his set of keys.
And they did work for the one room we needed them to work for. Maybe they weren't complete.
Maybe they were just to that room. Oops.
Okay, everything?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll probably have to come back to that. Did one of the actors lose a red-haired wig? Yes. Doris. Oh, no, wait, sorry. She wasn't the one who lost the wig. Miss Sullivan
was.
Miss Sullivan lost the wig. She was the one who kept saying she didn't have it.
Oh, right.
Find my red-haired wig.
The fan lady lost it.
Right. Could the discovery in the dressing room be connected to the case? No, it was completely a waste of our time.
What discovery in the dressing room?
That box.
Oh, okay. I didn't register that weird supply closet up the stairs was a dressing room. But okay, yeah.
Well, maybe you're right, actually, because the dressing room does... here we go. Dressing. There is a costume register. That's the other room. You're right. There's a costume register with 30 are listed. It means one is missing in the cloakroom, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing we could say was way back in the beginning. In the kitchen near the dustbin, someone has lost an interesting button from an artillery uniform.
Okay.
Right? That's the connection, right?
Yeah. What is how's the question worded, though?
Could the discovery in the dressing room be connected to the case? And this clue says dressing room. Missing costume.
Okay.
Right?
I'm on board, yeah.
Okay. Could the writing on the message to Veronica Davenport be found elsewhere? Yes. Wait, let me double check.
The letter to Davenport was like, how dare you, you have to meet me.
Right, and it says here, writing of the message found in the earring safe box corresponds to the writing of the visiting card of Louis-Philippe de la Massadire.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, we have the French visitor's card here, and for the second slot, we have antiques dealer, right? I can't tell if you're saying yes because you're frozen again.
Oh, right, because we aren't showing it back to the note. It's like, that's the mistake we made last time, right?
Yes, right.
Okay, cool. Am I still frozen?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. OBS Ninja's not as good as I wanted it to be, guys. Hold on. I wonder if it's something weird. Oh, I guess that refreshing it just fixed it. Let's just go with that. Okay.
I'm sort of sad shimmying.
Oh, I'm
in your honor.
Well, when that happens again, I think I can reload it and fix it. Oh, it happened again.
Oh. That's weird that it's a new problem.
Yeah, this didn't happen last week. Or the week before. Was I using it the week before? Okay, I think that's it. Shall we try it?
Yes.
We must have made an error, Watson. The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence. We must have made an error. The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
What was the one we weren't sure of? Go back to that first one.
Maybe you're right. What if we say, are there several sets of keys from the Aston? And instead of Adam Poole saying there's only one, we switch it to Bruce Aston saying yes.
I think that's what we do.
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions.
Oops, I gotta switch it around.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, you have successfully completed your investigation. The following questions are optional. You do not have to answer them correctly to reach the last step of the game.
Okay, I love extra credit. Let's do it.
Who killed Sir Bromsby? I'm refreshing at the worst possible time. Okay. Who killed Sir Bromsby? Okay, and our suspects are Dr. Major Lockhart, Grant Sweetney, Brims, Colonel Patterson, Lieutenant Harrington, Hunter, Herman Grimble, Panister, Mary, Miss Lambert, Miss Roundtree, Sue, Satterthwaite, Hurley, Ogahan, Spencer, Miss Lavinia, Murray, Kirby, Aston, Wilcox, Sullivan, Small, Doris, Richards, Poole, Lamb, Veronica Davenport, Wyatt Collins, nobody.
Be honest with me, how many of those names did you make up?
I remembered almost all of them loosely. A lot of these were like the servants we talked to for 2 seconds.
I would remember their little pictures.
Actually, who killed Sir Bromsby? This is the big time.
This is the big time. But this is also like kind of my dream question. Like, I think I sort of always want every mystery game to take a second and be like, who did you think it was?
Right.
Like that movie called, what's it called?
The Werewolf one?
The Beast Must Die.
Yeah.
There's a movie called The Beast Must Die. And the movie takes a break called Werewolf Time. And you have to guess who the werewolf is. And it's my dream. Okay, so it's Werewolf Time.
Everything is riding on this.
It's extra credit.
We're going to find out either way who killed him. That's what I get from this.
Yeah, it's everyone. It's a Murder on the Orient Express style.
Right.
Oh, sorry. That might be a spoiler. No one heard that. Am I frozen?
Listen, you gotta go watch it if you haven't seen it. Or read it. Let's focus on the shoe prints for a second.
All right. Over to you.
All of the men involved in the case, which we now know to be quite a few, had a size 7, except for the people listed in our thing, of which there were many. However, we know the size 10 is probably Johansson. How did that help?
Oh, okay.
We don't know much about Johansson, though. Oh, we can't go back to our notes. They've taken away the notes.
Oh, shoot. This is the big time. Okay.
I wonder if I click. I don't want to click it.
Everyone
I'm afraid we'll skip it.
Rally together.
Yeah, I think it was the doctor.
That guy did look suspicious. Okay.
Hold on. Okay, you're back.
I'm back.
Yes.
I'm back. Okay. So I misunderstood that note. So the note about the footprints said that everyone with a size 7 except those people?
All the men were a size 7 except the people listed below who were like size 10s and 6s and things like that.
So Scarlett Johansson was a 10.
Hey, always. Solid 10.
Always.
Like this.
So there, okay. We're assuming that the footprints in the mansion are the killers.
It's not, I'm starting there.
Yeah. Or at least that they're involved.
Right. So let's look at our size 7 possibilities, and I'm going by memory now. I'm going to filter out some of the people who are barely in the story and probably aren't guilty, right?
Yeah, I think the first thing we should do is cross off who definitely didn't do it.
So Harrington was a different shoe size. He was not a size 7. I believe.
Yeah, he was an 8.
I think he was.
Okay,
right, I'm just looking, Dr. Lockhart, Grant Sweeney, we talked to for 2 seconds. Brims was one of the house staff. Colonel Patterson can't see anything. Or
was that a trick?
Or it could have been a trick.
Someone's wearing a regimental costume.
Well, Patterson wasn't size 7 either. He was on the list.
Okay, great.
So I think Patterson and Harrington are not on our list for the size 7 specifically. Those are the only two real suspects I see on this page.
Okay.
Hunter could have been the guy who was killed and was the bartender, right?
Yeah.
So I'm putting him down as a possible size 7. Grimble.
He could be a 7.
Could be a 7. Do we suspect any of Bromsby's house staff?
I don't.
Right. So Mary, Miss Lambert, Miss Roundtree was one of the guests, I believe. Sue Satterthwaite.
Yeah, Roundtree was the one where she kept waiting for her boyfriend to show up.
Right. Satterthwaite was another guest who was like, I was really shaken. Is Holmes on there? I did it, Watson. Hurley.
Watson finds himself on the suspect list. He's like, wait a second.
Can't rule it out.
Street urgent.
Lestrade. He puts his own fake identity on there. That guy with the brother was suspicious.
Monk at Abbey.
Why isn't he here? Okay. Hurley, Ogahan, and Spencer were all cab drivers. I don't think they were a part of any of this.
They didn't do it.
Lavinia was a size 4, so she's not a size 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we're assuming she wasn't wearing big shoes, but let's just put it aside for a second.
Okay.
Murray, I could not tell you for money who Murray was. Do you remember who Murray was?
I can't quite see his picture well enough.
Mm-hmm.
Murray. The bear?
Yep.
Murray.
He might have been one of the theater people. I don't know.
Is that overalls?
Kirby is overalls.
No, Kirby is sweeping up with the scarf.
Oh, sorry. Poole is overalls. Kirby is scarf.
Okay.
I'm going to put Kirby on our possible size 7.
Okay.
I don't remember who Murray is.
Me neither, but that's how he gets us. That's how he sneaks in and murders everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, did we talk to Murray about sports, about polo?
Yes. Oh, is it?
No, I think that that was Watson and Lestrade.
It was Watson, Lestrade, and a third person. Was it Harrington? Might have been Harrington.
Might have been Harrington.
All right. Murray aside, Aston is the little boy. I don't think I suspect him of anything. We just didn't get any information about him. Wilcox was the other actor. Sullivan was an actor. Small was an actor, I believe. Assuming that these are all together. There's the women I don't really suspect in this for the size 7 specifically.
Yeah.
Doris was the drunk. Richards was Richards on the list as one of the sizes?
No.
Okay, I'm putting Richards as a size 7 suspect. Poole, I don't think has anything to do with this. Lamb was one of the house staff. I don't really think Lamb is involved, but who knows? Oh wait, Lamb was on the list. I forgot. Lamb was already on the list. Something else. Veronica Davenport, Wyatt Collins, big old question mark on Wyatt. And nobody. Okay, so my size 7 list, if we go by my thoughts. Simon Hunter, the bartender. Grimble. Kirby from the theater. Richards from the theater. And Wyatt Collins, the nephew. Could all potentially be a size 7.
So here's my hot take about the size 7.
Yep.
Is it's probably not going to be anyone that was in the ballroom. Because I think the clues are telling us that they took the costume from the theater, they snuck in the side door, they snuck back out.
I like that.
So...
Hunter was in the ballroom at the time. Because he was the bartender.
I would cross him off.
Okay.
Well, I would temporarily cross him off. Like, let's see how... Who else is on our list?
Grimble, I don't remember if we ever saw Grimble the ballroom. He was in the dining room area.
Yeah, so that's what I mean when I say ballroom, dining room.
Oh, you're saying you don't think it's anybody who was in the manor?
I think it could be people who are in the manor, but not people who are in that place where everyone is eating. Right,
but Grimble was not... We didn't see Grimble in that room. Because remember, he was in the room just behind that room. Although he may have been in the room. It's hard to tell.
I think Grimble can stay on our list as suspects.
Okay.
Because he has a connection to the theater, and he could have snuck in.
Kirby, Richards, and Wyatt are on the list. They all are from the outside and could have done it, I think.
You're right. We forgot. What size shoe is the creepy Joker machine?
What size shoe is Funny Poker Man? Giant metal shoe.
I think we keep all those guys on the list because they could have snuck in.
Okay. Now, the only size 10s on our list were Bromsby himself. I don't think this is a clever, and then there were none.
I don't think so.
I mean, the only way he could have paid someone to shoot him, but he clearly got shot.
Yeah.
So he didn't kill himself.
Also, if he paid for that, then he probably should have clarified he wanted to get through his big dramatic speech first.
They were like, what? Yeah, I'll shoot you. As he's dying, he's like, God damn it. So if we take Bromsby out of the list, then Johansson was our size 10, which means he snuck into Fowlett's house. Okay. You frozen at the most perfect moment. It's really good.
Ooh! For those, I don't know if I mentioned this on the stream, but I blindly poured some rum into that drink, and I got to the bottom of it.
Oh, you're getting to the bottom of the old drink now.
Yeah, that was all. That was it.
It's a good, it's a real good freeze frame.
Oh no.
Hold on, I'm going to fix something. You stay quiet for a second, you nut. I mean, you don't have to stay quiet, but I can't hear you. What if I didn't force that codec, and I left all these other things to the default? I didn't use Pro Audio mode, but I did route the audio to put 3. She's in the chat now. All right, we'll try that. Okay, so, great. Okay, now, if we are saying that Johansson is our size 10.
Hold on, I'm too excited about all these emoji options. I don't even know who these people are. But I love it.
There's a lot to learn about Twitch. There's a lot of meaning behind every one of those emojis, and I have no idea what any of them are.
Uh-oh, I just hit a frog. Is that going to be a problem?
I don't think you should do that. Oh, that's an okay frog. That's an okay frog.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So that means who snuck into Fowlet's house? Johansson was one of them, presumably, right?
Yeah, he's got to be the size 10 on the barrel.
Okay. Now, somebody was leaving the house with Fowlet. Not with Fowlet. Either Fowlet, either Johansson or somebody else who killed Fowlet, because there were two of them, left the house disguised as Fowlet, and the other one had a cough and his hand in his pocket, right?
Yeah.
And the pillow, right?
Yeah.
The pillow to look like Fowlet, who was heavier.
Yes.
So either Johansson or Grimble or Kirby or Richards or Wyatt was disguised as Fowlet, if our shoe size math is to be believed.
Were there any women who were size 7?
No. It said...
Well, we don't have information because that thing was just men,
It's
right?
just men. There were a few women called out in the list, like Lavinia was size 4. Miss Lambert was something. But the shoe sizes of women not listed there are not known.
I'm trying to decipher what what sort of the hint is between their coat was up and they were coughing and their hands were in their pocket. That feels like they're either pretending to be someone else, or they're hiding something, or they're smuggling something out, or
right,
or they're disguising their voice.
We have the missing red wig.
Mm-hmm.
Which
what was found in the train?
I believe red hairs were found in the train. So we know that the wig was taken to Fowlet's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then red hairs were found in the bathroom.
Dressing room.
In the dressing room, which means that the red wig made its way to Bromsby's place too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Here's something I remember. There were only 2 people who were invited to Bromsby's get-together that didn't actually show up.
Okay. Fowlet.
Do you remember the other one?
Oh, no. Was it the opera singer that started this whole case so we still haven't found?
I don't know. She's just disappeared from the story entirely. I want to say it was Fowlet. Was it Fowlet and Lavinia or somebody like that who they later were like, oh, I know where she was? Or was it
I feel like it was Grimble, maybe. Is that possible?
Well, we know he was in the mansion, though.
Yeah. Was it the French guy?
It might have been the French guy.
I don't remember this specific tidbit coming out.
I wish we had our notes. I'm afraid of clicking here again because I'm afraid it'll skip it, you know?
No, I want to formulate a good guess here, and I kind of like that we don't have our notes.
Okay.
Chat, who do you guys think it was, if you guys have options? No pressure.
Well, let me say this. It seems unlikely to be Grimble who was in the disguise because he was also at the party as himself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So in our list of red wig people, I don't think it can be Hunter or Grimble. So it could be Kirby, Richards, or Wyatt. Assuming the red wig is not also... Well, it could also be Johansson. I'll put him on the list. It feels like it has to be one of those 4, right?
But you're assuming the red wig is also the size 7. But I guess that would be it if it made its way into the mansion.
The size 7 and the size 10 are the people who entered Fowlet's place. And we know the red wig was involved in that because we found red hair on the train. So the red wig was in play then. And then assuming that the size 7 assuming the size 7 at the mansion is the same size 7 from Fowlet's place, which is not necessarily the case, I admit. And we did find the red hair there. I assume they're connected in that way.
Okay, let's look at this.
Squirrel makes a good point. Maybe nobody did it.
I know. I thought someone would. I also was thinking someone hid inside the armor.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's think
I
of
think that's
this
still a possibility.
Sort of in a different way. So this feels like it was definitely a two-person job.
Yes.
Right? We're finding 2 tracks places. We're finding 2 people who exited Fowlett's house. We at least know that the Fowlett murder was a 2-person job.
Yes.
We also have this backstory about 2 people conveniently going missing.
Yes.
2 people who were connected to the theater, who could steal costumes and sneak in. Now, why they would want to kill Brimsby.
Bromsby.
His name Bromsby. The Billy Billsby.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure, except that they're just bitter that he stole their theater, but that seems a little bit of a stretch. And then why they would kill Fowlett, I have no idea. Why they would kill Grimsby starts to make sense, maybe.
Okay. Why would anybody kill Bromsby? Let's take a step back.
Let's go with motive. Okay, this is a Columbo, not a CSI.
Right.
Okay? We're gonna go with motive.
Bromsby was rich. He was
Is this his Tinder profile?
Yep. He likes long walks. Must
His
love
picture's
dogs.
just him throwing people into an abyss.
Yeah. And it says "Do not tell" on the bottom. He was going to leave a lot of money to his daughter, and he was also going to Harrington, and is the one who's marrying Lavinia. He's going to leave a lot of monkeys to his daughter and or Grimble. So they had financial motive, right?
Yeah.
But he also had just found out that Grimble was stealing from him, and he was like, "Villager and the serpent."
Oh, right. The metaphor about taking someone in and taking care of them.
Right.
Okay.
So he was going to probably announce that Grimble was out at that meeting, right? Because why would he remember Villager and Serpent? He has to either be talking about Grimble, or I could see a case for Lavinia or Wyatt.
I thought he was 100% talking about Wyatt.
But the thing is, he's never helped Wyatt that much anyway, from what I can tell. Wyatt's bitter that he didn't get any money. He got Wyatt a job a couple times, but it's not as though he's, like, giving him a stipend or, like, really helping him out very much.
Okay, this might be, like, really reading into it. But what if we are mistaking who's the villager and who's the serpent? Because Billy Brimsby's sister...
It's just Bromsby. It's so...
Bromsby?
It's so Bromsby.
Right, don't pretend that's a normal name.
And his name is Melvin Bromsby. Don't forget that part.
Okay, Big MB.
Yep. You know me.
His sister gave him all the money that, like, started him out in the world.
Right.
And then he didn't really pay her back at all, except taking in this nephew and then kind of ditching him.
Right.
So maybe Bromsby is the serpent, his mom is the villager, and the nephew is revenging the village serpent scenario.
Yeah, but why would Bromsby be interested in this villager serpent thing if he thought he was the serpent? Like, why would he bring it up at this meeting? He's like, by the way, let me tell you, I screwed everybody over.
Well, maybe he was about to make an announcement. Maybe he was like, oh, shoot, I really messed up with my
I'm the serpent.
nephew.
Fuck.
So he was going to make an announcement saying that he was going to change the will and give his nephew a chance. He was going to get Bromsby out, change his will, give his nephew a chance. And so someone had to kill him before he made that announcement.
Why would you make that announcement at your daughter's 18th birthday and not invite the nephew?
You're not wrong. I didn't say it was a great plan. It doesn't make sense. That loses traction because then why? Yeah.
That's the problem. Is like if he's decided that he likes the nephew, why not invite him to this thing? It seemed like everybody was like they still were on bad terms, and including the nephew who'd written that stuff that like he never gives me any money. But
yeah.
On the other hand, Grimble, you might make that announcement publicly. You're like, I want everyone to know this guy is no longer in my business.
Yeah.
Still a weird thing to do at your daughter's birthday. That was Lavinia's special day.
Okay. Bromsby, Fowlett, Oh, Grimble's not dead. Why do I keep thinking Grimble's dead? Hunter.
Yeah, let's do our victims list.
We're assuming Johansson.
Yeah.
We also think Johansson's one of our pair. So someone killed their accomplice, question mark?
Right. Okay, let's think about the earring for a second, which is the name of the game.
I wish I would never have to think of it again.
Let's assume... I think we have to assume that that Victoria Davenport, the actor, had the earring when she disappeared.
Okay.
Okay. If that's true, then Hunter, who had pawned the earring, was either somehow in contact with her, or is Jeffries, the costumer.
Yeah.
Which, if he's Jeffries, gives him a strong suspicion of also being French guy who insisted on the tablecloths.
Yeah.
And the antique dealer that helped kill Fallon. Right?
Yes.
But Hunter couldn't have killed anybody on that day, at least not directly, because he was tending bar. Or he might have triggered something secretly, though.
He's also the last to die.
He was the last to die. He was killed by a gunshot right through the heart.
We're to blame. And made blah blah bad game.
Yeah. Secret earring is a bad name. There was a whole shed of contraptions, right? Fowlett was good at building contraptions.
So was there something hiding under the tablecloth that they had to be short?
Right. Well, they specifically wanted to use the longer tablecloths. And this was initially your idea that somebody was hiding under there or something, which I think is fair.
Yeah.
And Hunter would be well positioned to hide it and then get rid of it because he was with the catering company.
Yes. But he's also the person who set up the whole event. So it's a really big gamble to play the person that planned the event and then also play the waiter at the event.
Well, you're forgetting that he's in makeup.
You're right, he's a master of disguise.
That's assuming they're the same person, which is really just a guess.
But that starts not to make sense to me because of this Johannes thing, who dies, who's the only size 10, and dies before Hunter in the old theater. Because if this is unless it's a 3-person job, if it's a 2-person job, they're only giving us one option. So we has to get, what I guess I'm assuming is that it was 2 or 3 or however many people, and one person killed their accomplices.
Right.
One of the accomplices is Johannes because he's a size 10. So he just sneak to Fowlett's house.
Right. I mean, if we assume, the passport could have fallen out of the pocket of Hunter when he was killing whoever that other accomplice was.
Mm-hmm.
But
why would he kill a random person?
Okay. Taking a step back, though. Again, Bromsby, why would you kill him? So, Wyatt Collins had motive.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out who would want to kill all 3.
Right, exactly. Johansson seems like cover-up, right?
Yeah. As does Hunter.
But let's talk about Fowlett. Why do you want to kill the lawyer? Are they trying to stop the will from being changed before it gets changed?
Or did he know something?
Wasn't Fowlett the one who introduced Bromsby to the French guy?
Yes, that is true. I remember that specifically.
So maybe he found something out that he wasn't who he said he was?
Mm-hmm. Or they knew after the fact that he would put it together.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this timeline thing, which I don't know if it's on purpose or whatever, but they were trying to delay the discovery. It seems like they're trying to delay the discovery of his body because killed him and then pretend he left and got on a train and like they're like, we're gonna be gone for 2 weeks.
Right.
In a Columbo, that would be important. He'd be like, but you needed the time so that no one would go looking.
Your mistake
I
was
don't
showing
trust-
me how the tape recorder worked.
It's always a tape recorder. I don't trust Harrington either because of this whole weird, like, he immediately fell in love with her and now is going to get all the money.
I don't trust Harrington. I think Harrington can absolutely be a part of this.
And he's wearing the regimental outfit, which we know is a costume. His isn't necessarily a costume, but someone was in a regimental costume.
He was wearing a real outfit, let's assume. Because he actually was in the army. But...
Okay.
But somebody else could have been wearing a fake one. Everybody at that party was military. So if somebody wanted to sneak into the party and notice, they would probably take a costume from the theater, right?
Yeah.
Which Kirby and Richards could definitely have done. We don't know if Wyatt or Johansson had access to the theater. We don't really know who Johansson is.
We only met 3 people in a regimental costume. One was the old man that couldn't hear. One was Harrington, and one was that third mystery guy who we, like, got a statement off of.
Major Lockhart.
Yeah.
About how it must be a good shot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's also Lavinia, who knew the theater people, in theory.
She met the theater company while they were touring in Switzerland, which we must presume was before they went to the Amazon and Miss Davenport disappeared.
Yes, because Davenport gave her the photo.
Gave her the photo, said, you're going to be a great actor. I love you. Now, don't forget that Davenport would have put things together. She knew that this is Lavinia Bromsby, and she knew that Bromsby had a history of taking the Fairfax Theater from them. She could have been thinking ahead of, like, this could be an opportunity for some kind of revenge. Oh, wait! I forgot about this. Bromsby gave Lavinia a gun.
Yeah.
So Bromsby knew somebody was after them, right?
I think so. Because we had some, like, you know, references at some point, like, vague sort of, like, he was cold and distant and worried or whatever.
He was cold and distant. He once beat the crap out of a guy, and Lavinia was upset about that.
As you would.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something kind of crazy. Remember the girl?
Oh, with the dragon tattoo.
Yes. Okay, that's unrelated, so I'll cross that off my list.
That's a different story.
Remember the girl who was crying because her boyfriend never showed up? Was she a redhead?
I don't remember, but that's interesting. Wait, hold on. We have her here. Miss Roundtree looks brunette to me, but I don't know. It's a small picture.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why you need a red wig.
Why do you
I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be red. My first thought was like, you're not a redhead. You have to look like someone, so you have to get red hair. Maybe it doesn't matter that it's red. You just have to look different than yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you know, they said all the guests were accounted for. They wouldn't let somebody in who wasn't one of the guests, right?
Yeah.
Or with one of the guests.
Yeah.
So maybe they did have to look like somebody in particular.
Well, is that true? Because they also said like,
That's right,
we don't actually know. They also made the point of saying like, nobody really knows anyone here. It's all regimental, rabble-rousers and young unattached women.
That's
like,
true.
It's none of her friends. It's none of his like work friends. Like,
I guess so. Although I assumed that there was still a specific guest list. Maybe they were like, they definitely had a list and they said everybody we invited showed up except for Fowlett, and I think one other person I'm now forgetting. But I guess that doesn't preclude the idea that more people showed up that they didn't know, or that were like Patterson seemed to indicate that he brought Harrington as a +1 essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So that may be the case. Let's talk. Okay. Whoever did it was standing by that suit of armor because we found the powder burn, right?
yes. And I'm not poo-pooing yet Anne's idea about somebody in that armor, because he specifically was like handsome armor every time.
And we found like a big black sheet or something behind the suit of
Yes.
armor that was hidden there.
Yes.
Now it looks from the footprints that they walked from the outside in. I'm not sure exactly which way it went. If they shot somebody and they walked. Well, we know they didn't. Okay, they shot somebody. They probably walked to the bathroom then because there were red hairs there, right? After they shot him, or maybe just before, for some reason. If they were ditching a costume, they could have ditched something in that big hole in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Because the guy said he heard the door open.
Yeah, and it wasn't Mary.
Wasn't Mary. Now they've ditched their outfit. Or they just ditched the gun. But the thing is, there's a hair in the bathroom. Why did they go to the bathroom?
Yeah. And we've sort of gendered those rooms, which, could just be part of the world, but is it gonna matter, like, someone's in disguise as someone else, so they instinctively went to the different room or something? It was like, this is the ladies' room, and in the ladies' bathroom there's red hair, but also a mustache.
But that was the gentleman's area. That was where the bathroom was.
Oh, I thought it was in the ladies' room.
No, that's in like the smoking room. But
okay, I guess you're right.
Did find a bunch of powders all over the place, and there were powders in the women's room, and under every chair. I forget what. Didn't Holmes say the powder was something? I forget what he said the powder was.
Me too. There's also the cigarettes.
The cigarettes, that's right. The cigarettes, the cigarette was found outside the door. When did Lamb say he like barricaded that door?
Oh, that's Lamb. Yeah, that is the key part, which I feel like we never quite figured out, because that was also one of our quiz questions, where it was like, they specifically were like, no one's left at this point, and then the maid who was rubbing the carpet for 10 hours was like, I didn't see anyone except... Who was it?
Somebody from the catering company spilled something on the carpet.
Right.
And there were sauce prints on the doors.
We had the sauce prints.
Let's think about Simon Hunter and his possible involvement.
Okay.
Simon Hunter works for the catering company.
Mm-hmm.
Or is positioned to appear that way. Maybe he's even the French guy in disguise.
Yeah.
He sets everything up, which means that he could hire the catering company he already worked for or could pose for. Sets up the tablecloths for some reason. He is the one, let's say, who drops the food to keep Mary occupied. Then he goes off, does his business. I kind of lost track.
I feel like the food spillage... Wait, did that happen before or after the,
Murder?
Yeah.
Before. Because she was cleaning when she heard that some commotion occurred. I believe.
We know that Hunter had one of the earrings.
Well, we know he had Veronica's specifically.
Yeah, we know... Okay, yes, you're right. Hunter had Veronica's earring. He was trying to pawn it. He had fresh art supplies he hadn't used.
Right.
He was also shot.
Right. He pawned it...
There was a footprint in his house, too.
Really?
You measured it on the windowsill. Hunter's house.
Oh. Do you remember what size that was? Was that a 7?
I think it was a 7.
you sure? Was it a 7 or a 10?
I really thought it was a 7, but it makes more sense if it's a 10.
Not necessarily. In fact, if it's a 7, then that means the 10 could be Hunter himself as Johansson.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7 is the accomplice. Right?
But Johansson was killed before Hunter. So if Hunter is the 10, and Johansson is also the 10, you can't kill him before you kill him.
That's true. He was discovered before, at least.
That's true. Okay, we know Hunter had the earring of Veronica, so they knew each other.
And the pawn ticket said, like, 2 days. Like, he was going to come back for it. He was going to back and get it back. So they knew each other. Either he could be Veronica in a clever disguise, or he could perhaps be more likely, or maybe just as likely, he could be Jeffries, right?
Yeah.
And we don't have Jeffries as a distinct, separate person listed here.
Oh, that's interesting.
So Jeffries is either not involved or is somebody we already know, like Hunter.
But we have Veronica listed?
Yes, she's at the end. There she is. Why was Grimble sending money to India?
Yeah. To pay someone off or to keep someone silent?
What if he was sending it to Lowry's?
Right.
Usually that means secret child. Interesting. Right, well, they were sending it to an orphanage, weren't they?
Yeah.
Wasn't that what the Abrahami was? Yeah, I think
I don't know.
Secret child, Anne. Interesting. Okay, what if Lavinia had a secret child? Because didn't they... She had a thing for that guy that Bromsby beat up.
Oh, I would say it's going to be Grimble's secret child, and it's the right age, the same age as Lavinia, so it's going to be Harrington or Hunter, or the actress is also his kid.
Yeah, that makes more sense, I guess, because the timeline would have been before she was born.
Yeah.
I think. Secret child. What happened to Grimble's brother?
Oh, Grimble's brother.
Grimble and Waters started something. Waters isn't in this list, is he?
It's tricky because I'm also trying to figure out like how smart this game is. Like,
Yeah.
are we overthinking something? Are we giving it too much depth? But they've plotted out a lot of clues and options, which I'm actually really excited about. Like, this conversation is so much more than I expected from a mystery game.
Right.
Especially from Frogwares. Unless it turns out...
We talked a little bit about this, but they're suing their latest publisher as well.
That's crazy.
What if we flip through these questions a little bit?
Oh, is that an option?
Who killed Fowlett? Who killed Johansson? Who killed Veronica Davenport? I guess we're assuming she's dead.
What? Okay.
I mean, she did disappear. Okay.
Well, you could put nobody, and she's not dead.
That's true. Who killed Jeffries? Same situation. Who killed Simon Hunter? You did not answer correctly. Oh, that's cool. It tells us. Do you want to proceed anyway? Do you not answer correctly? Do you want to proceed anyway? Okay. What if we say no? Okay. Okay, so it'll tell us if we're wrong. That's nice. Right, so that makes sense for the nobody. It's like they're not dead. Like, Veronica may not be dead.
Yeah. It's also kind of, it's not necessarily insinuating, but I had already kind of also had this thought, which is that it might be more than one killer. It might be sort of a series of, a different person killed all of these people.
Yes.
And it's related, hopefully, if it's, a good mystery, but
Right.
it's not just like 4 people happen to be murdered in the same
This is
week.
wild. Okay. Okay, something was going on. Let me take you back to India.
Oh.
The year is 1812, maybe.
Turn of the century.
Turn of the century.
Okay.
Just barely not.
Mm-hmm.
This is the end stud. We're about to go to the final movie, but we're going to try to get this right first. So,
The game is asking us who we think killed everyone, and we're really taking our time trying to figure it out.
Waters... Stop! This is serious!
Pay attention, buddy.
Stod, who killed Bromsby? You gotta start helping us here. No, I'm kidding. Okay, here I am. Grimble.
I just want to say that at least Squirrel backed me up that Bromsby is a dumb name.
It is a dumb name. But
My problem is that Bromsby and Grimble, I know this doesn't make sense with how my brain works, are like the same name.
Yes, I agree. They're two similarly ridiculous names.
Yes, and so it just feels like one of them is somebody mispronouncing the other one.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
Okay, in India, Waters and Grimble have some kind of business. I don't know if this is Grimble or Grimble's brother, another Grimble, an older Grimble, we don't know.
God, okay, yeah.
They have a shipping business. They're doing okay. Bromsby's like, I sure wish I could get into business.
Mm-hmm.
His sister, he goes, here's some seed money. Start your business.
Go to school, start a business.
So he starts doing his business. He ends up in India. And they're like, this Kaladesa abyss, I keep falling into it every day. We got to build a bridge over this. Who wants to do it? And Bromsby's like, I'll do it for a low amount of money in a fast amount of time that's suspicious.
Classic.
And they're like, I guess so. They set it up, and they say, okay, we're going to assign the army to help you watch this area so you don't get attacked or anything, and everybody's safe. Enter Captain Lowry, who shows up, and he's like, I'll help you protect it. I think Bromsby and Grimble are together at this point, as is Grimble's long-lost brother. I think. I mean, it's possible we made some weird assumptions about Grimble a long time ago, and now we're wrong, but I'm pretty sure Grimble definitely had a brother who was cut out of those pictures, remember?
Are we sure it's a brother, or did they just share a name? Maybe it's the long lost kid.
Fair. They would have been, both adults, but yeah.
That's just another assumption. But yeah, keep going. Okay.
No, I'm with you. I think you're right. Or possibly. So, the three of them were definitely involved in this Abyss project, and they were like, we're going to build this great bridge. But Captain Lowry's like, I've noticed that I keep escorting people to help you with this bridge, and they all die, and there's a lot of old rumors about sacrificing people to this abyss that I'm kind of worried that maybe that's what's happening here.
And he's like, I think you're taking advantage of the fact that there's a man-eating lion in the area.
Yeah, hello.
And you keep pretending a lion ate it.
I mean, a lion gets full after a while. There's like 70 guys who didn't come back.
Mm-hmm.
And Bromsby's like, talk. Do you want a bridge or not? And the government's like, don't worry about it. We got a bridge out of the deal. So Lowry's like, I'm a whistleblower. I'm going to say something about this. And they're like, no. And in fact, you can't leave India, and you can't leave the army, and you can't even be buried the way you want to be buried.
Also, we're going to be really snarky in your obituary.
We're going to be real dicks in your obituary, including Waters. Wasn't Waters one of the people who mentioned in the obituaries, like, this guy didn't get what he deserved? So Waters, from Waters and Grimble, knew him too, I think.
Did he have any children that could revenge his death?
Waters?
No, Lowry.
I don't think we know if he did or didn't. Well, no, I think it said he was single, but...
Is somebody... and ready to mingle?
Mm-hmm.
Is somebody systematically killing everyone involved with this bridge as some kind of revenge?
Interesting.
Oh, but Grimsby's not dead.
Grimble is not dead.
Grimble's not dead. God damn it.
Waters?
Grimble's not dead.
And Lowry are.
Grimble's not dead. If you guys are playing at home.
But Grimble did leave the country very quickly and say, I don't want any of the money, I gotta go. Grimble definitely was like on the way out because he was worried about something.
Yeah, he was like maybe scared.
Maybe scared. Okay. So that occurred. Flash forward a little bit. Lavinia is born. They're hanging around.
That's nice.
I know, isn't it?
That's nice.
They're hanging around in maybe still India or maybe a different place, and she has like some kind of relationship with a local. Bromsby doesn't like it. He beats the local up. She's very upset about it.
Oh, I forgot about that. Uh-huh.
And then she's like, I don't dig it. Now we're estranged for 16 years.
Uh-huh.
Goes off to boarding school in Switzerland.
I think it was 6 years, but yeah.
Sure. Bromsby's
Well, because
like...
I think she's only like 19, which is why I think it's...
Yes. Bromsby goes back to England. He gets word that his sister's screw-up kid needs help. He's like, I don't know, give him a job over here.
Yeah.
The kid's like, have you noticed Grimble's embezzling and sending money to an orphanage in India in a weird way? And Bromsby's like, why?
But in the meantime, the nephew's like sort of involved in nefarious stuff. I mean, he's involved in that murder,
He's involved in
robbery.
a robbery gone bad with Kirby. In between
Wait a
teaching
second.
Sherlock Holmes how to act, Kirby also was in a robbery gone bad with Wyatt Collins.
The fact that this game isn't about Kirby is a crime. And that's the mystery of the silver earring. Okay. A robbery gone bad? Now, now that involves the precious jewels, perhaps. Is that where Veronica got the 3 earrings? And she was like, hey, I'm going to pass these to you guys. Don't lose them.
Maybe, but everybody involved with the robbery, it sounds like, got arrested.
No, they all got off because somebody local got them out of it.
No, they got arrested. The guy, the local guy who got him out of it was when Dwight Richards from the theater was accused of murdering Veronica and Jeffries.
Yeah, you're right.
Now remember, Dwight Richards used to be Ricardino, and he once robbed Bromsby at a fair stall, and then years later, Bromsby stole his theater.
Okay, so is Bromsby vengeful and...
Why was that body in the Fairfax Theater?
I don't know.
Hunter, if Hunter is Jeffries, he could have had keys to the theater from back in the day because Dwight Richards said, yeah, we had keys from the old Fairfax. We never did anything with it.
Yeah.
So if he came back into town after supposedly disappearing in the Amazon and did some nefarious stuff, he could have gotten back into the theater and perhaps tried to frame Bromsby or something by leaving the body there, or perhaps they were sneaking into the theater for some other reasons and he killed him there.
Okay. I think we have to... All of this... I'm starting to think that all of this is in protection of whatever was in that box that you needed the 3 earrings to open. So remind me what that was?
Inside that box was a letter to Davenport saying, how dare you leave me? I gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think there was at least one other thing in there, but we didn't have very much time to look at any of the evidence, and now we can't.
Oh, it was the thing that was, like, about Brazil.
Oh, right. Guacayamo. It was the thing about how... No, that was in the costumer's room. That wasn't the same thing.
Okay.
But what was the deal with that? It was like, hey, sometimes they make monkeys out of... leather out of monkey jackets.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Jackets out of monkey leather.
It was about people selling their goods. What's the connection between this?
That's the murderer.
There's all this stuff that happened in Brazil, and then there's all this stuff that happened in India. The theater troupe was never in India, but Lavinia was, we think, briefly?
I forget if she was in India or some other travel spot, but I think she was, yeah.
The nephew definitely was in India.
Nephew was in India. We know...
Harrington was in India.
Harrington was in India. Lowry was in India.
Grimble.
Grimble was in India.
Bromsby.
Harrington, when did we find out that Harrington knows Wyatt Collins? I forget when that happened. Or did we just guess that?
I think we just guessed that. But there's something that I'm only vaguely remembering, and I don't know if it's important or not. There's that Collins, the nephew, backstory about, like, he was involved in something, and they got him out of it, and then he was involved in something else. I think he was accused of what I thought was a robbery.
Yeah, he might have been accused of something different after that first robbery.
Went to trial, and
they basically were like, here, you can kind of just like hang out with the army for a while or something. Or maybe he was in sort of a military situation, but there was like a British general in India who was like, became his mentor and helped him.
Yeah. Okay, why would someone need to kill Fowlett?
Yeah.
Because they found something out? We don't have any grudges against Fowlett, right? Like, he's not connected. So it has to be that he knows something.
Right. He had the only copy of the will that said Grimble gets the money and Lavinia doesn't unless she marries. I think Holmes mentioned that it looked like someone had tried to force that safe, but couldn't get in.
Yeah.
So maybe they were looking for the will. He also knew all the stuff about Grimble and the embezzling. He also knew about Wyatt Collins.
Okay. This might be totally left field, but the will, I think the way the will was phrased is that Lavinia gets the money. If she's married, the husband controls they share, but the husband controls all the money in the business. Is it possible that Lavinia was married to whoever that first guy was, like, secretly? And they never, and she didn't tell anyone, or only told Fowlett, or only told somebody. It was never annulled or whatever. So somebody needs to go, like, somebody somehow realizes that they're going to be the heir to the throne because they never annulled their marriage to Lavinia. And all they have to do is kill Grimsby. Sorry, kill Billy Bob Thornton.
Uh-huh.
Kill Bromsby.
Yep. Marry Lavinia, or, assert their marriage to Lavinia.
Assert their marriage to Lavinia. I don't know why you necessarily have to kill Fowlett, but there's something about the will there. Now, I don't know how that gets to Hunter and Scarlett Johansson, but
if somehow it was known that Grimble was going to change the will in favor of whoever married Lavinia, that person wouldn't want to kill Fowlett. They want the will to get out, right?
Yeah. What did Fowlett die of? Just a potato avalanche?
I think he was well, it's unclear as to whether he was crushed under those potatoes or whether he was killed and then hidden under the potatoes.
Yeah.
So, we don't really know. What if Harrington is Wyatt Collins?
Yeah.
Who has come back and he's like, I'll marry my cousin if it gets me that money that I'm owed.
It's turn of the century. It's a great big beautiful tomorrow.
Right.
I don't know any better.
It's unclear as to whether they knew each other, Lavinia and Harrington, if they would know each other by sight. But
yeah, she certainly would have heard of him though. That's a tricky con.
Well, that's true. That doesn't work because the servants knew Wyatt Collins, which means he'd been around the house, so they would have pointed out if it was Harrington, unless he's in a very good disguise.
Hunter could be Wyatt Collins.
Hunter could be Wyatt Collins.
Marry the maid this entire time. Now, it's also possible, when were all the maids hired? It's possible one of the maids is Veronica.
I like that theory a lot. What if Veronica was Miss Roundtree and she was like trying to keep them distracted? She was like, my bow never showed up.
That's what I was kind of thinking when they said that she's a redhead, but or something about that. I was trying to figure that out. Because it's such a weird... We don't need that character.
Richard Roundtree. Okay. What if whoever killed the person came in with Roundtree's like invitation, because like, but then immediately disguised themselves, so that's why she never knew he was there.
Okay, interesting.
Or came in a disguise already, so that's like, you know, I think she said, I met this guy a while ago, and then he shows up. She doesn't recognize him, but he's still able to use her invitation to get in or something, and then he's dressed in his red wig.
But it's a long red wig, right? It's a woman's red wig. But they could have cut it using the mustache trimmers.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't a butler. Well, there's a governess. Maybe she did it.
Brims is sort of a butler. He's sort of more of a houseboy, but... And Lamb is kind of a butler.
No, none of them have the... They're not in-house staff, Ryan, you know.
Yeah.
There's a whole upstairs, downstairs.
The list is several pages, Stud, but yes.
But there's several murders we can choose, which could be that they're all the same person or different people.
Right. Is there anything we haven't talked about that's like a big plot point? Like the theater ownership we covered. There's the will. He was going to make a big important announcement, which we were assuming was that he was going to cut Grimble out of the money, or that he was going to do something new with the will, like change it so Lavinia gets the money anyway, because he's so happy she's back.
Yeah. Yes. And he was killed so he wouldn't make the announcement. We're assuming.
Right.
His lawyer built automatons? Is that important?
His lawyer built automatons.
Okay, oh god.
In Bromsby's desk was a bunch of burned papers. A few of them were about the villager and the serpent. There was one about Lowry's death, I think.
Yeah.
And there was one about something else that happened in India, I think. And then the same Villager and the Serpent book, Unburnt, was in Fowlett's place. So they had shared that particular fable with each other. You're saying it was Walt Disney kind of animatronic, and they was like, this is never going to fool anybody. We got to kill him. I am Bromsby Bot.
Okay, remember in Fowlett's kitchen, there was like a broken gin bottle and like a cup?
Oh, right. And blood?
And some of the footprints went in...
Blood. Gin. Blood.
Some of the there was like
Gin.
a footprint on... I don't know why I mentioned it. There was a footprint on the... a barrel.
Yeah,
but
that's a 10.
But they were like... But that window actually never opened.
Yeah, I don't think it did. Or it was, if it was opened,
something.
it was closed again after. Like the other guy let him in and then closed it, maybe.
And then the other footprints came in through the front door.
Yes.
And the gin in the glasses maybe feels like Fowlett knew them.
Yes.
And let them in.
Let's have some gin, a little blood, pile of potatoes. Uh-oh.
Oh, unless he was letting in that wine salesman.
You mean the antiques curator?
Yeah, the antiques curator.
Could have let him in for a cup of gin. But if the antiques curator is also the French guy, he could have been disguised in that disguise. And been like, hey, I'm the French guy, remember? Let's come in.
And just dropped the wrong card by accident.
And he's like, ooh! It feels like French guy and antiques curator. Oh, wait, I forgot. French guy, antiques curator, is also the guy who wrote the note to Davenport, right?
Yes, to the actress. We've proven that.
Okay. And it feels like as the makeup man, that must be Jeffries, right?
Yeah.
So we have Jeffries.
And it's the only thing that really starts to make, like, we have these two people that disappeared who are involved in theater. We have a person with a bunch of disguises. Like, we have to sort of follow, I feel like we have to follow this train of thought,
Yes.
right? So what happened that they disappeared? They stole something, or?
Well, if we go with this, that means Jeffries was the one who wrote the note, and he said, hey, maybe she was thinking of going back to Richards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which would be corroborated by something that I think Carolyn or Doris said, where they're like, oh, she fooled around a lot, but she always came back to Richards.
Yes.
So now they had a little tryst, and she's like, well, anyway, I'm going to go back to Richards. And he's like, no. Come meet me tonight.
You can't leave me.
Meet me tonight. We'll talk about it. And then maybe he kills her or abducts her or something.
There's blood on a boat, but they didn't find her body.
There was blood on a star, and I don't know what that means still.
Yeah. Oh, was it starboard and they didn't translate it well on the boat?
It's possible. By that theory, Jeffries / French guy / antiques dealer killed Veronica Belmont, assuming she's dead. Now, if that's also Simon Hunter, that would explain why he has the earring.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I sort of dead end. So maybe he's just genuinely cater waitering at this party. But that seems crazy.
Right.
So maybe he's master of disguise and he's also set up and planned this party. He's gotten cozy with Fowlett.
Right. Which is the French guy he did through Fowlett.
How does this leap us into I need to kill Bromsby?
Well, if he was Jeffries, he would know that Bromsby screwed over the theater.
Yeah.
So it could be that kind of revenge, although that's a little weak.
Yeah, and also, like, how does he even get from... So, like, I'm a master of disguise. I accidentally kill... Or I purposely or accidentally kill my girlfriend. I have an earring. Maybe he... and all of her stuff is locked away in the theater. So he needs to get her stuff. He needs to find so that he's not incriminated.
It's possible that he was trying to not be incriminated with the note, although nobody was looking for him. They thought he was dead too, so why would he care?
Also, he ends up dead, so who killed him?
Right. Richards was the one who was like, hey, don't throw any of this away. Put it in this room, and only I have the key. So he thought something was going on, potentially with that box, and he didn't have the other earrings to open it. Or the one earring he was missing. What else was in that box? It was just like a little box of collectibles, right?
Yeah, there was a notebook that was like, types of plants. That's not relevant. And then there was something else.
It was the note. We took the note. I thought we took a third thing, too. The note that was like, hey, come to the thing. I wish we could look at some of the notes, because I feel like the notes that we got in the last hour, we didn't really get a good chance to look at.
Yeah.
Stod, I don't think I'm leaning towards anybody. There's a lot going on here. If Simon Hunter had planned to kill Bromsby, I think it still wasn't him who actually did it, because he was at the bar. And Patterson and Harrington were there with him the whole time. He could have activated some kind of remote device that a la Fowlett might have built. But
unless Hunter and Harrington are in it together and they're standing next to the one guy that's like blind and deaf.
Yeah.
And that's why, but then why would Harrington bail out Lavinia? Unless maybe that does actually point to them being together, because then Harrington's job is to get the money, and Hunter's job is to get the dad out of the way.
I like that theory.
But then, how do Hunter and Harrington pair up?
Yeah, I don't know. And I also...
Oh, and there's still all these footprints in the back hall.
I was
go ahead.
going to say the same thing. Footprints in the back hall and the powder burns were there. We're pretty sure that's where the shot happened.
You're right.
So Hunter couldn't have taken the shot. And unless Patterson just didn't notice, neither could Harrington. Well, I think that takes them off the list of people who literally killed Bromsby. Right?
Yeah.
So
I think you're right, actually.
So the doctor was called up later. Wasn't him. Major Lockhart was in the ballroom. Presumably it wasn't him, because we the people who were in the ballroom, their movements were accounted for, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
As was Grant. Brim's was the house staff. I guess it could be him, but he doesn't seem important. Patterson was in the ballroom. Harrington was in the ballroom. Hunter was in the ballroom. Grimble we're not as sure about. He was in the manor, but we don't know if he was in the ballroom proper at this point.
Yeah.
Panister was in the kitchen. Mary was in the front hall. Miss Lambert, I don't really know where she was. Miss Roundtree was crying outside. Sue was with her. Satterthwaite was in the ballroom, but we only have him to get a few information. He was the guy who was like, I was so scared. These three were outside because they were horsemen. Lavinia was in the other doorway, according to Harrington, although his testimony may not stand up, but we don't think it's Lavinia, right? Murray
Easy.
Can't tell you who Murray is whatsoever.
No idea.
Oh, Murray's Fowlett's next door neighbor.
Oh, loved him, actually.
Right. He said he was going to the North Country.
He did it. No.
Yeah, I didn't say Murray has no reason to have been anywhere near any of this. Kirby, possible if he's in disguise.
Mm-hmm.
Aston is a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Wilcox and Sullivan and Small were actors who don't seem to be involved in any of this.
Yeah.
Same with Doris. Richards, it's possible. Poole doesn't seem involved. Lamb was outside. Veronica Davenport does not have size 7 feet, probably. And Collins is still on our list, right? So if we're looking at the people who could have killed them and who have size 7 shoes, we're back to our original list. Cross Hunter off. Grimble, Kirby, Richards, and Wyatt are our possible shooters, if we believe that that's where the shot came from, right?
Yeah.
Grimble could have done it. Any of them could have theoretically done it in disguise. I don't remember what Grimble's alibi was for the time of the shot.
I feel like he had just arrived.
Okay.
I thought he was late or something.
It sounds vaguely familiar. Stod says your mod powers are riding on this, by the way.
I know. I'm worried about that. Grimble, Kirby, Richards, or Wyatt. Kirby feels like just too far left field. I mean, I know he can be in disguise and blah, 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 but he taught Sherlock how to be in disguise and like...
He was involved in he killed a man.
That's true.
In that crime with Wyatt. So don't get too crazy. And if he knows Wyatt could have been like, my uncle has this money. What about Gunsword? Oh, sorry. And your badge, gun, and guns. Okay. I thought Anne was creating a new character called Gunsword that may have killed Bronsby. I mean, it is a little left field, but...
Well, maybe it is Kirby and Wyatt. They killed everyone.
They're both presumably still alive. Kirby and Wyatt, and they would be theoretically working with Jeffries / French guy / antiques dealer / Simon Hunter, right? Maybe?
What if Kirby is all the slashes?
What if Kirby is all the slashes?
What if Kirby... we thought it was... We had these two actors missing, and we assumed one's the woman and one's the master of disguise because he's the makeup artist, which just makes sense. But is there a world where Kirby is the French guy and the potato salesman? I know that's all right. Antique dealer, and the others.
I believe Kirby could be French guy and antique salesman. I don't think Kirby is Simon Hunter. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Yeah,
he's
I
dead.
agree.
And now Simon Hunter may not be these other people. But Kirby's probably not Jeffries because they all work together.
Yeah.
Right? So, but that's fine. Maybe that's a new theory. So Jeffries is separate. Kirby was the other two. That's possible. I think the person who was invited that wasn't there was the French guy. Does that sound right? French guy and Fowler?
so too.
So they invited the
so,
French
too.
guy because they're like, you set this all up. You should come. And he's like, can't make it. Except he did make it by being disguised as somebody else. Because we know the French guy was the master of disguise, probably. So he's wearing whoever was.
But we also know the French guy was at Fowlet's.
Yes, but perhaps in a different disguise. This could
I
have
guess,
been
but-
later, though.
Yeah, you're right.
Because we didn't go to Fowlet's house right away. He could have gone that night or later. Or earlier. He could have killed Fowlet, which is why Fowlet didn't show up.
He could have killed Fowlet to get the will.
Could have killed Fowlet, tried to get the will, couldn't find the will. If we go with that, whoever was the French guy is the shooter. If we go with that, then he was disguised with the missing costume from the theater, which means French guy has to be one of our theater suspects.
Yes.
Which means that he is Kirby Richards or Wyatt, or I guess Jeffries.
Okay, wait. I don't know if this helps us, but
Did we limit?
I just
Is there a reason Jeffries can't be a size 7? We should put him on this list, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if this is helpful, but I keep going back to the two footprints at Fowlet because this is what, and the two people left, because this is sort of like when I feel like our plot lines overcross, sort of, or at least we know there are like two people in a room.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, we're still on this page. It's been like, I don't know, an hour.
This is the most important part of the whole thing.
Okay. We were so we know Johannesburg. Johansson. Or we think is the size 10, and the size 10 was on the barrel outside the window. I know I keep talking about this, but is it possible that they were never in the house, they were never involved, they just saw it happen through the window? They saw something go down, which is why they had to die.
Okay.
They're like collateral damage.
That's possible. There were still two people at the train station acting suspiciously, though. One was supposedly Fowlet, which we now know wasn't Fowlet. And one was this other guy who was coughing with his hand in his pocket.
Yeah, you're right.
So we still have two people to account for at this train station, you know?
Do we think the person coughing with the hands in their pocket... I'm trying to tie that back to that room that was covered in, what was it, lye or something? Lime?
Limestone?
Something? Like maybe they had...
Or no, quicklime.
Quicklime? Maybe they had, like, had it in their lungs and it was, like, on their hands or something.
Mm-hmm. I could see that.
Or it was a woman and they're trying to, like, disguise their voice and, like, you know, hunker down.
Right.
Or it was just someone in, like, kind of a bad disguise.
Right. I'm inclined to believe that the one disguised as Fowlet was our size 7. Because if Fowlet's a size 6, that's pretty close. If he's a size 10, that guy's probably much taller, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily, but... Which leads me to believe coughing person is the size 10.
Mm-hmm. Johansson.
Who has a Swiss passport. Lavinia was also in Switzerland.
Now, I think that the only theater motive that makes sense are those jewels, are those earrings.
Yeah.
The like revenge and all that just doesn't make sense.
I agree. Just stealing the theater, I mean, maybe that's a motivator, but that can't be the whole reason.
So either they couldn't have just wanted those jewels because they would have just robbed those women or stolen them or whatever. They wanted what was in the box. Well, I don't know. Is that true?
I don't remember seeing anything cool in the box.
Nobody knew what was in the box, and
Richards kept the box like it was important. What about this for a theory? Richards can be eliminated as a suspect for Davenport because he wouldn't have kept her stuff if he knew she was dead.
That's interesting, yeah.
He was holding a torch for her.
Yeah. Hoping that she'd come back.
We also can't prove she's dead. We did have the blood on the boat, though.
It could be his blood, and she's been the one disguising as all these people.
Possible.
Which would be why the earring was in the house.
Right. Well, it wasn't in the house. I know I kept saying that. It was technically just at the pawn shop. There's a picture of it in the house.
Oh, right. Oh, Hunter had it.
Hunter had it. Why is it important that Davenport meets Lavinia? That feels like a thing. Davenport knows about Bromsby. Then suddenly she runs into Bromsby's daughter when they're touring, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you're the best. Here's a photo.
And Lavinia wanted to be an actress.
Mm-hmm.
How does Davenport know about Bromsby again?
Because Davenport was involved with the theater going far back as to when Bromsby stole the Fairfax opera.
Oh, yeah.
I think that the timeline works out that was before the tour. I'm not 100%, but... And then she was also knew Richards, and Richard knew Bromsby from way back when he tried to rob him at a fair for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like Bromsby didn't press charges on that, though, or I'm not kind of sure exactly how that went.
There's still this whole, like, something to hide in India revenge theory.
Right. I like Anne's idea about a secret child. Either way, Grimble was sending $400 a month, pounds a month, to an orphanage in India. That sounds like taking care of somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Secret child. Who had a secret child? Grimble? Bromsby? Lavinia? White Collins? If it's Bromsby's kid, I can't see him being that upset that Grimble was sending money. Like, he would probably know that outing Grimble would be outing himself.
Yeah.
If it's...
It's got to be Grimble. Yeah. Or it's Wyatt.
Grimble, why? I could see maybe being a kid he didn't know about that Lavinia had. I liked that theory.
Grimble's brother.
Grimble's brother, who was named, like, wasn't he, like, Joseph Grimble? Remember that?
Yeah.
See, I think it was his brother or perhaps another relative, like a father. He had the Masonic ring. Or the signet ring. He was cut out of the picture.
No, it was a Masonic ring.
Okay. Yes, it was Eurosif. It's Gyromite. Chad, have you put it all together? We've been just drawing this out for your benefit. We know who did it.
I feel like we're circling in on something. Okay, so is there a world in which... Here's the part that I think we're missing, is we have to connect old-timey India to Jeffries and Davenport, to those two actors.
Okay.
Because if we can do that, then sort of the order of events, at least in my mind, starts to make sense. Like, something went down in India, there's some kind of revenge, somebody still remembers, maybe it's a love child, I don't know. So let's pretend Jeffries is somebody's kid or wronged by either Gimble and Bromsby.
Right.
Then they grow up and become an actor of many disguises. They have this love affair with this other actress. She has 3 earrings that she keeps in a box. That doesn't matter. Except that they have a tete-a-tete and he accidentally kills her. There's something weird about that. Or like the blood on the boat.
Yeah.
Something weird about that. But then all we know is he ends up with the earring and a revenge plan.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to get out of town. He's got to be in disguise. Everyone thinks it's him. So he goes to England. And he's like, I'm going to revenge this old-timey thing that happened that was bad. So then he has to hook up with someone. He pretends to be a French waiter, and he plans the design of the room perfectly into a weird H position.
Right.
Maybe the H stands for something.
Stands for hello, I murdered you.
Stands for a hell of a good time.
H for Herman Grimble.
But then he just specifically doesn't show up. He breaks into the theater, gets a costume, goes to the mansion dressed as a regiment person, kills them, and somehow sort of like gets out or loops back to the ballroom or like blends back in somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Then he and his accomplice end up at Fowlett's. They kill Fowlett because they need the will. Maybe somebody at the party. It's shaky, but you know what I mean? Like, at least there's an order of events. If we can link India, because he has to... He shoots him because he's about to make this announcement. There has to be some kind of reason there. And then he goes to Fowlett, something about the will... Or maybe Fowlett was the only other person that could recognize him. And then they're like, we gotta cover our tracks. So the two of them pretend to get on a train. And then somehow there's a double cross and one of them dies. Johannes is our accomplice. So it's Johannes and Jeffries.
And Simon Hunter is killed, who is either Jeffries or a third accomplice. But
yeah.
Either way, there's a third person who killed him.
Yeah. Yeah, the timing of the murder had to be important.
Yeah. They didn't have to shoot him publicly and cut him up. That's true.
We're assuming it's about a will. Either way, it's something about a villager and the snake. And if I remember that parable correctly, it was like the villager took in the snake and treated... The snake was sick. The villager took in the snake, treated the snake really well, and then the snake bit him.
Right. I think the game wants us to first assume that he's talking about Wyatt Collins and then realize he might be talking about Grimble.
Yeah. Because Grimble wrote the speech except for that part.
Right.
Remember, he was the speechwriter.
Right. Messy Benji loves drama. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to kill him publicly unless that's the only time you can get to him. You know?
Yeah.
If you wanted to be in a public event where everybody's accounted for and there's no evidence as to who did it except for Lavinia, who we're going to pin it on, then you do it publicly, you're on the guest list, or you're disguised as someone who is, and then you switch out your costume and change it up. The shooter has to be somebody from the theater, right? The shooter has to be from the theater, or else how do they get the costume?
Yeah, and that missing wig.
And the missing wig. The event, the uniform, the wig is about access. I agree. It seemed like Wyatt was at least able to show up at the manor and not get kicked out immediately. So it seems like he didn't necessarily need that level to get access. Now, the theater people would make sense.
Wait, do you know Wyatt Collins was there?
He wasn't there at the ballroom, but the servants have said, like, oh, Mr. Collins, he shows up every once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like he gets kicked out, it seems like, but he's not like, it wouldn't be so like crazy to see him there.
Yeah, right. That's fair. But you're not just anyone could sneak in. It's just that they knew him and his family.
So, and Wyatt's off in the orchard getting drunk. Oh, right, I forgot about that. So he has Wyatt's in the Abbey with that special liquor that they only make there. And that liquor's also found in the quicklime with Johansson's body.
Okay, I forgot about the Abbey entirely.
Right. So they found the bottle of liquor that's only made in this Abbey by Johansson, or at least by the body that has Johansson's passport. Later we found bottles of that same kind where Wyatt Collins is clearly hanging out getting drunk.
Okay, that ties Wyatt Collins with the body and the passport.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about a world where Wyatt Collins has his uncle killed. But he knows he's not in the will.
Yeah.
Shut up, Ashley.
Well, that's the weird thing, because, like...
I mean, he just might want revenge, but he sounds like he really wants money.
It has to come... I mean, Anne's right. It has to come down to, like... He was going to change... Bromsey was going to change the will, or make an announcement about his intentions to change the will. Or in some way, it may just not be the will, but to change some about money arrangements or business arrangements. He was shot before he could. So who knew that he was going to make that change? The lawyer, Fowlett. So what happens if Fowlett's murder takes place first? And that's how they get their source of information.
They never saw that will, though. Remember, it was in that locked safe.
Yeah, you're right.
They didn't open. But they could still have already been onto it in some other way and been looking for it. They were definitely trying to open that safe, I believe. So they were looking for something.
The will only helps...
Alex, yeah, you're probably right.
The will only helps Grimble or Lavinia or a mystery husband.
Mm-hmm. And Collins was trying to blackmail both like Bromsby and Grimble, right? He was sending threatening notes to both of them, signed WC.
Yeah.
And we matched the handwriting to his drunken alcoholic handwriting in the thing, in the Abbey. And he was like, you better give me what you owe me. Which, or it's something like, didn't he say he had information that he didn't want to get out?
Yeah.
Wait. Was it Collins and Lowry who knew each other in India? I know Lowry wasn't the prison guard because he couldn't get a job. Because if they knew each other, then and Collins was like, let's say Lowry can't get out of India because the government won't let him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bromsby sends his ne'er-do-well nephew to India to get rid of him and give him a job there. He crosses paths with Lowry. Lowry's like, oh yeah, I knew your fucking uncle who would kill people in the Kaladissa Abyss. Now Collins goes, wait a minute. I want this money that I'm owed. I can blackmail Bromsby by saying I'm going to reveal all these murders he did. Right? So he starts sending threatening letters of like, give me this money or I'm going to tell everybody about the Kaladissa Abyss.
Yeah.
Bromsby's like, I don't like this and I hate it.
Yeah.
But then, meanwhile, either before or after, Collins is like, by the way, also Grimble's clearly embezzling from you. I don't know how I found out about that, but I did.
Yeah.
How did he find out about that? Maybe Lowry also figured that out because they're all in India. Wait, maybe Lowry had a connection to that orphanage. I don't remember what it was. But I swear, in his obituary, that orphanage is mentioned.
Is it where his money goes?
Maybe.
Because it could imply that he was killed. I feel like the orphanage is all... my instinct about this embezzlement thing is that the orphanage was like a front. Like,
Yeah.
They're pretending to send a bunch of money to this cause in India, but Grimble just owns it. But it was like millions of dollars.
It was like $400. Well, it was not as much as the other transactions, but it was like £400.
Oh, you're right. The other ones were $1 million.
The other ones translated to millions, yeah. But it was a lot of money, and it was like every month. If Lowry was somehow connected to that, then he would have known about the embezzlement too and could have informed Collins about it. Now, Lowry was found dead. He could have died from natural causes, or Collins could have, like, killed him to get rid of anybody else who knows the information before coming back to England.
Say that again?
Lowry was found dead in India.
Yes.
Collins, he could have died naturally, or maybe Collins was like, I'm going to kill the guy who got all my information from before I leave, and so no one knows what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So Collins, Lowry's dead. Collins leaves go back to England. He's like, all right, Bromsby, last chance. I'm going to tell everybody what's going on. And then Bromsby finds out that Grimble is...
Devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I don't know if this tracks. What if Lavinia really did shoot him? Harrington's the only one that says that she didn't, and he's wearing a regimental outfit, which could be a costume.
Okay.
So what if Harrington is Master of Disguise Jeffries?
Okay.
Lavinia knows the contents of the will. I don't know. Could all that Bromsby stuff just be like a red herring? I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, the thing with Grimble was he was like, he's both actively getting his lawyers to like try to get the money and also saying to Watson he doesn't want the money, he's out of here.
Yeah.
It feels like we're close. That's the thing.
I know.
We have all the pieces.
Would Jeffries would have met Lavinia in Switzerland as well?
Theoretically, yeah.
Would she have said, like, oh, I need a husband and I'll get a lot of money?
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It just seems like a weird thing to bring up to backstage to an actor you're just meeting.
Yeah.
I'm also not clear as to if Lavinia really did know about the changes in the will.
I don't think so. We don't even know what those changes... We're assuming there are going to be changes to the will.
Well, we know what the changes were, but we don't know what the will used to be. Like, the changes were Grimble gets the money unless Lavinia marries, but we don't know what the will used to say. Or if there even was a will, and if there was, maybe Collins used to be in it, you know?
Yeah. Okay, it's something with Collins, it's something with Grimble, and it's something with Jeffries, right?
Feels right.
It feels to me like it wants to be Collins and Jeffries sort of in it together, except then you hit this roadblock of like, how would either of them know what was or wasn't in the will, and why would they shoot him at that exact moment?
Why would they shoot him at the moment? You still have, if it's them, then what's the deal with Harrington? Unless Harrington is Jeffries.
But Jeffries is Hunter. They can't both be.
I think Jeffries is Hunter, but that could also still be wrong. But yeah, Hunter ends up dead too. Seems like we need 3 people total. They all got shot. Maybe the Victorian yeah, I mean, I kind of wonder about that. I mean, they haven't seen each other for 6 years.
Yeah, I thought of that too. And then I couldn't figure out the red wig, but she's dark hair. We also found the picture of the pretty lady in the mansion the night of the murder, right?
Right. It was in the powder room. So let me kind of lock this in. It feels to me like Hunter was involved in these schemes. He has, in my mind, he must be Jeffries, because how else does he get the earring?
Yeah, I was just thinking that, but trying to figure out the reverse. Like, is it possible that we're assuming Hunter is someone nefarious because he has the ring and he was pawning it?
I can't figure out why he would be killed or how else he would get the ring if he wasn't involved in the scheme, right?
There are footsteps in his... Someone was trying... No, see... I think Jeffries snuck in, and I think Jeffries shot Bromsby. But Jeffries isn't Hunter. Because the rest doesn't follow.
Okay.
Like, I don't know how Hunter got the ring, but I think that Hunter died by another footprint in his room, and it feels like someone was someone needed the ring back. I'm sorry, the earring back, and went to him, couldn't find it or whatever, and killed him in the process. Because someone snuck into his room.
And do you remember what size shoe print that was?
No, unfortunately I don't. It was either a 7 or a 10 because those are the only two I remember.
Two that matter. How does that mean he's not Jeffries? Couldn't it have been Johansson shows up to kill Jeffries / Hunter?
I guess, but I guess Jeffries would have the ring or the earring and would have no reason to hawk it. It feels like Hunter almost happened upon the earring and went to pawn it.
Yeah, I guess so. Although it was for 2 days. He was going to come back for it. He needed money for some reason.
You're right. Well, there were riots in the streets going on because of economic instability in the city.
I do recall that.
Why were his art supplies new?
If you were Jeffries, getting an apartment under an assumed name, Simon Hunter, right next to the Fairfax Theater, which it was because it was right next to the Bromsby Cement Works. Getting right next to the old theater you used to work at, where you plan to go in, maybe look for that earring, like the rest of the earrings, because they might be in there.
Yes.
And then do something nefarious with the quicklime. That makes sense that you'd want that proximity, right?
Yes.
And maybe you get your old friend Woong Jing, who's, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it, from the Fairfax Theater to do a little security work for you on the side.
But the earring is not in the Fairfax. The earring's in the other theater.
It wasn't, but maybe he didn't know that yet.
Yeah. He thought that it was still left in with the old stuff.
Right. Although I don't know. I kind of am unclear as to the timeline of how long ago the theater was sold. Maybe it was sold a long time ago.
If we think that the person who killed Bromsby used the uniform from the theater to sneak in and shoot him, then the person who has the connection to the theater can't also be Hunter, who was standing there not in a regimental outfit. I mean, they could be in it together and just shared information, but do you see how I'm saying, like...
Well, it could be another person from the theater, right? Like, if Hunter is
Kirby.
Jeffries and then Kirby, who we know knows Wyatt Collins... But I do see how you're saying it's kind of muddy. I mean, if Harrington is not involved in the plan, that gives Simon Hunter an alibi, because he says he was right there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Hexingale.
Hexingale, you are just in time. Who
did it?
Killed
Hi.
these people? Dave, this is the biggest part of the whole series. Who killed Sir Bromsby? We get to see the end no matter what we answer, but we want to be right, damn it.
We really want to, piece this out.
Because they really did give us a lot to work with. It feels doable.
It feels like we can really solve it, which is my favorite kind of book to read.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I was really reading this book, there would be like a chart in the back of me trying to remember everyone's name.
Yes. But also, I will point out that no Sherlock Holmes story is like that. It's always
No.
Holmes at the
Oh.
very end being like, I didn't tell you about the dirt on the
No,
fingernail."
this is like a Christie novel for sure.
I think, in my mind, it is simplest if all the Master of Disguises are one person.
I agree.
Which maybe goes with the theory that you're saying, which is that it can't be Simon Hunter. He was already there as somebody else.
Yeah.
But guy who's pretending to be the French, guy who's pretending to be the antique dealer, guy who disguises himself as Fowlet with the pillow have to be the same people.
Yes. And I think with that logic, we would assume that that person is Jeffries, who we know is a master of disguise.
Okay. Let's assume that Hunter is not Jeffries.
Okay.
Hexingale we can pick from literally anybody we've met in the game, which is fun, and I love it.
It does make me start to think that, like, our third mystery person is going to be, like, one of those coachmen or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. It's possible that it's going to be one of these guys we talked to for 5 seconds.
The very first person we talked to in the game was that guy sweeping up.
No, the first person we talked to was the doctor and Grant Sweetney, who was like, fresh
you're
meat!
Right. You're right. He was like, ooh la la.
Zippity doo-dah. But to answer your question better, Hexingale, Grimble, Kirby was in the theater, Richards was also in the theater, Wyatt Collins, the nephew, and then Jeffries, who's this sort of disappeared master of disguise from the acting club, are sort of our biggest shooter suspects. They all could possibly be size 7, and they all could possibly have been at the crime.
So if we take Kirby off of that list, just for sort of like simplicity not to have 2 master disguises, can we make that plot work? If those 3 guys are our 3 people?
Grimble, Richards, Wyatt, and Jeffries.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we take Richards out of it too, because I actually don't see where he's involved in most of this.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Grimble, Wyatt, and Jeffries.
It makes some degree of sense. If we assume all the disguises are Jeffries, that firmly places Jeffries as the killer, right?
Yeah.
Now, we do have to get Simon Hunter in here somewhere, but put a pin in that.
I think Simon Hunter is Collins, but no, because they would know who he was.
They would recognize Collins, I think. I have bad news for you. Jeffries is not on this list. So Jeffries is somebody. Jeffries has to be somebody else, right?
Jeffries is somebody else, yeah.
But maybe it's just not somebody we know. Okay, who could be Jeffries? The minor characters are probably not the case. Lieutenant Harrington was standing right by Simon Hunter. If they're in on it together, they could have each other's alibi, right? And that's actually not a bad assumption, because we know Patterson is blind and deaf, and that would be great to be like, Patterson was with us the whole time, but he doesn't know what's going on, right?
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking too, because Harrington's also the only person backing up Lavinia. Like, it's an odd outlier.
Which is weird.
But they need it. They need it, though, because they need her not to be guilty. Oh, no, they don't.
If she's guilty, Grimble would get the money. So if Grimble's involved with this, he would want that. Grimble may not be involved. Or he may be involved in a lighter way.
Yeah. I also think it's odd we don't have a woman involved. I don't know why. It just feels like all of the disguises, I felt like at least one of them was going to be like, aha! Because it's a women's red wig that's missing.
Yeah, but it's also been cut up. I do agree that a woman could be involved, and it's also possible that these shoe prints are guiding us down the wrong path because someone was wearing shoes that weren't really their size. But if you go by this, it seems like that's too complicated, right? If you go by the shoe sizes, it doesn't seem like any of the women fit for at least the shooter.
Okay.
I mean, okay. Let's just do a quick run. Who could Jeffries possibly secretly be if Jeffries is still alive?
Great.
Harrington is a possibility to me.
He's too young. Right? The actress is a generation older than Lavinia, right? Or am I making up these ages?
I don't think we necessarily know that. I mean, they've both been around a little longer. I don't think we can officially say that. We also don't know that Harrington and Lavinia are the same age. Like, Harrington can be much older.
That's true, but Doesn't the timeline of like when they took over the first theater and the actress was part of the old guard, she should be the age of Kirby.
No, I don't think Davenport's as old as Kirby.
That's true, but
I think you're right. You're saying this probably makes more sense, but we don't know Lavinia wasn't around and like 15 at that time. There could be a decent amount of difference, but not a crazy amount.
yeah, I mean, she's just graduated. She's still young. Lavinia's young. She just graduated from boarding school.
I mean, right, she is like 18. I feel like we have to be a little flexible in the age because if we say it's older, then it limits to people who don't make much sense to me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Let's at least put Harrington on the list. I put Hunter on the list for argument's sake, okay?
Okay.
I guess Lockhart is on the list. He was the guy who was like, my wife's in the car, but anyway, this is a good shot.
It's interesting.
Oh, but I guess...
He's the only other person in a uniform.
Right. Although I guess maybe they were like, everyone in the ballroom was accounted for, so maybe Lockhart is accounted for and doesn't count.
Yeah, but if you're going to say that, then none of these people count.
Yeah, Harrington wouldn't count either. I mean, if it's that, then Jeffries has to be...
I think they were saying, I think the game is, in the world of the game, they're like, everyone else is accounted for, meaning like, these are your characters. Like, don't worry about the whole house staff and like a 200-person lab.
Okay, well, let's put Lockhart on the list as a possible. Okay, the doctor's not important, I don't think, unless you want to just get a crazy theory in here.
No.
Grant Sweetney doesn't seem possible. Brims, Patterson Harrington, Simon Hunter, Herman Grimble can't also be Jeffries. That wouldn't line up.
No, it doesn't make sense. Oops.
The house staff doesn't make any sense. Satterthwaite.
I mean, the house staff technically makes sense. He could have snuck in and been on any of their team.
No.
Oh, no, because
he's also the French
has
guy.
To be the French guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Satterthwaite, I guess, could have been in disguise. But again, this is a character too minor for me that I think that's probably not right? Mm-hmm. I feel the same about the coachman. Murray, the next door neighbor, doesn't make sense. Kirby wouldn't be also Jeffries. They were contemporaries of each other at the theater.
I mean, Satterthwaite was the guy who was just like really shooken up about it, right?
Yeah, he was like really upset, and then he was basically there just to give us the information that the doors were barred after the shooting. That we took a long time to actually figure out was true.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's Kirby. I don't think it's Aston or any of the other newer theater people.
Mm-mm.
Doris, no. Richards, no, because Jeffries and Richards were contemporaries. They were fighting over the same woman. Poole, no. Lamb, was that one of the house staff? No. Davenport, Wyatt Collins doesn't make sense either. Okay. So, to me, Jeffries, if he's still alive and in the game, Jeffries has to be Simon Hunter, Lieutenant Harrington, or Major Lockhart. Or I guess Colonel Patterson. He could have been disguised as Colonel Patterson, but if he's...
Actually, that's interesting.
Okay, the thing about Patterson, Harrington, and Lockhart is they were all standing together. So if they'd have to either all be in on it if one of them broke off to shoot somebody, or that doesn't really apply to Patterson because he's deaf.
But Fallert, the French guy, is the one that made the list or encouraged them to make a list that was like, these people have trouble seeing and these people have trouble hearing. Here are all the symbols. So the only reason we know that information is because of Fallert.
Was it Fallert or was it Miss Lambert?
Miss Lambert technically made the list.
Did
but
Fallert say to do it?
I think it was encouraged.
Okay. What do you mean? What does that mean to you?
I guess it means to me, like, the only reason that person could be... that we accepted him as, like, an old man that didn't know anything was because of this list. No one backed that up.
Yeah, that's true. Although it seems like that information must come externally from somewhere to end up on that list. That,
Yeah.
because I don't think Fowlett is involved with foul play or Miss Lambert. The French guy could have done it, obviously.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying Fowlett, but I meant the French guy.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
So you say the French guy made the list. He says, "Hey, Colonel Patterson's blind," and then he goes and shows up as Colonel Patterson.
Yeah.
But then he has to break away from Harrington and the bartender.
Yeah, you're right.
If it is, okay, you're saying it's not Simon Hunter because somebody killed Simon Hunter, and you think that was Jeffries.
Yeah.
It's possible. Hunter's definitely involved somewhere here. I still think Hunter's on the list. I think Harrington...
Oh, go ahead. Here's why I think that either Jeffries or Grimble is going to be like our big bad, it feels like. So the Johansson that died and Hunter that died, they are pawns. So it has to be someone that's... So I would believe that Gimble murdered Jeffries, maybe? But I wouldn't believe that, like... Well, yeah, I don't know.
What is Simon Hunter's involvement in your version, though? Because if Simon Hunter isn't Jeffries, what is he brought in to do? All we know he does is bartend, and then he ends up with the earring somehow.
Yeah.
And then gets shot. Like, if he gives the earring to a pawn shop, he's either in desperate need of money or he's trying to hide it for 2 days. It seems like people must want this earring. I don't know why. There didn't seem to be anything in the box that was interesting. What would Veronica Davenport have in the box that everybody wanted? She wanted to keep it something safe. She basically wore a key on her ear and gave 2 other keys to her friends.
Yeah. Okay, those 3 guys are all standing together. They could alibi each other. They're throwing suspicion away from Lavinia, which is only helpful if one of them's going to marry Lavinia.
Sherrington is. If you wanted to screw Grimble, it would be a good way to do it. Right? Like, if they came in particularly wanting to screw Grimble over, and they were like, well, the only 2 people who have any advantage is Lavinia and Grimble because they're on the will, and I can tell you it wasn't Lavinia. And they're just trying to frame Grimble, potentially.
But we think Grimble's part of this plan.
I'm not sure he is. I think he's possible, but I think he's up to things nefarious in terms of sending that money to India, but I don't think that he's necessarily a killer. Because he's like, I don't want any money, I'm leaving. Which doesn't seem
but
like...
we need 3 people, right?
Theoretically, yeah. We have Johansson, though. If Johansson...
Yeah, but who's Johansson? Like, Johansson...
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. Johansson is none of the people we just talked about, because he's a size 10, and the rest of them are not.
Yeah, but Johansson was at Fowlett's place.
Yeah. But I'm saying we know Grimble, Kirby, Richards, Wyatt, Jeffries are not size 10.
Yeah, so he's just the pawn.
He's just a guy.
He's just the pawn.
I mean, he may be somebody we know in some that was referenced, like maybe he's Grimble's brother or somebody like that, but... I guess theoretically it could be Jeffries. I don't think Jeffries was officially eliminated from the size 10 pool. Doesn't feel right to me.
No, because if we're assuming Jeffries snuck in is the one that actually pulled the trigger, those were 7.
And Wyatt and Richards and Kirby were on the list of people... No, wait, sorry.
How would Wyatt and Jeffries have met again?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you made the point of, like, trying to connect the India's plot to the acting plot.
Yeah.
And I don't think we ever really did.
No.
Other than through Bromsby himself, who screwed over the theater.
Yeah. In this maybe Grimble love child thing.
Something with this money at the orphanage.
Unless Wyatt, they could know each other if the money going to India was in some way for Jeffries, whether he was the kid or I don't know. Maybe he's Lavinia's secret husband, or who knows. And then Wyatt, as he was uncovering all that India stuff, found out about this guy.
Maybe, yeah. It feels a little weird, though. I feel like much of the timeline doesn't really work out, because Jeffries was like one of the people screwed out of the theater, so he wouldn't probably have also been having kids with Lavinia, or...
It's also possible, I sort of hate when mysteries do this, and I hope the game didn't do it, but it's also possible that we have, like, that the theater plot and the India smuggling plots do not cross over. And, like, Bromsby was murdered for a completely separate reason than Fowlett was murdered, or that Chanson was murdered.
Yeah, but then why have Davenport, and why call this game The Secret of the Silver Ear?
I know.
The earring must be, like, more important than we understand, but I just don't quite get it. Because, like, we opened that box, there didn't seem to be anything that important in it, although the game really didn't let us look at our evidence very much after we opened the box.
Yeah, is it possible there's something we never read?
Yeah, it feels like it's possible. In fact, I don't know, it may be very possible. Can I close this? Oh, shit.
That's okay, you can go back to, like, a save or something.
Oh,
maybe.
There we go.
Okay. God, I know we're really drawing this out, and I know everyone's very bored and they hate us.
Yep.
Everyone hates it so much, and I'm so sorry, but, like, we have all the pieces, and we're so close that it's gonna kill me if we just, like, guess.
I know. This is why we wanted to play these kinds of games, and people have been suckered into realizing only now that that's the case. It feels like there's just a big piece that we're not putting together.
Yeah, there's, like, all this stuff in the weeds about, like, India and letters and Lowry and...
Lowry's not on the list, right?
There's, like, a name that was mentioned twice that we never caught. I mean, the Kirby connection that's a good catch.
Yeah.
Okay, we sort of got off track. You were trying to figure out who could be Jeffries.
Yeah, so my list of people that could be Jeffries is Hunter, Harrington, Lockhart, and Colonel Patterson. That's only because I'm assuming that most people in the ballroom were accounted for. I mean, I guess... Yeah, Grimble can't be Jeffries. So, like...
I would make a... Okay.
If Hunter was able... Hunter at the bar could have slipped away if Harrington was in on it. Because they're sort of alibying each other. And vice versa. Colonel Patterson could only have slipped away if both Harrington and Hunter were in on it.
My sort of punt would be that Jeffries has to be somebody in uniform, because that's the uniform that was stolen and also the button we found.
Yeah, but we don't know necessarily that he was in uniform at the end of the evening. He could have put on the uniform to blend in, killed the guy, stashed his costume, and come back to as a waiter, right?
Yeah, but the footprints suggest that somebody... You wouldn't need the uniform to be back in the servants' hall.
I guess that's true.
He was hiding under that black cloth.
I guess that's true. Why steal a uniform if you already can come in as a waiter? Right?
Yeah. And, I mean, if it's Harrington, then his story that it was Lavinia, that Lavinia definitely didn't shoot anyone in a convoluted way, maybe makes sense, because they were like, what did you see? And he was like, all I could see was this beautiful woman. And it's his in to really screw over Bromsby, is he's gonna murder him and take all of his money. I think, to answer your question, what would make me feel like this isn't a guess is if I can come up with a logical chain of events where, like, it makes sense that the people we think it did it, a way in which it all falls in place that they all could have, all the murders could have taken place. Some kind of logical chain of events. Even if it's, like, a little messy and I don't quite remember all the documents and stuff.
Right.
I feel like I want to have a narrative.
Okay, I like where you're going with this. The shooter was the same person who was Jeffries, let's assume, master of disguise. He was wearing the colonel outfit, right? Or the artillery outfit. Yeah, it's true, Anne. Which means it's not Hunter, and we also know that he stole a red wig, which means it's not Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has gray hair. So it's Harrington and Lockhart makes sense to me, and I really think probably Harrington on that list, right?
Yeah.
So let's say Harrington is Jeffries. That means Harrington is French guy and the antiques dealer.
Yes.
And we also know that Harrington and Hunter must have been working together because they alibied each other, right?
Yeah.
Because they was like, oh, I was here I was serving drinks to Blindy and Harrington the whole time. So, Hunter, why does Hunter have this earring? Did he steal it? Is Hunter Wyatt Collins? No, that doesn't work.
I forgot about Wyatt Collins. And the liquor that was so Wyatt Collins is connected to Johanna.
Mm-hmm.
Johannesburg. I keep wanting to make it Scarlett Johansson. It's really this, like, the fact that the 10 size footprint is Scarlett Johansson, it really sort of messes things up somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and that person is dead, unless...
What if Wyatt is Johansson? So,
okay.
Wyatt is trying to get money. Maybe he's in Switzerland following around his cousin. That's why he has the passport. He's under an assumed name.
Yeah.
For some reason. Traveling under an assumed name because he's been arrested a million times.
Mm-hmm.
So, Wyatt / Johansson, we know that he possibly met Harrington in India.
Mm-hmm.
They come up with this plan. He's like, Harrington / Jeffries, you work out a deal where you're marrying my cousin. I'm going to kill Bromsby, then we get the money.
Mm-hmm.
It would make sense that Wyatt and Johansson were the same person because they liquor bottle connection.
Yeah.
Theoretically. That leaves Hunter getting involved somehow?
Yeah, and then getting killed.
Because we know Bromsby and Fowlett, and then Johansson and Hunter were killed. Harrington is obviously still around, who may be Jeffries.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how Hunter gets involved in this.
Me neither. And I think the thing about making Wyatt Johannesburg is if he met Harrington in India
/ Jeffries.
Yeah, but in that world, in a world in which he could have met Harrington in India is the world in which Harrington is a real person who's actually part of the infantry.
Yeah, that's true.
And so he doesn't need the costume, and so that we don't need the Jeffries link.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
But you could link Wyatt Collins to Jeffries. If we're assuming this world in which Jeffries is the product of something shady in India, and Wyatt Collins has gotten to the bottom of all of that. Which is both Jeffries' reason to exact revenge on Bromsby and Grimble, and it's also Wyatt Collins' motive, or, in. But Wyatt Collins doesn't really get anything out of this, now that I think about it. Unless he was like, here's the deal. Go murder this guy. Marry him. But then why would... He doesn't... And, like, in the theory, he would get money out of it or something, but...
Yeah, they agreed to split the money, but...
But why would you make that deal? But, of course, that's what got him killed, right?
Yeah, that's the thing about it. All right, I don't think we have this.
I think we should... I think that we're close enough that I think we can answer these in a way that...
Okay.
Would start to feel right. So I'm gonna... I think that Harrington killed Bromsby. It's so... now that... I mean, it doesn't make any sense on paper, but let's go all in,
Right.
Ryan.
Right, okay, so, I mean, let's go quickly. I don't think it was any of these other people. Dr. Lockhart, Sweetney, Brims, Patterson. Hunter might be my backup. Grimble, possible, doesn't feel right. Mary, all the house staff, blah, blah, blah. Spencer, Lavinia. D.
Oh, you're right. We didn't yell J'accuse.
J'accuse!
Blood.
Blood.
Closed.
We also forgot about Kirby during most of this.
Yeah, I don't know what Kirby's deal is.
Kirby, it could be the connection, right? Because Kirby would be how Lowry... If Kirby knows Lowry's alive, Kirby and Wyatt know each other. They could have introduced each other that way, right? What if Kirby's Patterson?
Now that's interesting.
Pink ball who absorbs enemies' powers. Okay. Sure. Who killed Horace Fowlett? Well, there were two people at his house.
But I think it's Wyatt Collins.
You think it's Wyatt Collins?
/ Johannesburg. Because that's the number 10 footprint.
Okay. Who killed Johansson?
It's got to be...
Harrington?
Harrington. Unless... Why did we need a third person before? Oh, Hunter.
Hunter ends up dead.
Yeah, but it could still be Harrington, I guess.
Who killed Veronica Davenport? Well, we think it's Jeffries who's not on this list. If Harrington is Jeffries, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Or if Harrington is... if...
It just starts to sound crazy that we keep thinking this random character killed everyone.
It could also be Hunter, but... You want to go Harrington?
Yeah. Let's go all in.
Who killed Jeffries? Could be nobody.
Nobody.
Nobody killed Jeffries. Who killed Hunter? I don't know who fucking killed Hunter. Wyatt Collins again? We are way outside the craziness here. You did not answer correctly. Should we proceed to the final movie? Okay, let's look at the questions really quick one more time. Who killed Hunter, Jeffries, Veronica Davenport? In a world where Jeffrey... I mean, it was definitely... Okay. I just learned the position is booked. I know what that means.
I'm so sorry I lost track of that, Hexigill.
Yeah, sorry.
But I believe in you.
Me too. Okay. Wait a minute. What about this?
Oh, position you want is booked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait. That sucks.
I apologize. That's bad. I apologize. I booked it. No, I'm sorry.
Ryan, stop stealing gigs from people.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's just back up a little bit. What if Richards, the other theater guy, what if that's his handwriting in the message to Davenport? Come to see me tonight, right?
Yeah.
Not Jeffries. He wrote a similar note to Jeffries and killed him too, let's suppose.
Okay.
So that means Richards is then French guy and the antique dealer, which makes more sense because Richards does seem both French and an antique dealer.
Yeah, he's a baby Perot.
Now, this would have to assume that Bromsby, who had been dealing with Richards when he sold the theater, wouldn't recognize him. But he's a master of disguise, maybe? Not so much like Jeffries was, but...
Wait, go back? Who wouldn't recognize who?
Well, if Richards killed Jeffries and Davenport because he was upset about them going off behind his back, and then took the earring, he later is the French guy who shows up at Bromsby's house. Bromsby would have known Richards from when he stole the theater from him, so Richards would have to be doing a really good acting job to not have him know it was him.
Why would he show up at Bromsby's house?
Because he's the French guy in this theory.
But why? What's his motive with Bromsby?
Well,
he just wants a revenge for the theater.
I guess. I don't know. What was Jeffrey's motives with Bromsby?
Some kind of deep-seated India thing.
Do you want to see should we go to the final movie?
Yeah. Oh, damn it! Oh, I'm so upset.
I kind of hope we're upset and that it's not something we could have figured out, but not really. I want it to all make sense. It'll be cathartic, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Let me ask the chat this. Have we gotten anywhere near it? Have we gotten anywhere close?
Oh yeah, did you guys
Hexingale looked at games
at it.
I mean,
question.
our actual answers weren't very good, but we think that Jeffries, the master of disguise, Jeffries was actually the French guy, an antique dealer, potentially also Harrington. I don't know about that one. We think that that Simon Hunter was involved. What did you find out about Jeffries, Alex? Should we ask Alex what you found out about Jeffries?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in suspense. You've had some very good tubes. You're thinking of the Jeffries from the 23rd century. I guess that is a thing that you need to figure out who Jeffries is. Right, well, that's the thing, because he's not in this list. So,
we thought it was Harrington.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think it's Hunter, to be honest with you. I still think it's Hunter.
But there's that whole costume thing. So then who used the costume? He just got someone else to do it?
I think maybe he changed into the costume and then changed back into the waiter, so it would be like he could move freely as one of the like army guests and then not be noticed, and then he goes back to being a waiter and no one asks who that mysterious army man was. Like, we can't be accounted
for. But he was waiting tables the whole time. He must have given the costume to someone else to actually fire the shot.
No, he was bartending, but if Harrington is in on the plan, he could have snuck away. Right? Let's say Hunter killed Bromsby. I don't know.
How is Hunter involved? Okay, Hunter can't be Wyatt Collins. He could be Jeffries. He could be Kirby, although that feels wrong.
They don't look anything alike, yeah.
Yeah. Those are the only people he can be. But we're assuming... It feels like this game can only give us one Master of Disguise. So, Jeffries is the Master of Disguise.
Let's try it with Hunter as the Master of Disguise.
Okay.
So who killed Johansson? It could be potentially Hunter.
Mm-hmm. Or Wyatt Collins.
Who killed Horace Fowlett? Let's say it is Wyatt Collins. Who killed Sir Bromsby? Hunter. Want to go to the movie?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just going to start asking questions, let's let Holmes lay it out for us.
Yeah. Yeah, tell us who Jeffries is.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's going to be wild.
Say first, that's a good idea.
Well, I'm not sure I can.
I think you will. I think if we lose, you'll just go back to the same plot base.
Well, there's no, like, losing right now. It's like, you got it. It told us we got it wrong. It's like, do you want to see the end movie anyway?
Oh, yeah.
But I did just save. And this might take a while to break. So you said Spencer Jeffries? I don't know any.
No, that's Jeffries.
Oh, Spencer. Oh, is this one of the stable people? One of the, like, servants?
You're kidding me.
Spencer was a drunk. Yeah, okay, I remember Spencer being a drunk. That's Jeffries? Where would I have gotten that? Shall we see the final movie? Do you want to spin any theories off Spencer being Jeffries, Ash?
That just blew my mind. Wait, so that means that he would have to have killed all those people.
If Spencer,
or not. Maybe we're totally wrong about the Jeffries killing people thing.
If he was one of the like servants who arrived with the guests, he could have changed into that outfit, gone inside, maybe, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know how I would have gotten there. I'm sure Holmes will tell me.
Okay, yeah, let's just see the movie.
Okay. Total silence as we absorb this.
Cabby!
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I feel relieved that everything is settled. The inspector told me that you were not as useful as you had hoped in this case, but you did your best.
Oh.
And I am grateful to you.
Oh, did we
Dear
fuck up?
Lestrade. Well, the inspector deliberately minimized my role in this matter so that I could reveal a secret to you.
I wish James, Lieutenant Harrington, could be here now, but...
He had to leave for London on a very urgent business.
But how could you know?
It is my business to know, Miss Bromsby. Thus, I am able to tell you about the case of the silver earring. Everything begins on that sad afternoon, which was to celebrate your birthday, and ended
glad we
with
get to
the
see that again.
untimely death of your father. Miss Bromsby, you did not murder your father. I kissed your hand that day and did not detect even the slightest smell of gunpowder.
Could have told us
I
that.
also discovered powder traces that proved the shot was fired from behind the second side door.
I remember that.
You were not seen at that door. But where did the murderer go after taking his shot? Everyone who tried to exit through the side entrance found it blocked.
Right.
According to witnesses and other evidence, none of the guests could have possibly been the murderer because they were all present in the ballroom. No one left from the service door, and traces confirm that no one could have fled by using the staircase.
Right.
The windows in the kitchen, as elsewhere in the manor, were appointed with thick bars, thus they offered no escape.
Yeah.
So did he vanish into thin air?
Answer, yes.
In fact, one of the parties did
Watson's
leave
shocked
the
by it.
ballroom and went to the kitchen corridor. He left to meet his accomplice, who was not an invited guest. This accomplice was a professional actor who was disguised to resemble our missing invitee. This guest hid under voile in the shadow of a statue and waited for his moment. Meanwhile,
Okay,
his
we were
twin
so-
acted out his part in the ballroom and provided the murderer with a perfect alibi. When the killer heard the applause, he left his hiding place, aimed, took his shot, and hit his target.
Yeah.
It is important to know that the
didn't
actor
think of
was
that.
well placed at the manor, He secured entry to the manor by impersonating a French head waiter.
Right.
Using his position, he persuaded those in charge to use long tablecloths and to arrange the tables in a most peculiar manner. When the shooting occurred, our actor joined the crowd and rapidly crept across the room, concealed under the tables. As he neared the side door,
your original
he rose
theory.
from beneath the last table and acted as if he had been jostled and fallen. However, as he stood, he accidentally snagged a small piece of his dirty glove.
I forgot about that.
When he arrived at the door, which was held closed by the murderer, he tapped on it using a prearranged code and was allowed entry. He exited to the corridor while his partner continued to hold the door shut against all others. The actor discarded his disguise in the deep kitchen well, helped himself to 2 bottles of excellent whiskey, and quietly went outside.
I forgot about the missing whiskey.
The assassin waited several minutes. Then, in the last seconds of the confusion, he returned to the ballroom. Thus, we have the crime committed by an individual whom everyone swears was in the room when the shot was fired.
But this agrees with my conclusions. Richard is an actor, and everyone swears that Grimble was in the room. I didn't consider the course of events as you described, Holmes, but admit it, our deductions agree. Moreover, both of these suspects are similar in size and manner.
Your theory presumes that Grimble is an excellent shot, which is false. It also takes on faith that Sir Bromsby had discovered the misappropriations, supplying Grimble his motive, but irrefutable proof that neither Grimble nor Richards were guilty waited at Horace Fowlett's, the matter of his pillow.
But there was no pillow at Horace Fowlett's.
Nevertheless, Mr. Fowlett slept with one. When I arrived at his home, I believed him already dead. Therefore, the news of his hasty departure came as no surprise. From the evidence obtained at his home and the statements of his neighbour, I learned the following. On the evening of his death, Mr. Fowlett was visited by a man who desired to sell him some exotic trifle.
Antique dealer.
While this man distracted Mr. Fowlett, a second man quietly crept into the house and tried to open his safe. This individual was well acquainted with the house and the location of the safe. But when he failed to open it, he most likely became enraged and killed Mr. Fowlett. This individual, Miss Bromsby, was your cousin, Wyatt Collins, who returned to England under the name Johansson.
But what about this pillow?
Okay, we got that.
Mr. Fowlett's pillow had vanished. Later, Dr. Watson discovered a feather from the pillow in the train compartment used by the man who impersonated Fowlett.
We got that.
But why did Fowlett's impersonator take the pillow, and why didn't the station manager notice it? Mr. Fowlett was short, but very portly. In order to imitate him, the man used the pillow to create the appearance of a stouter man. There is no other explanation. This man was a much leaner man than Mr. Fowlett, Mr. Grimble, or Mr. Richards.
Combined.
Then, Holmes, who did murder Sir Bromsby? And for what reason?
You'll see, Lestrade, when it's a question of multiple murders, except for the deviant ones, there are 2 primary motives, revenge and greed. Wyatt Collins' presence at Fowlett's tells us his motive was about Bromsby's wealth. He went there for the express purpose of stealing the will so that he would receive at least a portion of Bromsby's estate. If his uncle had died with no will found, Collins would have been entitled to a share of the inheritance under English law.
But if my cousin failed in his attempt and the evidence clears my name, though I am to inherit, why were my father and cousin murdered? Besides, tomorrow I am to announce my engagement and will be married soon.
Holmes, hold on. There is a flaw in your reasoning. There is only one key for the door to the cement factory, and Grimble is the only person known to have it. So he must be directly involved in the murder of Johansson. I mean Collins.
That's true, Lestrade. Mr. Richards told me that there was indeed a second key which was lost. And have you forgotten the murder of the barman hunter? A young man without any criminal record, whose sole interests were painting and flowers. Why was he murdered in cold blood, with no signs of forceful entry or theft?
And brand new art supplies.
Simply put, he was killed because he was present when your father was murdered. But why Hunter? What did he see or hear? And above all, how did he acquire the earring of Miss Veronica Davenport, the leading actress of the Fairfax Theatre and Dwight Richards' mistress?
I can stand this no more. My thoughts are dazed. Will you finally reveal who murdered my father?
The murderer? Here he comes now.
Game crash.
I understand your feelings of incredulity, but I have never been more serious. You must know that the first person who enters this room is the murderer of your father, Miss Bromsby.
Some policemen.
And I will provide
Yeah.
irrefutable proof of their guilt.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, we got
We
it.
basically got
Well,
it.
good afternoon, gentlemen. You made the right choice to leave London. It is unbearably foggy. But Lavinia, darling,
What's going on?
She knows.
But how? I mean, what? What does she know?
How?
don't
I mean
understand.
what?
Whatever do you mean?
Oh no.
Which
you
murder?
understand me clearly, Mr. Harrington. And you also,
Oh, no.
Spencer. Or should I say, Mr.
Mr.
Jeffrey?
Spencer.
Jeffries.
Explain yourself, Mr. Holmes. What a monstrous misunderstanding.
Where does Spencer play in
Oh,
this?
I've just explained myself to Miss Bromsby about the truth of her father's murder, but I can tell the story again from the very beginning. It begins
please.
several years ago. Wyatt Collins, the nephew of Mr. Bromsby, is forced by his uncle to leave England for South America. His hatred is fostered by the ingratitude he perceives in Sir Bromsby. Wasn't his uncle's career financed by his mother's money? In Collins' mind,
It was a
Melvin
switch.
Bromsby owes him an eternal debt of gratitude, and was
Of
thus
the Snake and the
obliged to
Villager.
finance Collins' indolent lifestyle, fulfilling his every need. Here is our first criminal, Wyatt Collins. Then we have you, Mr. Harrington.
Oh, wait, I'm not sure.
You were a brilliant student at the Military Academy, and are an excellent shot, are you not? You were the only person at the reception with sufficient skills to make the shot that took Sir Bromsby's life. During my investigation, I learned that ex-officers of Her Majesty's Army enjoy great favour around the world for administrative positions. You left India and made your way to Brazil, where you obtained the position as warden of the prison in Guaquiamo. Do not try to deny your presence there. The pictures in your hunting portfolio could have been taken nowhere else in the world except
We should have
Guaquiamo.
remembered more about Guaquiamo.
We now have our second
Yeah.
criminal, Lieutenant Harrington. Mr. Jeffries, your arrival in Guaquiamo set things in motion. The theatre company had come to Brazil as part of their worldwide tour.
Right.
You had been involved with the lovely Veronica Davenport and loved her with a passionate yet possessive
Wait,
love.
but that's
However,
Wyatt
Miss
Collins, right?
Davenport
No,
did not
this
share
is
your affections.
Jeffries.
She had in fact
Jeffries.
tried
Collins
several
was
times
Johansson.
to
He
end your
died.
affair prior to the company's arrival in Guaquiamo. It seems she was truly devoted to Dwight Richards and would never leave him.
Right.
After you arrived, you frequented the town's bawdier spots. This is where you first met Mr. Harrington, and you quickly became close companions. It seems tedium and heartbreak do bring certain people together. After the performance, maddened by alcohol and grief, you killed Miss Davenport because she had rejected your love. You then fled to your newfound friend, the warden, to confess your crime and beg for his help. In a show of friendship, he helped dispose of her corpse and directed suspicions towards your rival, Dwight Richards. Afterwards, you lay low, leaving the others to believe that you had been killed or had gone missing. You stayed hidden until they had departed, and you must have kept Miss Davenport's earring as some morbid souvenir. No doubt you also retained not only the key
That's
to the
him.
Fairfax Theatre, but the keys from Aston's, where you had been employed several years earlier. Here, then, is our third felon, Mr. Jeffries. Life was difficult in Brazil for our trio. Mr. Jeffries rarely went out, Mr. Harrington's men were talking behind his back, and Mr. Collins' funds were inadequate. One evening, Collins spoke of his cousin, who, in a few months' time, was to return to England from finishing school. She was also the sole heir to one of the greatest fortunes in England. Imagine these three men besotted with alcohol, considering the wealth that would one day pass to this slip of a girl. A terrible plan was devised. Several days later, they left for England, false papers for two of their party in hand, resolved to seize a portion, if not all, of this great inheritance.
Incredible.
Yes, incredible.
Yes.
And horribly true. At first, their plan was to forge a duplicate will or destroy the original, so that Mr. Collins would receive a share of the estate. This would happen soon enough, as they would murder Sir Bromsby at his daughter's birthday reception. It was essential that Collins enter the country under false papers, so that neither his uncle nor the authorities would be alerted to his presence in England. This would
Okay,
avoid
sure.
any suspicion attaching him for his uncle's death when he arrived to claim his inheritance. They quickly put their plans into effect. Mr. Jeffries arrived at the household in the guise of a stylish French head waiter and studied the lay of the manor. Mr. Harrington, the assassin, would accompany a person with rather poor eyesight to the reception so that the illusion of the fake Mr. Harrington would go unchallenged. As the head waiter,
they switched
Jeffries was in a
places.
unique position to select
Oh.
his guest list. He quickly learned that two of the guests, Miss Roundtree and Colonel Patterson, had both poor eyesight and were unaccompanied. Lieutenant Harrington was quite busy
that
in the
list
days
was
before the
was a
reception.
clue.
He courted Miss Roundtree with great dedication and made fast friends with the Colonel. He hoped to secure one, if not two, invitations to the reception.
Harrington
Your arrival
was
as
the one that
Colonel's guest
Roundtree was
your
waiting
first
for.
error, Harrington. Is it credible that a young officer who left the army because of his hatred towards all military authority would easily befriend a man who embodies everything that he detests? But your efforts bore fruit, and you obtained your invitation. Mr. Jeffries, as head waiter, took great care that the tables and
That is a
tablecloths
screwed up layout.
were arranged specifically to accommodate their schemes. Mr. Jeffries then secured the disguise for his role as the false Lieutenant Harrington. He remembered that an officer's uniform, similar to Lieutenant Harrington's, and a red wig, identical to the colouring of the lieutenant's hair, were in storage at the Fairfax Theatre.
I
He
would say he's a
learned
blonde.
that
But
the company had taken up residence at the site of the old Aston Theatre, for which he still had the key. It was therefore a simple matter for him to acquire these items for his masquerade. They now only lacked the will, which Mr. Collins presumed was kept at Flowlet's house. Their plan was to take these papers prior to the murder of Sir Bromsby, so that Flowlet would be unaware of either their presence or a substitution until it was too late. But things went badly. Mr. Jeffries tried to divert Mr. Flowlet, but he must have been alerted by some noise, as Collins struggled vainly to open the safe. Upon being discovered, Collins killed Fowlet on the spot. The two conspirators then left the house in such a way that witnesses believed it was Fowlet himself who had left. They would now have to find another way to get hold of the money, because no doubt Sir Bromsby had disinherited Collins in favour of his daughter. They decided to take the money from his daughter, a young, naive and vulnerable young woman.
She's
On
in
the
the
day
room.
of reception, Mr. Harrington arrived with Jeffries, disguised as his servant Spencer and the Colonel. With the promise of whiskey, Jeffries easily secured the unwitting aid of two fellow servants and assumed a position at the service door.
He was right
He
there. We
wagered
talked to him
that
the
he
whole
could
time.
pinch 2 or 3 good bottles of liquor from the kitchen if his
Oh,
companion
that's why I was missing
would cover
whiskey.
for him.
Yes.
I have just explained what happened next. After the shooting, he took 2 bottles of excellent whiskey. Only someone knowledgeable would have taken these 2 bottles over the others, and Mr. Jeffries had been formerly employed at a luxurious hotel in France. Upon his return, he gave
Remember
an
that.
accounting to his fellow servants, did his hair, and left the manor. The promised delivery of the liquor and his frightened look secured the 2 men's cooperation in providing his alibi. They could not have known his true role in these events. The one problem for the conspirators was the barman Simon Hunter. He had perfect eyesight, unlike the Colonel, and realized that the man who claimed to be near the bar...
And over, it's like an obvious afro.
lied. He hinted as much to Mr. Harrington, and most certainly intended blackmail. As they were short on funds, the accomplices gave him Miss Davenport's earring as collateral, and pledged to return with the money he demanded. That night, when Lieutenant Harrington visited us in London, he had just come from Simon Hunter's. Hunter had told Harrington that the earring had been pawned, and he would not reveal the name of the shop unless Harrington paid him his money. Mr. Harrington ruthlessly killed Hunter, and the earring so precious to Mr. Jeffries was lost. Earlier that morning, Jeffries lured Collins to the cement factory on the pretext of fabricating false evidence against Grimble. But they no longer needed Collins to acquire the Bromsby fortune. Mr. Harrington would wed the young heiress, then, after a reasonable time, they would cause her untimely death, and they would take it all. So Mr. Jeffries murdered Collins and made sure his body was barely recognizable. If he was identified, it would not affect their plans, as they believed leaving the corpse at the cement factory would direct suspicion towards Grimble. When Mr. Harrington came to see us, he learned we were hot on Collins' trail and had traced his movements up to the factory. He assumed we would go there within the hour and left to quickly round up his associates and devise a plan. Jeffries, from his days
Whatever.
Every time we cut to him, something's like off.
who had no visible ties with this case and could attack us without drawing suspicion their way. We avoided this attack, and from that moment, I was convinced of Lieutenant Harrington's involvement in the conspiracy. The last elements of proof were revealed at the vagrants' camp near the monastery outside of London. Mr. Jeffreys had tramped through England in his past and might have thought to hide Collins in the forest near the Richmond's Abbey. The very day that I was there, he tried to destroy all evidence of Collins' murder. Fortunately, he did not manage to destroy everything. It seems Collins, foreseeing his possible death, left a small surprise for his accomplices. It would be easily missed, except by someone who observes all and misses nothing.
But this is merely some draft to lull us to sleep, Mr. Holmes. Lavinia, surely you can't believe these mad accusations. They arise from nothing. What
You
proof
believe
do
me, a
offer for what
man you met
say?
3 days ago.
Believe what you will, Mr. Harrington. I will warn you that Mr. Collins left a letter written in his own hand, which named yourself and Mr. Jeffreys and accused you both of complicity in the murder of his uncle. At this very moment, Inspector Lestrade's men are conducting a search of your rooms.
When was that?
That's
They
a bluff.
will find the evidence that, when added to the accusations within this letter, will prove your guilt beyond all doubt.
At least I
The
assume.
Chirapaqui cigarettes, your portfolio, as well as a feather from the pillow which was taken from Horace Fowlett's. These items prove my deductions. I suggest we wait here for
Let's
their
say
arrival
prove.
with these proofs, and I assure you our wait will be brief.
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. Well done. Accept my apologies, my dear Lavinia. I think under the circumstances it would be best if we postponed our engagement. I'm sorry for your father, but what do you expect? We had to give it our
Yeah,
best
what
shot.
do you expect?
Where is the earring now? You will tell me, where is it? Unless you tell me at once where the earring is, no one will leave this room alive. Don't you understand? You are all going to die.
You are going to die! Who cares?
They are all yours, Lestrade.
Grimble!
I suggest you return with your agents to London as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Grimble,
That's me.
for literally applying my precepts. Watson, let us escort Miss Bromsby to her rooms. She will need her rest.
I don't know if I could sleep.
Holmes,
I can't believe Grimble was
Collins
like our
never
like
named either Harrington or
cowboy
Jeffreys in
flinging
his letter.
hero at the end.
Indeed, Watson, but they could not have known. I played my bluff, and they believed me.
And Grimble, where did he appear from?
Yeah.
You can now boast that one of the most influential men in England served as your driver. Since my visit to Fowlett's, I knew that Grimble had nothing to do with this crime. I asked him to assist with the investigation, and it was at my request that he took steps to acquire Bromsby Enterprises. He gained us precious time by forcing Harrington and Jeffreys to wait and see if Miss Bromsby would inherit. He ran quite a risk in doing me this favour, because their plots then turned against him. I also asked him to send the letter which lured the two murderers away from the hall. I needed a moment to explain everything to Miss Lavinia. It would be dreadful if she fell into the hands of her father's killer. From the beginning,
Oh, so she
Grimble
knew.
was concerned only with saving her inheritance.
Okay.
He never once doubted her innocence.
Nevertheless, didn't he misappropriate those funds?
Indeed, but not for his own profit.
Okay.
It was solely to protect his friend Bromsby. An ex-architect with whom he had quarrelled, a Mr. Waters, had contacted Sir Bromsby before this intrigue began. Waters learned from Captain Bowie that Sir Bromsby had encouraged certain actions against workers hired to build a bridge in India.
Yep.
That project was the bridge over the Kalidasa Abyss. Waters blackmailed Bromsby from afar. Grimble received the letters and considered them to be quite serious. He knew his hot-tempered friend well and preferred to conceal the blackmail attempt for fear of disastrous consequences. So, Grimble made regular payments to Waters in exchange for
Do you
his
know the
services.
code?
Unfortunately, Collins discovered the arrangement while he was working at the cement factory.
Oh, right, Collins
and
was
threatened
working
to
at
reveal
Bromsby's
everything.
cement factory.
Grimble could not afford for that to occur. He managed to rid himself of Collins by sending him to Fowlett. Then it was Bromsby's turn to discover the blackmail by sheer accident. He was angered, but before he could decide his next move, Mr. Waters died suddenly and removed all threat. When Grimble learned that Waters
That
had
was
died,
convenient.
he confessed all to Bromsby. He noted that the money paid was a pittance when measured against Bromsby Enterprises, and that the same amount could now be applied in other ways. India had enriched them so greatly, and Bromsby had been cursed over the harm done to the Indian people in his employment. It was decided that these same funds would now be sent on a monthly basis to a Bombay orphanage in the care of a Sergeant Brahmai.
Okay.
It is possible
No
that
secret love
Bromsby
child.
intended to increase his patronage, and this was the important news he intended to reveal to the press at his daughter's reception. It was she who had harshly reproached him regarding his behavior towards the Indians in his employ.
Right.
Do you remember the
Charity's a
words from
virtue.
that poem which he had written into his notes? It said
Yeah,
that the ungrateful always die miserably.
Indeed, Holmes. But there is one thing
You were
I
right.
still don't
Bromsby was the
understand.
serpent.
Why did you ask Lestrade to put Richards behind bars?
That was just
He
for fun.
Guilty of any crime, but you treated him as a murderer.
I advised Lestrade that it would be prudent to place Richards in custody so we could protect him from harm. Mr.
Who's
Richards
Richards
is a
again?
wise and intelligent
This guy.
man. He would
Oh,
have
this guy.
recognized Harrington and Jeffries on sight. When he realized that Jeffries was alive and that I possessed the missing earring, he would have drawn the same conclusions as I. So this investigation would have been
Didn't
stopped
seem
killed
that smart.
by one or two more murders.
Yeah, he basically
I
just said he's smarter than
see.
you, Watson. I had to protect him.
Well, Watson, you seem to know everything. Tell me, please, that small missive which I can see on the desk. It contains 2 invitations to the opera's opening night, does it not? If so, we shall finally have our opportunity to hear this marvelous soprano. Well, what do you say, Watson?
What do you say? Shall we do the thing we were supposed to do 6 hours ago?
Frogwares, you did it
Frogwares,
again.
You got it again. Oh, look at fanfare credits. Oh, it's blowing it out. Based
Oh, I
on the
thought it was going to
novel.
be like, oh.
So
I can't believe it's the character names. Like they're the Muppets.
I liked that. So we were basically there. I think the thing we didn't put together was the geography. Like, if we had had the notes, we would have been able to
Yeah.
better remember that Harrington, Collins, and Jeffries were in the same place at the same time. Because we were trying to connect
Yeah.
them in a way that made sense. But we understood. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. It's loud to anybody else?
I turned it down on mine.
Okay, but we did understand the Harrington and Collins connection. We understood we didn't really understand why Jeffries was motivated only by money, which is like, okay, I guess, you know, that makes sense, obviously, but it wasn't some grand thing we were looking to find. And the fact,
Yeah.
all the stuff related to the old theater being bought and stuff was a little bit of a red herring.
Yeah.
I mean, it does sort of give him a little bit more of a revenge motive, but it was sort of not related. It was related in the sense that he knew how to get to the old theater and stuff. But we got, oh, and the game is done with us. That was all you get to do with that. But we totally got the Harrington being Jeffries. Or no, sorry,
Yeah,
no,
I
not Harrington
mean-
being Jeffries, but we got Harrington's involvement. We were wrong
Yeah.
about him being Jeffries, but we got Wyatt being Johansson.
Yeah.
We knew Jeffries was like the master of disguise. We guessed he was the shooter, but what I didn't understand was that he switched places with Harrington. I never picked up on that.
I think we basically did get that Jeffries, like we pieced together all of that shooting stuff. We just didn't get that that Harrington was a real person and that he switched with him briefly.
Well, you said, because I was trying to go down the Jeffries as Harrington rabbit hole, but you were like, Harrington has to be real because he was in India and he has like a bit of a history and knows Collins. So I think you were right.
Well, I was down the Jeffries rabbit hole too. I think
Billy
the part
was.
that the part that didn't make sense is Harrington had to be real to meet Collins.
Mm-hmm.
But we got everything else. We got, technically Jeffries did pretend to be Harrington, just only for like a scene.
Right.
The Hunter stuff is where we couldn't quite put it together.
We
But
didn't.
I think
We never
that was
got
unfair.
there. We never got there. I think it is extremely generous to call this the secret of the silver earring. I think the earring had almost nothing to do with anything.
No.
But okay, he killed his actress girlfriend, and then they didn't have any money to buy off Hunter. Now Holmes said Hunter had implied to Harrington that he knew what was going on, but I don't remember if we knew that anytime.
We couldn't have known that.
Yeah. I know Hunter said almost nothing to us. I don't remember if Harrington said something about what Hunter had said. Harrington, no, when he came to us, he was just worried about Lavinia, supposedly. At Baker Street. So we didn't pick up on that, but that was a little bit dicey. But I think that it makes sense in retrospect, certainly. So he was like, I saw fake Harrington sidle up to the bar.
Yeah.
And he's like, you're not that much of a master of disguise.
Well, it points out the fact that is an insane plan because there's a whole ballroom of people. It's not like they were like, okay, we're going to go sit at this table. They could have, Jeffries arranged the room. He could have had them sitting at the end in a dark corner or something. But instead he was like, let's plan it so that we're standing at the bar.
Yeah.
In a public space. Anyone could have walked up to Harrington at that point.
Right.
And been like, who are you?
So they switched places. Jeffries comes out. Jeffries. I also forgot that Jeffries, or rather Spencer, was Harrington's right-hand man. I think I didn't remember that. I think if I had, we would have not discounted all the servants if we'd remembered that.
Yeah.
But so if they arrive together, then they switch places. He's already dressed like Harrington. He goes and stands in for Harrington as Harrington, who's the military good shot, goes over to, I think he hides himself by the suit of armor. No, I don't think he just goes over, takes the shot, and walks right back or something. He goes over, takes the shot. He pretends to be jostled to the floor. I think still he's just himself. Remember, because Holmes was in the commotion after the shot, he sort of goes to the nearest table and is like, oh,
yeah.
Right?
Well, I think he has to, because they have to switch back.
They have to switch back.
So that happens in the chaos. And then as the chaos is dying down, Harrington pops back up from under his table and is like, oh, what a doozy that was, huh?
But Harrington has to end back up at the bar. So that part was a little bit unclear to me.
Yeah, well, he made his way back.
Okay, maybe I see.
The
full Discovery Zone experience.
Yeah.
The squirrel is right. If we hadn't played Mummy's Curse first, we would have made fun of this game more.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got the thing that we didn't quite. One of our theories was definitely Wyatt Collins gets people involved to get the money.
Yeah.
Something I definitely didn't get was our first plan is to kill him and we'll get Wyatt's money and split it.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I guess Wyatt didn't have much to actively do in that version of the plan. He wasn't at the shooting. And then they were like, don't worry, Wyatt's going to go steal, while Master Disguise distracts that lawyer, Wyatt's going to steal the will, just in case there is one. We don't really know, we're just guessing. And then when there's no will, then he's definitely going to inherit some of the money, because that's how British law works. But they ended up having to kill that guy, and they couldn't get the safe open. So they're like, okay, well, we can't get the safe open, so the backup plan is we marry the daughter, and now we don't need Wyatt Collins anymore. We'll kill him. That I definitely did not pick up on any of that action.
Well, it hinges on the fact that we would have known what was in the original will and or understood British property law in the turn of the century.
Right, yes.
But so that seemed odd. And the fact that we had so much background information about Wyatt Collins and that he wasn't really the mastermind. Mm-hmm. He just drunkenly talked about his soon-to-be rich cousin at a party with these other two dopes.
Yeah, the weird part is that Harrington and Jeffries don't have a big motive other than the money.
No.
Which is...
And all that Wyatt Collins saying that Grimble was embezzling was all sort of for naught.
Right.
Unless he was just trying to discredit Grimble because he didn't know it was in the will.
It seemed like that happened before the murder plan had even been hatched.
Yeah.
He's like, and another thing, your Grimble is embezzling from you. And then Bromsby went to Grimble and was like, what's this about? And he's like, well, I'm paying off your blackmailer.
Yeah, right.
Oh, well, you probably should do that. I am a terrible person.
Well, at first he was like, well, it started with me paying off your blackmailer, but now I just send it to him.
Now it's just nice.
And he was like, I get it.
Then your blackmailer died, and I was like, well, now I'm doing it.
Yeah.
So apparently the thing he was going to announce was like, Villager and the Serpent, I was treated the Indian people poorly. Now I'm going to send them some money.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I gotta say, you got way more right than I did in terms of being on top of what the pillow was, figuring out the Villager and the Serpent was a switch, Harrington. I think that was a fun one. We had a lot of good clues. I don't think we would ever have fully got there.
No, I'm a little disappointed that it didn't like quite lock in a way that was super satisfying.
Yeah.
I just needed it to be a little more satisfying than it was.
Yeah, it was a little bit overdone, but ultimately, this is still only their second one of these. They get better.
Yeah, I'm impressed this game's story. Although, actually, now that I hear the end, I'm a little less impressed about the game's story because so much of that didn't come into play or was helpful.
Right. Do you want to see what it's like if we pick all the right choices?
Yeah. But I was impressed that this game even tried to have a story. Because after we played Mummies, and it was just like wander around mansion and play high-stakes tic-tac-toe, then... By the way, we didn't tell you any clues, but the mummy was not a mummy.
I know.
It was 3 people trying to kill each other.
Right.
It wasn't even a murder mystery because no one had actually died.
This one I feel is a little bit of a cheat because how would we have known Wyatt Collins versus Jeffries had killed Horace Fowler?
Yeah.
I mean, Jeffries isn't technically on this list, but...
Yeah.
I guess Spencer is. Wyatt Collins.
But that's crazy that we would have known that he had played Spencer. Because the key part in there is like the whiskey and like stealing 2 bottles of whiskey.
Right.
If there had been a whole plot point about like, where'd you guys get those? And they were like, we'll never tell.
Right.
Then maybe I would have remembered it, but...
Yeah, you're right. Ant's right. They went from no story, all puzzles to all story, no puzzles.
Yeah.
This is another one where it's like, okay, he says Spencer did. Well, why couldn't it have been Harrington? I mean,
yeah.
Spencer has more of a connection to the theater. I get that, but... Okay, also Spencer, who killed Jeffries? Nobody. Who killed Simon Hunter? We can only assume
Am
it was
I supposed to be
Harrington.
able to see it?
Oh, sorry, can you not?
No, but maybe I did.
No, it's me.
Something.
It's me. It's you. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wow, I'm actually pretty proud of us, though. I think that, like, whatever it was, 1,000 hours of us trying to deduce it, like, the place where we started, where I was like, I have no idea what's happening, anyone could be it, and the fact that we narrowed it down to pretty much the 3 people who did it.
Yeah.
Actually, exactly the 3 people who did it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We didn't have all the details right, but we, were very close. Okay.
Yeah, we're still here, Stod. But we finally figured it out. I mean, we didn't... Actually, I'm going to give us credit. I think we pretty much figured it out.
We figured, I would say,
we didn't answer the
80...
final quiz right.
Let me ask, this is for the chat. What percentage do you feel like we figured it out? I feel like we figured 80% of it out. You see it now?
Yeah, I would maybe say 75. Yes, I can see it now. Thank you.
75 feels fair. Who killed Simon Hunter? Okay, so I guess we're supposed to know this was Harrington because it was a good shot. Whoop. And that just takes us right to it.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Anne. I'll take it.
Cabby?
I wonder if this is going to be the exact same... Probably, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I feel relieved that everything is settled. The inspector told me that you were not as useful as you had hoped in this case.
Okay, she still says you weren't that useful. That's the one I wanted to
Yeah.
know if that was...
Yeah, well, there was something odd at some point in one of the cutscenes where they were like, don't tell her I'm working on the case.
Right.
I wish James...
Okay, well, we don't have to watch this all over again.
Lieutenant Harrington could be...
But then later in the same cutscene, he's like, I took Lavinia aside and explained to her everything.
Yeah, I don't know if he just means he explained, he explained to her to keep quiet about the earring, remember? Which maybe is all he's talking about there. I don't know. Because he didn't say anything else about the murder at that moment. I have to see that part again. What was she doing for real?
Yeah. What was her like? I want to see her run of day. And also, why did her dad give her a gun?
Yeah, it's true. Why did he give her a gun? Was he just like... The guy blackmailing him was dead. Was he worried about Wyatt Collins, who had sent some threatening letters? Maybe.
Maybe.
Where did the murderer go after taking his shot?
Well, I'm happy that the chat feels like we did about 75%. I think we did really well. And you know what? Let's give Frogwares a hand. That does a decent Sherlock Holmes mystery.
Yeah, Frogwares.
Well done.
Starring Sherlock Holmes. Do you think that all of the actors requested to have their names taken off, so they just had to move to characters?
Let's see. Can we see that again? Get out of here. Oh, I think I skipped.
5 frogs, 4 frogs.
I skipped the credits. So thanks for watching, everybody, and thanks for putting up with our pontifications, because that's like the fun part. At the end, you got to figure out if you got it. And like with the
you got to figure it out.
Yeah. With the Mummy one, there was nothing we could have gotten, and with Agatha Christie, with the ABC Murders, they led us there by the hand. I think we were maybe off on one small part in that one, but
they walked us through it though.
Yeah. So this was like the first one we really deduced, and we did okay, I think.
I think we did pretty well, considering it's a crazy game that doesn't make a super lot of sense.
Right. I would be curious as to whether people in the chat would like to see the next Holmes game, which we'll play eventually, no matter what. Or if they'd like to see something different as a palate cleanser.
I personally feel like I need a palate cleanser.
Yeah. We were looking at some... Should we show one of the trailers we were looking at?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get it.
Show him that crazy, the one with the guy from Gilmore Girls.
Okay, yes.
You know who else is in it.
Yes, I do.
Won't reveal
That's the one I was going to show.
Okay,
and then
great.
we'll let you guys go to bed.
I don't know what Ace Attorney is.
Oh, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, oh, I've seen you play that before, Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, how do I share this with you?
If my name was Ace Attorney, then I would always say it like Ray Cerrone.
Phoenix Wright
Attorney.
Ray Cerrone.
Ace Attorney. The Phoenix Wright investigator. Doesn't quite skin. Oh, awesome. I should watch it.
Oh, sweet. Drop a link.
Yeah.
I think the settings are such that you can do that.
Well, I'm a mod now, so.
Yes, Ashley can do it. What is this? HD. Da, da, da.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I got it so they can see it. I've got to share desktop audio. You know, we're just not set up for this anymore.
Oh, cool.
All right, hold on. I'll fix it. Firefox, send that to aux.
Freddy Fish.
To. Da, da, da.
I'm not paying attention to you, Ryan. Am I supposed to push a button?
No, that's okay. Let's see. Can you hear this? You guys hear a sweet guitar track?
I can hear it.
You can hear it?
Yes,
Good.
sir.
Okay, good.
Dad says he can hear it, and Anne says she can hear it. You play as a fish? You're Freddy the Fish? Fish detective?
I've heard those games are good. I've never played them.
I love the idea of playing as a fish.
Okay, so you can see that. So now how do I send just this
Show me snowboarding. Hey, I'm into it.
to you?
I feel like there's probably some kind of fish detective pun out there somewhere, but I can't think of a fish species that would make sense. Oh my gosh, I still have not downloaded that game that you all were recommending, but it's saved on my phone and I keep almost doing it. What's it called? It was a solitaire game. Hold on.
Oh, Solitarica?
hold on. Yeah, Solitarica.
Come on, get on it.
Gotta try it out.
Okay. Can you see that window, Ash? The YouTube window.
I can.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we should be able to. This should work.
Christopher Burgess Meredith is a real, like, that's a shocker. Karen Allen. John Rhys Davies is genuinely any movie John Rhys Davies is, I'll watch. So a video game John Rhys Davies? Ozzie Davis.
Yeah, this is. Other streamers has definitely played this, but I feel like we'd have fun with it.
I didn't even know this was a thing, that they had video cutscenes in video games.
This was like the future of video games at the time.
This is the guy from Gilmore Girls, in case anyone was wondering who's talking about.
Yours truly. You've got
Oh, I'm so glad that she was nice.
for making a psychopath
Look, you know her.
star.
We're 1 degree of separation now from her.
Catching
Walking.
a killer. Whoever did
That
this,
is- I'm glad
Karen Allen's nice.
It's beyond madness. It's pure evil.
I hope that necklace is explained. I hope that isn't explained.
You know, to catch the Ripper, you're gonna have to outthink him.
Police are. I'm sure they're in on it. Looking for Falconetti? Well, I think you got it.
Somebody thought this was going to sell you on this game.
The wheels of
and it
justice
is.
may grind slowly, but they're moving. They're moving.
It's not Fantastic
Get yourself
moving.
on those
Moving.
wheels, Quinlan. You'll be in a lot of pain.
Be in a lot of pain.
Get the guy out of my head is stealth. It's tool.
This guy, like,
I've been collecting knives
really
for 30 years.
thought he was bringing an Oscar
Clue what kind of
winning
blade he's using.
He's out. But it's on your conscience when he strikes again.
Walken really, that hat really works on him.
You're the one. Getting mystery
You're
messages
the
from
one.
the Ripper. You're the one. With power when she's
You're still the one I dream about.
Help! I said don't
So is it?
Oh, he killed that alien.
Mr. Quinlan, if you have a
Yay,
knife
Darth
with a
Davies.
man's fingerprints on it, you have the wrong murder weapon.
Hell, he's got more secret wells than you've got secrets.
Okay.
Whatever.
Same alien? Different alien.
Talk to that reporter, so help me. I will.
Oh, help me.
I'm gonna pop you open like a champagne bottle.
So are we in
Because I know what drives him to it.
Jack the Ripper times?
Dad think you
No, this is the cyber future.
Oh, right. Do we get transported back to Jack the Ripper times?
Anything's possible. I mean, it's
Or are we
sort
just
of
in,
like,
like, the Matrix of Jack the Ripper
It's sort of like Jack the Ripper for the modern cyber age, I think. With a lot of.
We just rip a lot of music onto a writable CD.
Yeah. Featuring the music of lawyers Blue Oyster Cult. The song is called Don't Fear the Reaper, so you could have at least called the game The Reaper.
Yeah.
Ripper.
Yeah, I feel like he recorded it both ways and they sort of like melded it together.
Which do you like better? So that's Ripper, which is a full motion video game from the 90s with Christopher Walken in it. And it's pretty melodramatic and crazy. We watched a full playthrough. We didn't watch it, but we skipped around. And it seems like the puzzles are very annoying and bad, but that the video is really fun. So it would be a lot of us watching Christopher Walken. I'm not sure if that's what you guys are here for.
And I guess is gonna riot.
Anne's for it. Yeah, I'd be interested if people think that'd be a fun one to do next, or if you'd rather see something different. Ashley's very into seeing a full motion video game, which I agree will be really fun.
Yeah, because I didn't know this was a thing and I want to jump into it. I also feel like I just need like a visual palette cleanser. Like I've seen a lot of Sherlock and mansions and like brown toned suits.
Yeah. I think Ripper would be really fun. I feel like we maybe would want to have a guide because I feel like it's going to get slow and boring when we can't proceed from what I've seen of it. It's like, so I don't know. We might want to like not be as steadfast about needing to solve everything ourselves because I think a lot of it's going to be esoteric and really fucking weird.
You don't think we're gonna we're gonna like spend an hour trying to figure out who the murderer is, deducing it with our clues?
No, I think the murderer is the Ripper. I think we're gonna figure it out right away. Oh, Stott, if you could be the guy, that would be even better.
We need a game master.
Okay, it sounds like we're getting. I mean, like, I would love to hear. I would love to hear what people think about that. But it sounds like there's probably some general positive feelings there. So maybe
You're gonna hear so much DeGeorgis as Walken,
which neither of us have a good Walken, I don't think.
No, nobody does. Christopher Walken can't even do Christopher Walken.
I feel like that's the one everybody can do, but I don't have a good one. Maybe it'll get better as I watch him more.
That's pretty good.
You're the one who's getting letters from a Ripper. You're the one.
That's good, Ryan.
You're only going to hear more of it.
I liked it.
Where can you... I don't know. Should we have a Twitter account for this thing?
P.O. Box 1... No,
I wish you were a mod, Ash. Then you could help out.
Boston, Mass. 02134.
I want to hear your share at some point, in some way.
Yes.
Do you believe? Well, I think tweet at me and Ashley on Twitter. That's the best way to send suggestions, right? I'm R.D. Georgie, and she is Postcards from Ash. Thanks, guys, for watching this crazy stream. Squirrel, maybe we do need a Twitter account now that I hear that. Send it to us for now, but we'll look into it. Thanks for watching, guys. It's always so fun. Highlight of the week. And
oh my gosh, how long have we been doing this? I can't believe we made it through another game.
I think this was 5 episodes. The last Sherlock was somehow 5 episodes, and ABC Murders was
third game.
ABC Murders was 3, so that's 13 weeks.
Wow.
I know. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Well, can you even remember a time before this was our life?
I can't remember a time when I wasn't playing. I wasn't yelling at someone to pick a rag off a floor or trying to give a piece of paper of a beautiful woman to a door. Or trying to stab boxes or catch something on fire or build a contraption.
Well, the interaction icon in the Ripper is just a twirling knife. So there's going to be a lot
Is it
more
always
stabbing.
twirling?
Yep, it's always twirling.
No.
That's the animation. So, or put a scorpion under a bucket. The sad thing is one of us is going to be murdered and the other one's going to have to go on stream to solve it eventually.
We'll have to.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm going to
boy.
hide a lot of like letters under paintings just to see.
Okay, just to see.
Just to help, see if maybe they're clues.
Just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Do send suggestions on Twitter. Do tell us if you want to see more Ripper or more Holmes or something completely different. Oh, yeah. Anne asked, what happened to the doppelganger?
What? Truly, what if I was like, oh, he's still here?
Ash, it's now weird. You got to get rid of him.
That would be troubling.
We did have a birthday celebration with the family that weekend, and he definitely was still there for that because you can't miss out on that.
It was the next day, and it was really funny actually because we streamed with mom and my mom and dad. Maybe you've heard of them, mom and dad. And Ryan obviously already knew he existed, and Ryan was like, "Definitely show them." And I was like, "Ha ha! Isn't this funny?" And they were like, "That's so nice." They like didn't.
It really didn't have the impact.
It didn't process to them. They're like, just another thing those crazy kids are doing.
I mean, they've seen a lot from us.
Yeah. I did have to like turn you around and put you in a corner though.
Yeah.
It was too weird having a life-size Ryan here.
And then you turned me around again and now my face was sad because I'd been turned around for so long.
Oh no. He's the master of disguise. Wait a second. That latter Ryan was Jeffries.
It's Jeffries.
Oh no, he's crawled under all my tables. I'm gonna be murdered in the middle of a speech.
I'd like to announce the next game for Trial of Simulations. Oh!
Amazing.
All right. Well, yeah, let us know what you want to do next, guys, and we'll take it into consideration. But thanks so much for coming by for another episode of Trials and Simulations. We'll see you next Friday. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.